97 is the telephone number. Don't forget Carson Anderson coming up at 10 o'clock. Mike Rico at 2. Chris touched on it briefly, and just on a personal note, Earl Cureton, who passed away yesterday at the age of 66, is just devastated by that. He was such a great guy, great in the community. He was obviously a two-time NBA champ, one with Philly, one with Houston. A pillar at the University of Detroit, and just in this community, anytime there was a Pistons event, Earl Cureton was there. Earl came in, a lot of times we have guests for our podcast, myself and Evan, Restore the Floor, download it today, by the way. But last year, we had him on, and he came into the studio. He's just a great human being, a great father. I think his daughter played basketball at Georgetown. Went to one of the Walled Lake schools. I forget if it was Central or Western or Northern. I forget which one it was. But anyway, Earl was just one of those guys. He was just always smiling, nice, would do anything for you, for the community, and he will be missed. I mean, it's so shocking. I mean, Friday he did the Pistons game for Ricky Mahorn. Saturday he was doing U of D against his other college team that he played for before transferring to U of D, Robert Morris. And yesterday he passed away of an alleged, we believe it was a heart attack yesterday. So prayers and love to everybody who Earl touched, his family, his friends, the Piston organization, U of D, and everyone. I've seen mentions, Chris mentioned, Isaiah Thomas. I've seen all the teams that he played for. Put something on social media. Dick Vitale said something because he recruited him, though he never coached him because he went and coached the Pistons, but he loved Earl. Everybody loved Earl. So there we go with that. All right, let's go to Steve in Heartland. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
As far as watching the Super Bowl thing, I'm definitely going to watch the game, and the reason why is this, because I'm a fan of the game of football, and even in Stanley Cup and our other sports, I watch the stuff, and I probably won't watch it with as much interest and a little bit a sour taste, but the point of it is I'm not going to go watch a movie or go somewhere else because I'm ticked off. I'm going to watch the game, and I'm going to have fun with some of my neighbors. We already got a little party set up, which we do every year anyways, have some squares, have some fun, and sit back and watch a team that we beat, the Chiefs, first game of the year, and a team we probably should have won, beat, but we didn't. So I'm all good with it.
I share your sentiment, Steve. It still hurts because you're going to sit there watching and saying, God, the Lions should be there. But it is still the championship game of the most popular and the greatest
season.
Sport around. Yeah. And that exactly, John, that's what you're doing. I know a lot of people at times down on the NBA, down on the NHL, down on Major League Baseball. I will always try to watch as much of the World Series, Stanley Cup Finals, and NBA Finals as possible because so you watch sports, yes, to root for your team and to watch great moments by great players, but it's about winning titles.
Well, and it's also, just for football fans, the last opportunity to watch a real live football game. Everything after this, I mean, yes, I know that the UFL or whatever they're calling it now.
Schedule came out today.
Oh, great. But, this is the last time you have a chance to watch real good competitive football.
Right.
And so it is a celebration of the season, and we're all disappointed that the Lions were knocking at the door and weren't able to find a way to get into it. But it's, it's going to hurt no matter what. So you might as well watch it. I'd rather watch it than not and miss out on what could be. You never know what's going to happen in the Super Bowl, but there could be some historic or epic moments.
Yeah. You never know. Like 7 years
Are commercials as big of a draw as they used to be? I know they still cost a lot, but are they that big of a draw? Because they really haven't seemed to be that creative in the past few years.
I think that there's a few good ones every year, but there's not as many as there used to be. Because a lot of times, because of social media and these companies, they release them even before the game. So a lot of times you've seen them on YouTube or whatever before. So that takes some of the sting out, some of the surprise out, I should say.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of great moments, I believe it's 7 years ago today, 28-3.
Oh.
Some more ticket texts. Oh, no, we have this one. This is what we had these ones already. All right. 248-539-9797. I'm thinking a lot of not watching the Super Bowl has to do with fantasy leagues that have been over for 4 weeks. No interest other than if you root for the team's fantasy purposes. Not a ton of fantasy football going on for Super Bowl, but that random Thursday game that you talked about will. I guess, but I don't know. To me, look, I don't play fantasy football anymore. To me, this is the champ. This is the Super Bowl. This isn't an Amazon Thursday night game.
Right. Yeah, you don't have to watch the spinning wheel.
Look, even without Taylor Swift crap, okay, and I don't mean crap in a bad way, even with drawing non-football fans will probably watch it. I think it's fine that she's into it. It's still the biggest television show. It's what it is. It's a television show.
It is.
And it's still going to be the most watched television show
of the year
by far. And the ratings for the playoff games and everything else
have all been setting records.
They've been all been, yeah. So it's going to be the most. It would not stun me if it's the most watched Super Bowl ever.
And I'm curious too.
Maybe not here.
We'll see how they're doing this all week long. But you want to talk? Okay, the Super Bowl is what the NFL does in excess. They do everything in excess, but the Super Bowl is the culmination of all of that excess, and they are going to the city of excess. So I'm curious what the Super Bowl experience will be like, throughout the course of the week, but obviously the Super Bowl itself.
Yeah, I don't. The actual fact that it's
the
in
presentation
Vegas,
of it, and
I don't know what else they can do.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there'll be some fireworks and. I don't know.
You mean the game or the week?
Yeah, no, the week, but the game itself, and I don't know if there's, is there anything else that hasn't been thought of that they could do? I'm sure if there is, Vegas will figure it out.
Yeah.
I just think it's lacking any extra juice. Like, I just think we know everything here. Like, it's very...
Well, you know everything except you don't know who the winner is going to be.
Right. So you sit back and watch a game and you enjoy that part. That's why I'm tuning in, because I like to watch a championship decided. You never know what you're going to see. I just feel the lead up to it. There's just lacking anything. I don't see, like, let's go back to like Seattle and Denver. The Legion of Boom. They were probably a little bit overlooked going into that.
Mm-hmm.
And you had the high flying Broncos offense where Peyton Manning went insane that season. It was fresh blood.
There's no fresh blood, that's for sure.
The Patriots, when they kind of went through their lull, they won 3 out of 4. Then they didn't win one for like 10 years.
They
lost 2, and then Brady got back, and you had with Seattle trying to be a 2-time champ. And
some of the Super Bowls have been best Super Bowls have been ones you didn't think were going to be any good, like Carolina and New England. I mean, who thought that was going to be? That's one of the most underrated Super Bowls ever. The great Jake Delhomme, right?
There's just everything about the 49ers. You know everything about the Chiefs. Like, who are you? We know George Kittle's a goofball, so they're going to do a feature on him sometime this week, and he's going to be a goofball. It just doesn't. That's where the Lions part of this would have been such a huge sell. Not only for us, could have been fun to see these guys open up a little bit in this situation, but I think nationally it would have been huge.
Absolutely. Look, like I said, I've talked to so many people who are not from here who were rooting for the Lions because they loved Dan Campbell. They love the underdog. They love the fact that, Detroit's a city that's never been there. And the players are so eminently likable.
Yeah.
Don, in Detroit, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Stoney, John, how you guys doing today, man?
Good, Don.
Good.
Hey, listen, guys, bitter as I am about the Lions not being in there, man, because I feel they're the better team out of both teams. We got the best Super Bowl team sitting at home today. But in saying that, guys, yes, I'm going to watch it. The Kansas City Chiefs, maybe we can patent our team after them, a team that can get there every year, that always has a chance. Maybe we can build something and be a team like the Chiefs and know that we have a chance every year. I would love that, but is Super Bowl a bust for me next year, man? They let a good opportunity slip by. and I'm very disappointed about it. But yes, I'm gonna watch the Super Bowl. I got me some squares. Me and my wife gonna get together, have a good dinner, and man, enjoy ourselves.
Well, that's what it's about. Just watching good football, some squares, and some good food.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. 248-539-9797. All right. To get to the Super Bowl, the Lions obviously can't blow 17-point leads in the NFC Championship game, but they need to get better, especially on the defensive side of the ball. So what are your realistic expectations out of Brad Holmes this off season? We're talking free agency. You're talking re-signing some of your own, extending some of your guys, and the draft, obviously. What do you expect?
Well, I expect him to go out there. The first thing is in free agency, I expect him to go out there and spend money.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not recklessly spend money.
And we'll come up with, I want to find out what positions you want them to go after coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, last year at the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski went wide left on FanDuel's Kick of Destiny. Now he's back for Kick of Destiny 2. And this time, you can play along. All you have to do is choose if Gronk is going to make or miss. Get your free pick in right now, because if you're right, you're going to win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. Everyone can get in on the action when Gronk takes his shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether your team make or team miss, just head to FanDuel Sportsbook app to get your pick in. It's absolutely free. Then all you have to do is tune in before the game to see Gronk's kick live. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you're right. If you're new to FanDuel, just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to sign up and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. And 97 won the ticket. Must be 21 and over and present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. $10 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Prize issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
That's your final, 111-99. Pistons win total remains at 6. Franz Wagner with tied his career high with 38 for the Orlando Magic. Pistons will now go to the West Coast. Sacramento, Portland, Clippers, Lakers, Suns, and then on their way back, they'll stop at Indiana.
Okay. Yeah, they've got 2 road wins, so there's hope.
This season, yeah, I give them. They'll win one, I think.
Oh, you think so?
They'll win one, maybe. I hope.
Okay.
I'm hopeful. Who knows what's going to happen at the trade deadline? Maybe. I'll tell you, you don't want to see guys getting hurt, but there are people who thought the Pistons were going to go get Zach LaVine, and he's now out for the year. And good, not good for him, but good for the Pistons that they won't get that guy. He scores a lot of points, but I don't think he's a real team guy. All right, 248-539-9797. Expectations for Brad Holmes this season. John, yours are pretty good, and where should they go?
Well, they're obvious.
I don't need individual players.
No, they're obvious, though. You've got to get another edge opposite Hutch. You've got to get a cover corner, a number one guy that can go out there and not shut down a number one, but at least hang with a number one, because I think Cam Sutton is a good corner, but he's not a number one, not a number one cover guy. I would like to see him add one more safety, but offensively, I believe, obviously we all believe and know that Amon-Ra St. Brown is your number one. Your number two is, and I think he had a really good end of the season, Jamison Williams. You got to find a number three, because Josh Reynolds is going to be 30 years old next year, and maybe he is a guy that you can count on for another year. He had some big-time catches. But I think if something happens to Amon-Ra St. Brown, and we said this at the beginning of the year, something happens to Amon-Ra St. Brown and misses any length of time, I think you really struggle at that receiver position.
Let me ask you this. I don't know if it's feasible. I haven't looked up his contract, which I might in a second. But I know although he says he's not, I think he's a little disgruntled where he is at that position. What do you think they'd have to give up, number one, to get, and would he fit in here, Stephon Diggs?
Well, we've heard so much about the culture guys.
Right. I mean, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm working through it, and you just asked me this question.
Right.
If you want me to give you a yes, no.
No.
All right.
I said that's why I asked.
Okay, well, then you were rushing me. So the issue is it an issue with Josh Allen, the quarterback? Is it an issue that the play calling, he's not getting enough targets? And those are answers that I don't have. I don't know that he fits well in this room with Amon-Ra St. Brown, with Jamison Williams.
Right.
And it might just be that I don't want him in there with Jamison Williams. I really like where Jamison Williams is going. And I don't want to put anybody that if there's even a question in that room as to whether, you're already going to have a diva element in there. But I don't want to add a guy that might be disgruntled or could be disgruntled if Amon-Ra St. Brown gets more balls than he does, or he doesn't get enough opportunity, or hey, Jared Goff can't hit me when I'm open. Like, I don't want to hear any of those things.
Right. I get that. I was curious because we've heard he's not completely happy in Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you'd have to give up as much as you think, because
you'd be taking on his contract.
He is 30 years old. His cap number for next year is $27 million.
That's a bit steep for me.
Yeah, that's his cap number. His his base salary is $18 million. Yeah, so that would be probably a no to my question. But who else, like Mike Evans? He's long in the
He's a free agent.
He's a free agent.
But I think that'd be a great option, because you're not going to pay top end dollar, but you might still get a year or two of maybe not top end Mike Evans, but I'll take 90%, 85% of what top end Mike Evans was. And I'd put him in that room with Jamison Williams, because I think that would be a great influence. He seems like a consummate pro.
I think the best thing about Mike Evans is he's a traditional red zone, end zone target.
Right. Big target.
I mean, that's one thing I think the Lions don't have, like just that jump ball guy.
Not from a receiver position. They do obviously with Laporta, but not from a receiver position.
Would another team who has major cap issues, and it's an older receiver, I don't know if they'd be able to get him because he's 31. Keenan Allen. He gets hurt a little bit.
A little bit. He gets hurt a lot. And so I would initially say no.
Okay.
Now maybe he doesn't get hurt as much if he's coming here and he understands he's number 3, and he's not going to get as many balls, not going to take as many hits.
Would he? Oh, so you think he'd be 3 behind J-Mo too?
Yeah, I'm really bullish on J-Mo with the way that he ended and what I think his possibilities are, and we saw it obviously. At the end of the year, we saw it with the reverses. We saw it with him stretching the defense, and even if when he wasn't getting the ball, whether it's blocking or just opening things up for Amon-Ra St. Brown, we saw a lot of that.
248-539-9797. I need 2 DL athletes, 2 DBs, a guard and a tackle out of the draft, a veteran cornerback, a defensive end, and a tight end in free agency. Wow, you need a lot then, huh? I don't think they need that much. I want one big signing, Jones, Snead, or Burns, and instead of paying Reynolds, I want Dalton Schultz. I expect Jameson to be a bigger part of the offense, so don't need Reynolds back.
So is Josh Reynolds, is he the Jamal Williams this year? Where a lot of people would really, I mean, he made some really big catches. Now I know there's 2 big drops in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
But a lot of people felt like he really performed well throughout the course of this season. He's not a guy that is demanding of the ball. He's not a guy that you're going to hear in the media and it doesn't sound like he's a locker room guy. Like if he doesn't get the ball thrown to him, he's not, complaining. Mm-hmm. He's a good guy in the locker room. And I think a lot of people liked his production, liked what he did, and his relationship with Jared Goff. We've talked about that since he came over from obviously L.A. They played together there. But is he this year's version of Jamal Williams, where you can really upgrade at that position? But I don't know that he doesn't rise to the level of the fan support that Jamal Williams had.
I don't think there's too many people walking around with number 8 jerseys.
No.
That don't say Lamar Jackson on them, no matter what town you're in. Here's some ticket text. This is interesting. I got to check. I think he is a free agent. I don't know. I like T. Higgins. Could be cheaper coming off a wasted year where he was injured. Also can fill in as number 1 if St. Brown got hurt.
Well, so that's the thing is you want to be able to get a guy that can carry the load. Mm-hmm. If Amon-Ra St. Brown is hurt. But, Amon-Ra St. Brown, I expect that he has a new deal before next football season.
You would hope so. For me, I'm not going to sit there and go, I want 6 guys, because who knows what's going to happen in the draft. I want 2 corners. And, yeah, I love another guy up front. But to me, corners they're so bad.
Well, to me, an edge rusher, that would be number 1.
Okay.
I want that one before I want to even address the secondary. Now, I'm not saying you don't address the secondary, but that's number 1. And the one thing that we haven't mentioned that they have to address is the O-line.
Yeah, guard.
Yeah.
So, Chris Jones, what do you guys think is going to happen with him?
I think he's end of it. Well, if they win, I think he might leave. If they, who knows if that makes it. He's going to go for the most money.
He's the number 1 free agent if he actually is available.
Right.
Do you want the Lions to be in play?
Yeah, I do. And here's why. He's considered a really good teammate. I mean, you might question because he sat out because
I don't
of
have
the
any
contract.
issue with a guy sitting out.
No, but he is a baller. He plays hard. Yes, I would go after him.
And he came in as soon as he signed on the deadline. I know he missed the Lions game, but when he came in, he played at a high level right away.
Yes. I wouldn't expect the Lions to get him or even go after him because that doesn't seem to be their DNA. But who knows? Sometimes you got to, change your DNA every once in a while.
Do you guys want them to push the envelope here at all? Like this offseason?
Like with quality of individual?
No, just in the kind of go for it thing.
Oh, I want them. They
I mean,
definitely need to take a step. I don't want to go F the picks like LA did, but I want to go in on free agency and spend some money. Now, some of that money's got to be spent on your own guys,
Right.
But I do think there's an opportunity for them to go out. They've got plenty of cap space, and they can restructure a lot of different things. And for 3 or 4 years, they don't have to worry about being in salary cap hell, so to speak. And you can absolutely go for it.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll take more of your calls, your texts coming up next. And also at 9:50, some interesting news if you like to pick your nose. 97 won the ticket.
Two four eight 539-9797. We're talking about what your expectations are for Brad Holmes this offseason. There's a lot of landmarks along the way. First one up will be free agency. Deciding what you want to do with some of your free agents. Are you going to re-sign them? Are you going to let them walk? Are you going to extend some guys that are currently under contract? Obviously, the draft. There's opportunity to go out there in trades. And one of the guys that we have talked about is Mike Evans, because that's one of the areas where I think the Lions could use or target some of their resources. Not the number one target, but if it's Amon-Ra St. Brown is 1, if J-Mo is number 2, I think you could upgrade at that number 3 position. If something happens to Amon-Ra St. Brown, you don't have enough depth at that position, in my opinion, to be successful.
Do you think he'd take that role?
Mike Evans?
Yeah.
I think on a team that he believes is going to or has Super Bowl aspirations, I think he could.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got 1 Super Bowl, so I do wonder if the sell is as strong there. And that situation that's probably one of the most improved, unpredictable things we saw coming this year is what happened in Tampa.
Yeah.
And I think he's actually maybe a candidate that wanted to stay there. I'm curious if he wants to finish his career out. What kind of one of those guys? Because he's already won there.
Yeah. Does he want to be known as the guy? I mean, that was the one and only place.
Yeah.
There's some value in that. I kind of always thought that would be the way I ended my career, is just in one city. It didn't end that way, and I spent obviously 2 years here in Detroit, but that was me coming home. I don't know for Mike, obviously, a Texas A&M guy,
Right.
Would he choose to go to a team like Dallas or even Houston with C.J. Stroud?
Well, let me ask you this: if it wasn't the Lions, where do you think you would have ended up? You weren't ready to retire.
No, I wasn't ready to retire. I had some interest from like Baltimore, Tampa, some places like that. I didn't. There was. I don't think it was. I didn't hear much from anybody in division. But there were 6 or 7 teams that were on the phone. Now, who knows if they would have been that interested or not if we got to negotiating. But
gosh, if you would have gone to Baltimore, man, you might have been on their team that won it. If you didn't suffer injuries, I mean, it would have been right at you would have been very long tooth, but it's possible.
Yeah. And that was part of the decision going into it. Like, where did I want to go? And for me, coming home, being able to play for the Lions, our family situation was just an easier fit, a better fit for me. I don't know what that means for a guy like Mike Evans.
He would have played for a Harbaugh.
I know.
And then he could have beat a Harbaugh in the Super Bowl. And then every interview you could say, well, look at this, Jim.
That's right. You could have worn that with your national champion.
And that would have meant you would have had a 15-year carear, which
would have been awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
I didn't mean it that way.
He had a great career. He really did.
No, but let's get back to the Lions and Brad Holmes' expectations that we have for him. And because for me, the number one thing is another edge rusher. You've got to find a way to put more pressure on opposing quarterbacks. And we saw from Aaron Glenn, hey, they involved the safeties a little bit more, but you've got to find a way to win with 4 rushing up front.
Yeah.
Right now, the Lions can't do that.
Look, we say all the time, the 3 most important things in football: having a really good quarterback, protecting said quarterback, and getting to the other team's quarterback.
Yep.
And the Lions were 2 out of 3.
Yes. Yeah. Good quarterback and protecting the quarterback.
Right. They didn't get to the other quarterback enough except for one guy, Mr. Hutch. Jerry in Flat Rock, you're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, I just wanted to say one thing before anything. J-Mo's like a roller coaster for me. I like his attitude now. I love his blocking, but he just cannot track a ball down the field. He just does not track the ball very well. But as Mike Evans, I think I'd like it. I know he looks like a super team guy. I know Brady's first year, like he went and basically ran over somebody that was messing with Brady, and I know he's got into some scuffles for his team in the past, which just kind of tells me he's like a good team guy. I think his maturity, he seems pretty mature out there as a player, and I don't think he would have a problem with Amon-Ra getting more balls than him either.
No, I don't think. Thanks for the call. Because if Mike Evans was worried about number of receptions, he would have demanded to be traded a long time ago. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if he was unhappy there, I mean, he's a guy with enough leverage that he could force his way out.
Yeah.
Could have.
Now, Brad Holmes is speaking today, so I'm sure he'll address some of this stuff. And, I know there's people out there who think he's going to be wearing a gold jacket one day, and it's early, and he didn't do it till late last year. Do you think they need to worry, or not even worry, but think about backup veteran quarterback, or you think they should just go in, hey, Hendon Hooker's our guy, even though he's even though he hasn't even had a preseason snap?
Well, I'm hoping that somebody asks him that today, because obviously Teddy Bridgewater has said he's retiring, and we're in the same position we were last year. What are you going to do with that number 2 quarterback spot if Jared Goff were to go down? Now, we were very fortunate. He was the only one that takes snaps this year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that you can count on that health all season long, even if it's just a second half or a fourth quarter. You need a guy that can go in there and do they believe in what they saw from Hendon Hooker at practice? Are they even able to discern if he'll be good enough to be able to get that done? Because he hasn't had any real live snaps in the NFL.
Right. I mean, so to me, obviously salary cap counts. You don't want to spend a boatload, but I think they still need to.
Well, you have to invest in insurance.
Yes, you have to think about, and like I know what Blau's still technically on the roster and Sudfeld is too, but one of them.
We've gone down that road.
Yeah, I know. Get a good backup quarterback. But
yeah, that's not going to be that's way down the list.
Right. All right. What about kicker?
I think that's right there. You've got to address it. And I don't think it's one. I've seen some people say, well, maybe draft a kicker in the 6th or 7th round. I don't think you want to go into, if you believe, now obviously San Francisco did, but they drafted a kicker high, and he hasn't necessarily been awesome for him.
No.
But they are going to the Super Bowl. I don't know that you want to rely upon a rookie kicker or spend a draft pick on him if you believe you have Super Bowl aspirations.
Yes. I mean, I would take if there's somebody you really like in like the 7th round. Yeah, I would take a kicker there. I ain't taking a kicker in the 3rd round like San Francisco did. I mean, it could happen, down the road that Jake Moody becomes a great NFL kicker. But
I think he's going to be really good.
But to me, that's a wasted pick at round 3
for where the Lions are right now.
Or for any
but that's kind of what I felt about Hendon Hooker last year.
Yeah.
And in the 3rd round, you taking a backup quarterback or a quarterback that isn't going to play. And that was a position. Could they have gotten another receiver? Could they have gotten an edge rusher? Could they have gotten a corner that could have helped them this year?
There are 3 really solid veteran kickers available in free agency. Greg Zuerlein, a little old, but look, I mean, this is going to be a 1 or 2 year deal. He can still kick it.
Mm-hmm.
He made the 57-yarder to send the Rams to the Super Bowl in the controversial game, remember?
Right.
Will Lutz has always been a pretty solid kicker, has a 50-yard leg.
Dan Campbell knows him pretty well.
And then Fairbairn from the
Houston.
Texans. That's who I would go get, but he's probably the one that's going to cost you the most.
Yeah, and
he's been very good.
The other thing is, as much as I say, don't draft a kicker unless it's like the 7th round. Most kickers you find, at the weirdest play. Look at Dallas's kicker. He was a soccer play.
And that's why, and I was on the Moody bandwagon last year, but after the way he kicked this year, I don't think I'd ever draft a kicker. No, I've kind of changed my, I don't know if he's one of the surest things I thought coming out in a long time, and he had some struggles this year. I mean, that was huge, that kick he missed in the game last week.
Yeah.
Early in the game.
Right. He missed a game winner against Cleveland.
Yeah, the 41-yarder.
That could have cost them a 1 seed. It didn't, obviously.
But I think you're always going to have some bumps in the road with some rookie kickers. Mm-hmm. I do think Jake Moody will become one of the most reliable kickers in the NFL, and he'll be an asset for them. But there were some definite bumps along the way.
Absolutely. I mean, but as you know.
But they were talented enough to be able to overcome some of those.
Right. But as you know, kickers,
they're weird.
Mindsets are right. You said weird. You're right. And so maybe, hopefully it's not true that, because of his struggles in the rookie year, hopefully he doesn't, screw up in the Super Bowl. You never know how long that stuff stays with people, let alone kickers.
Yeah. I mean, who was the quarterback Tennessee had there before Will Levis? He started the year
Marcus Mariota?
No. Their
Malik
starter.
Willis.
Tannehill.
Tannehill, yes. Name that quarterback.
Yeah.
Tannehill. And we heard about, his missteps in the playoff and how much it has affected the rest of his career and honestly his life.
Yeah.
He was in therapy and is probably still doing that because he can't get over some of the missteps in the playoffs.
Right. I mean, look, some Lion fans are in therapy after what happened last Sunday still.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just that's re-upping the the prescription because we've been in therapy for most of us our entire lives.
That's a good point. All right, our telephone number, 248-539-9797. Coming up next, well, it's the pick and roll, and we're not talking basketball. 97 won the ticket.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They take the time to get to know me and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. It was easy. They sat down, they asked me questions, and they designed something that fit me and my family. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all continue to prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
That's what happens when you can't execute the pick and roll. Speaking of which,
Great segue.
thank you very much. New York Post yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I go through it occasionally, like every day. Try to find, because I think it's the best sports section in the country. But they also have some really weird stuff in there.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, what do you think of this headline, John? Nose picking likely partially to blame for Alzheimer's disease, according to scientists.
And where are these scientists?
The new report. Now, the report says a review of dozens of published studies into the mechanisms behind neurological diseases has collected strong evidence that people who frequently pick their noses are at a higher risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. The new report, compiled and written by researchers at Western Sydney University, was published in the journal Biomolecules late last year.
Oh. Mm-hmm. You get that one at home?
No, it's
the Biomolecules. You let your
too much. They got a paywall.
You let your your subscription expire.
Yeah. Quote: neuroinflammation in Alzheimer's disease might be partially caused by viral, bacterial, and fungal pathogens entering the brain through the nose and the olfactory system, they wrote in the report. Chronic nose picking, which, by the way, is medically known as rhinotilexomania, introduces germs into the sensitive nasal cavity that cause inflammation in the brain, which has been linked to the onset of Alzheimer's disease. Over 6 million people are living with neurodegenerative disease, predominantly affecting those 65 or older.
Oh, well,
You have some time, John.
I got some time.
I don't, so I got to stop.
So stop picking your
I got to
nose.
stop picking.
That's the moral of this story.
Mm-hmm.
You enjoy a good nose pick?
Yes, who doesn't at any age? Don't you?
I don't know that I enjoy a good nose pick.
Oh, but when it's embedded in there and you have to get it out, it feels so good to get it out. Am I alone here?
No,
Okay.
you're not alone. I don't think you're alone.
Thank you.
I prefer a good nose blow.
Oh,
Yeah.
snot rockets?
Snot rockets, yes. And it's I don't know. Are you a pick and see what you found?
At times, yes. But see, I think there's such a difference between the nose blow / snot rocket as opposed to the nose pick, because the nose pick seems to be more effective when it's like the booger is like real hard and all that. The snot rockets is for the more, shall we say, yes, the liquid of the mucus, the snot. Snot and booger are two different things.
Well, but sometimes the snot's connected to the booger, so when you pull the booger out, you get the snot that comes right out of the nasal cavity. You get that one, and you kind of always think it's bigger than it is.
Yeah.
And then you look at it, you're like, wow.
Yes. Or sometimes you take your pinky fingernail and you can go in there and really, if it's embedded, you use it as a
Boy, the people on
a
Twitch
tool.
I'm sure, are enjoying the visual.
Well, I'm not going in. I'm around it. If I'm going to go in, I'll be happy to go in. I mean, I've taken pictures for your kids of pencils up my nose. So.
Yes.
You had a solution for this, John, didn't you? With the just wash your hands.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't have
obviously
bacteria.
the solution is, you just, over the last 4 years, we've
Yes.
all used this antibacterial lotion, some more
Yes.
than others.
Right.
And so do that before you pick your nose, or just wash your hands. If you're a chronic nose picker, which is
Yes.
what, rhinotilexomania.
Yes.
All right. If a telexomaniac, then just wash your hands more.
Yes.
Problem solved. Didn't need to go to medical school for that one.
Right. They probably, I bet you there is data that since COVID, since more people have washed their hands than before COVID, I wonder if Alzheimer's has
It decreased.
decreased.
We may have found the solution.
The benefit of COVID.
Yeah. Sure.
To me, nose picking is like farting. It's like people, you don't want to do it in public, but it does feel good when you do it, not necessarily in public.
Well,
and your
I
and your
would be
significant
more
others.
apt to fart in public than I would be to pick my nose in public. Not that I'm saying one is better or not than the other.
Well, you can hide the fart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a
you
huge
can mask
thing.
it, or you could blame it on someone else. I mean, if you're
Exactly.
stuck with your finger up your nose, it's
Right.
I mean, you're guilty.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. Right, because if you fart at a red light, nobody knows. But if you pick your nose at a red light, that a lot of people do, but the car next to you can see you.
If you're alone in your car, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Where it's similar, is everybody does it.
Yes.
Everybody farts, and
Yeah.
everybody picks their nose. I
Right.
think farting's more common, but
Yeah.
even the
Oh,
biggest,
I don't know.
even the biggest nose picking, like the person that denies it, they still do it.
Sure. I mean, and as little as people, of the female gender will say that they don't fart, they all do.
Right. They usually don't fart loudly. They're the more SBDs. Very rare. You'll hear like a little. You'll hear a little, but you'll never hear like a big, flutter blast or anything.
Flutter.
Well, that's the. Remember, I sent you that audio of the farting contest.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one of the.
Is there anything better than letting one go in the bed and then there's the anticipation of the delay until they notice?
No, I don't enjoy that per se.
No, I mean,
I
you know
enjoy
what?
a good sound, loud fart. It makes you laugh.
Well,
Sometimes
they
you
always
need
make you
it.
laugh. Yeah. Will you do the Dutch oven to Cindy?
Not purposely.
Not purposely, so you don't fart and then pull the sheets over.
No. Plus, we have the dogs there, so that sometimes they fart.
They're stuck. They're not under the sheets, are they?
No.
That
Blame
would be
it on the
weird.
dogs, though.
Yeah, you can blame it
You
on
can,
them, but I
yeah.
don't. I don't. I'm a farter and I'm proud.
Sammy,
Well-
did you fart?
Yeah. He doesn't even know what. Yes, exactly.
He doesn't even know what this sounds like.
Exactly. Why are you all laughing? Doug's sitting there. What the hell is he
Yeah,
laughing about?
what I just walk into.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I don't know. I mean, maybe this is one that we should ask these two. Are
Yeah.
you a rhino telexomaniac?
I'm afraid to answer that question. I'm going to guess no. I'm not a rhinotelexomaniac.
Well, you might not be a maniac.
No, but you're.
Yeah,
Everybody's done it. Though.
sure. Yes.
A rhinotelexomaniac.
Yes.
Yes.
Something to do with the nose?
Yes. Exactly.
Yes. And maniac would be you do it a lot.
Chronic nose picker.
I was going to say, is it chronic nose picker?
Yes, and when a survey showed that no chronic nose picking leads to Alzheimer's disease because of the bacteria that goes into the brain.
So my solution was, if you're going to do it, just wash your hands.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
Okay. Well, it's just good advice to the nose pickers out there.
Yeah. And who isn't? We all are. We all do it.
Do we?
You don't know. You don't pick your nose.
That was
Ever.
my-
I mean, I'll
I'll-
take a Kleenex sometimes if something's
that's
lodged. but-
exactly. Yeah.
But I don't. I mean,
That's such
look,
a Doug move. Everybody's at everybody once in a while you're at a red light. You have to pick. You pick. Doug
God's not denying it.
Doug will go. You have his tissue box on the front seat. You
Everybody
get-
masturbates.
I'm going to walk out
It's the same
of
thing,
the
right?
studio and I'm
do
going
it.
to walk back in.
Would you rather have this moment right now or last
I
week?
don't really. Yeah.
This time last week.
Could you have done this Friday when I wasn't in?
Are you more of a champ or a chump if you
kind of
masturbate?
What kind of maniac is that?
Now that I don't know how to answer.
I did not see that one coming. Oh, wow.
Everybody poops. Yes. Things everybody does. Yes. Everybody farts.
Yes.
Not everybody talks about it publicly, and
Well,
not
that's
everybody
it.
talks about it on the radio.
That's it right there. Of course.
This is highly unacceptable.
Well, what do you young men have planned for today's show? You're not gonna do the pick and roll?
No. sports and stuff.
You look so uncomfortable.
Different kind of pick and roll.
Exactly. All right. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Karsch and Anderson are next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. Doug Karsch alongside Scott Anderson. How are you today?
Doing all right.
Yeah. Did you have a good weekend?
It was nice to see the sun. I came out,
Yeah.
saw it both days, put a smile on my face. Got out, walked both days.
Yeah.
So it was nice. Very nice. Actually, we got a little sun on Friday, so it was like Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, for those of us that are into the skiing, this is not a great winter, and I'm up north. I mean, hey, there was snow, but it's not great snow, but there was snow. No, it was all
I thought
wet.
up north they had plenty of snow.
They did, but they've had warm weather lately, and it's all man-made, and it's pretty wet. And the problem is when it gets wet, it gets cold at night, it ices over, and then, they make snow, which is cool, but it gets pretty icy and can get a little treacherous in the areas I like to ski. They don't get snow, and so it gets really icy.
But then don't you get to go real fast?
I mean, yeah, sure, but I prefer. Well, everybody prefers better conditions than we had this weekend. But hey, it's better than not skiing at all. So had a good weekend up north. Long weekend up north. I need to do it again. Need to do it more often.
Yeah.
Yes.
No longer dry January.
No. That we moved into February. Took it a couple days into February, but that was good enough. I gained my rules. I'm out, but it was good. Had a couple beers and enjoyed myself. So, any highlights? Anything fun?
You know what? I thought I had, potential plans to do a couple things, and I just didn't. I just kind of hung around the house and did a little bit of cleanup. I finally took the tree down.
Yeah.
The Christmas tree, that is. And it's, for me, it's the lights that I use. I have two different kinds of lights. I have the ones you just kind of wrap around the tree in a spiral fashion. And I have there's 6 sets of them to get them to go all the way around the tree because it's like a 7-foot tree, 8-foot tree. And then I have this these micro LED lights that are all connected to like a very thin wire.
Yeah.
But there's like 16 strands that come out of it. So it's almost like a cone that sits on top of the tree. Then you have to pull each strand apart and weave them in. A real pain in the ass.
So you have 2 separate light systems on one tree?
Yeah. Well, the problem was when I bought the tree several years ago, it was already a pre-lit tree, and then the lights slowly started to go out because they weren't LED lights, they were incandescent lights, and so when they all went out, then I got that cone thing, and I realized, well, that kind of sucks because by the time you weave them all the way down, they don't get all the way to the bottom of the tree, and they're just white. So then I got these other ones to spiral on the way up and different colors and that, and it's just, yeah, after dealing with this, I've determined that the micro LED lights, they look great. Ain't going to happen again.
No,
I'll just get another couple strands of the other ones and just use that.
Gotcha.
Much easier to deal with. But nonetheless, got that taken care of. Took down some of the decorations from Christmas. Finally, as we're into February, I figure it's about time. And now I have a big empty space in front of my window that looks out in the backyard. Like, whoa, look at that.
So
That is a down tree.
First weekend without football. And we'll obviously have it back next weekend. But
What are you talking about? They had the Pro Bowl festivities.
yeah, so no football, and bothered me more than I thought it would. I was feeling a void, and I think it has to do with the Lions making a deep run. And I was just like, huh.
Yep.
Bothered me more than previous years. This is what it's like, huh? This is what it's like. Because it probably I was thinking about it. It was not just football. It was important football, where we're kind of accustomed to not having important football games for most of November and December.
This is true.
And now we had important football games deep into January. So it really shifted the calendar.
Yeah, last week of January, in fact.
Pretty wild when you really think about it, because, there was a lot of give up on the Lions midway through the season, typically. And occasionally they'd make a run and play some important late season games. But, this wasn't just a few more weeks. This feels like it was a couple more months longer.
Yeah, this was great. It really was. And I'm learning to appreciate it each day that goes by more and more.
Yeah.
Which also means that I'm getting a little more pissed now.
I know, right? A week later. And
yeah, I was fine. A couple days afterwards, I was in a pretty good place, and then over the weekend, I started to get the damn it. Mm-hmm. But I'm fine. It's just, and I guess it speaks to how great this season was. The expectations change, and how much everybody really, really loves this team, and you desperately want to be good. But then I also start to think about the trajectory of where this team is at. And now that expectation is that this team is competing for NFC championships and the right to go to the Super Bowl for a while here. I expect this team to be right back in the playoffs. And I know the competition is going to be a little more fierce for the NFC North title because Green Bay looks like they're pretty good. Chicago could really improve themselves. Minnesota isn't going to be any pushover either. Lions played them twice in the last 3 weeks, and we're both a little bit of nail-biting games. It's going to be a tough division. It's going to be a fun football season to come. But I think back to the previous dozen years before Jared Goff and company were here, and there weren't many years it felt like that going into the offseason after the team made the playoffs, you're like, okay, here we go, another playoff run. Now maybe it's because it just didn't happen back to back. They make the playoffs 3 times in the 12 years that number 9 was the quarterback.
Whatever it was, something like that.
So they never really had that string together a few really good seasons.
Yeah.
The Lions with the Barry Sanders teams, those teams strung together a couple of good seasons together, and then they take a year off and then get back to the playoffs or whatever. This one feels like it's built differently. This one's built correctly and for sustainability. So I'm looking forward to this offseason. There are obvious moves that can be made in free agency. We'll look at the draft in the weeks and months to come, but there's ways to improve this team dramatically because they do have holes on the team.
Well, the man that constructed it is scheduled to speak today, Brad Holmes. Pushed his news conference to today. So Brad Holmes will speak today, as will Roger Goodell with his annual State of the League Super Bowl address. So the Holmes thing, I know you guys talked about it a little bit on Friday, but there's a bunch of questions and a bunch of decisions that he needs to make. Monday's mean Champ and Chump. We'll get our Champ and Chump nominations in. We'll get into what Brad Holmes had to say. Weird weekend in sports, man. No football. We had the 2 All-Star game activities, which I think can be met with great enthusiasm. Like, I think you can really get into that stuff. I personally don't. I don't begrudge people that do. I think if you love the skills competition and enjoy the games, that's fine. I've tried in the past, and I'm just saying, it doesn't do it for me. But doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it if you like it. I just can't get into it. But it's kind of a weird sports vacuum, like this void over the weekend. But we do have a general manager speaking today who has just constructed the most intriguing Detroit Lions team and perhaps era of our lifetime, where the window, it feels like, is just opening. But what do we expect out of the GM? And what are some of the critical decisions he has to make? We will get into that as the show continues. Plus, Champ and Chump, we'll have our nominations today at 10:35. We want yours. Here on Carson Anderson, it's Super Bowl week, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All-star activities over the weekend in two of our leagues, the NHL and the NFL. Of course, the NFL, the bye week, and now we get into Super Bowl week. The teams arrive. Opening night is tonight, which is this bizarre red carpet contrived event. But, I mean, I guess it's a chance for the players to be in front of the fans. And so, I mean, maybe it's the coolest thing ever if you're actually there. And maybe it's the coolest thing ever if your team's in it. My God, we're so close to being in it. Still dealing with that hangover, Gator. Still dealing with the hangover of what happened 8 days ago. But is what it is. And it's weird. Like this off season, everything feels out of whack because they played so late. And it's funny. I'm looking down at like the Twitch feed. It's coming back in real time. And by the way, you can stream the show on Twitch. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. I mean, some of the comments in the streaming chat there, None Special Here Now says, it's because you're not on mock draft 15.5. It throws off your system.
I think that's a big part of it.
Alan Edwards, 56. I've been going through the football withdrawal too. So many years of having it over right after the holidays. This is new territory for Lions fans. And yeah, I hear you. I mean, I don't know. You get into the routine and the routine is all messed up, which I'm happy about, but I'm in a weird place right now.
No, I know.
I'm in a very weird place.
We all are. We're all because our show is different than what it was before.
Mm-hmm.
We have been used to scouring the pages for mock drafts to discuss.
Dude, the Senior Bowl was a huge deal.
Didn't talk about it at all.
No.
I mean, it was Saturday, but I didn't even think. I totally forgot about the game, and then like Sunday, scrolling around trying to find something, and
yep.
Oh yeah, that was yesterday. Whoops.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Well, Brad Holmes is scheduled to speak today. We'll get into what we hope he says, things that he may or may not reveal. I don't expect him to give out the whole game plan, but we might get a sense for what this offseason will entail for the Detroit Lions. Let's get to your phone calls. Mark's in Howell, and he's on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Mark.
Good morning, man. How are you?
Okay.
Good. Yeah, we're in this funk between the Lions going as far as they did and, these all-star games and the flag football, all-pro and all this. But I wanted to chime in on my champ and chump for the first time on your show.
Great. Let's hear it.
Well, my champ is the women's MSU gymnastics team. First time in 33 years. Took out the Lady Wolverines.
MSU gymnastics.
And my chump is Weaver going into the NBA drafts.
Trade deadline?
Trade deadline this week?
Right. And my daughter was a gymnast for 14 years, so I always follow the women gymnasts. So I wanted to chime in on that, and you can look that up. That's a big victory for them.
Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, Michigan has had a dominant women's gymnastics program, and yeah, Michigan State. What is it? 1990? Isn't that what they said was?
33 years. Yeah.
Thank you for phone calls and your votes. It's funny. And trying to perfectly sum up how we feel in Detroit, and I guess not everybody, so I shouldn't try to speak for everybody. It is literally going from games with the utmost importance. Over the last month, there was a Rose Bowl, a national championship game, 2 playoff wins, an NFC title game.
Right.
And this weekend on the marquee were games with zero importance. The Pro Bowl and the NHL All-Star Game. Like, we went from the most intense it could be sort of each week through the month of January to the least intense it could possibly be.
And a couple of Piston games.
Like I said, and I think the stark contrast is what it is. Like, we've never experienced this, and the way that it played itself out from week after week after week of highly intense, everything on the line, win or go home, college and NFL football, to literally no importance on the outcome of games.
Nothing.
It's I think that's why I'm kind of feeling the way I'm feeling today and why this weekend was so – it was just like a giant void.
Well, it'll get footballed back up because of Brad Holmes speaking, and then everything gets ramped up with this being Super Bowl week. You start to hear more stuff. You've got stuff that came out of the weekend. Ben Johnson being slandered.
Yep.
By sources.
Yep.
That whole bit. If you did watch any of the Pro Bowl stuff, the Lions were well represented with Sam Laporta and Jahmyr Gibbs, and Hutchinson was there. Amon-Ra St. Brown. They were all kind of up front in person if you watched any of it.
Yeah, I did.
Alex DeBrincat was a star over the weekend.
That's cool, yeah. Yep, I hear you.
Top 100 list for various outlets for Major League Baseball prospects have hit the last week.
Yeah.
The Tigers are well represented in that.
Yeah.
A couple different fronts. Somebody even had them as, I think it was ESPN, had them as the third ranked organization in baseball right now.
Yep. It's just weird.
The minor league system.
It's just weird. It's just really it's kind of a cold turkey. We went cold turkey on sports.
Yeah.
And I think all our bodies are still adjusting. All right, so Brad Holmes speaks today. And our general manager of our NFL team has always been like super measured, and I guess many GMs are. That's not necessarily unique. But I wonder if we'll get any insight into a change in approach, if you will, to the offseason. Building it is one thing. Maintaining or improving upon it is a different skill set. And there comes challenges. We've talked about this a lot. When your team is terrible, A, you kind of need everything. B, you don't have players worth re-signing. C, you have more resources. You have higher draft picks, and you probably have more cap space because your players aren't worth bringing back. And then you get to the point where you can build it because you can add to virtually any position group because you stink. And you can sign free agents to virtually any position group. If a guy's interested in you, you bring him in because he's going to help. And you get to the point where you're average. And then you take that next step to being above average. Now, the challenges are pretty obvious. You don't need everything. You have very specific needs. You don't have as good draft position because you've won. You don't have as much cap space to spend because you've got players that you need to re-sign and players that you have re-signed. So how do you take that step from being really good to being great? Or whatever you want to call what the Lions are to what the Lions want to be. Because it's different. It's a lot different than when you're building it.
Yeah, it's about putting yourself over the top now. Now, instead of being a team that maybe could contend, you're a team that contends. You know, we've seen Red Wing teams in the past when they were going for the Stanley Cup in the mid to late 90s. That team in 95 that went to the Stanley Cup finals and got swept by New Jersey was a really good team, but they got swept. You know, the following year they had the Draper incident against Colorado, and then the 97 team that won it, they made a move to put themselves over the top. They looked at the roster and said, what do we need? We need a power forward that's going to do something, and we got to give somebody to get something. Out goes Paul Coffey and Keith Primo, and in comes Brendan Shanahan. And that changed things dramatically. Also, getting a goaltender like Mike Vernon changed things around. You know, that helped to do it. That put him over the top. Is there a move like that for the Lions to put them over the top to get there? Absolutely. There are moves that can be made, whether you want to sign free agents or if you want to try to work a trade to get that dominant player. You can do it, and we'll see if Brad Holmes is going to go that route.
I mean, if he does what he always did and has always done, there hasn't been splash signings and there hasn't been long-term free agent deals. It feels like almost all the free agents, almost all of them have been one-year deals. Mm-hmm. The approach in the draft has been best player available.
Sure.
Like the whole position thing, I mean, how many times have we heard him say, we're looking for football players? Now, as we talk about Dan Campbell being true to who he is, Brad Holmes Is he going to stay true to who he has been, or is it required? Does he have to shift the approach? Does he have to now that they are where they are, does he have to change what they have done? And we might get a sense for that today when he speaks to the media, but I don't know what the right thing to do is. I trust the guy. I mean, what he has done has been fantastic, but it feels to me like you have to put it into context. And the context now is they're really good trying to get to great. So can you mesh what you've done with what your specific needs are to make that next step?
Well, it's kind of like a slow and steady wins the race approach versus impatience.
Mm-hmm.
And the final 4 teams who were in the NFL this year, the Lions have been, I'm not going to say slow and steady because it's been such a fast rise to where they're at, but it's been done because of what they've done in the draft, and they haven't made the big splash, as you said, in free agency. They've been very measured with what they've given out in contracts. Baltimore, did they make a big splash? I don't know if they've made big splash signings. I suppose Roquan Smith was one that could help them. San Francisco. I mean, they made a trade to get Chase Young, but Chase Young hasn't been ridiculous, but the rest of that team has been built. It's kind of slow and steady. And Kansas City had to go the other way. They lost some giant players in that team, and yet they still do it. How are they still doing it? Because their best players are some of the best players in the league. They've been able to hang on to them. There's a case made to be staying this course and stay measured. And yet, as a fan, I'm excited because I saw where they're at. They've got cap space. I want them to go make a splash and not just get the guy that's, this guy's a solid corner. I want a top corner. This guy's a solid defensive lineman. I want a top defensive lineman.
And yet I feel like if we start talking about that, we might find ourselves let down. Because it's just not been Brad Holmes' approach. And I don't think it's that he doesn't want top players. I think it has a lot to do with he doesn't want to overcommit financially and back himself into a corner.
Well, and yet last year, there was a splash signing, but it was a 1-year contract. It was C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
And obviously he got hurt, missed a ton of time, and came back towards the end of the season. But is that a sign that he's willing to do it, but maybe he's not going to do like a 3-year, $75 million contract for somebody?
248-539-9797. We'll get to our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Our Champ and Chump nominations coming up in a moment. Let's go to Dave. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dave?
Hey, man, this is my first time calling in. I listen to you guys every day. I'm a delivery driver, so I just want to say I appreciate you guys doing what you do. And I just want to talk about the Lions and the Super Bowl, man, and watching the game, you know. Of course I'm going to watch the game. I'm a football fan, dude. That's what we watch football for the big game at the end of the year. All the teams going at it to see who's at it at the end of the year. But you know why this year hurts the most, man? Because watching them playoff games, man, every game I watched, the Lions played good. We deserved to be there. And that's what hurts me the most about this year is that this was the team, man. We had it set up. I mean, look at Dallas. They laid an egg. Baltimore laid an egg. The Lions consistently came out until that second half in that 49ers game. They came out and played good ball. Mm-hmm. I mean, solid ball. Super Bowl team ball. And we came out and laid an egg. And I think that's why all the fans are just so hurt. And some people are still in that depression state and saying they're not going to watch the Super Bowl and whatnot.
Well, you know what it was?
Hurt,
it's that game. The NFC Championship game was validation because the first two games, you know, some people would say, oh, well, they barely got past the Rams. And, you know, that Tampa Bay game, that could have gone the other way. They were lucky just to get it in Detroit because, you know, Dallas, blew their opportunity. And so they got the two home games. The NFC Championship game was going to be validation because they would have to win that game on the road at San Francisco against a team that everybody thought was the best team in the NFC, and they were doing it.
I understand, and it's a big game, and we should have won. That's the biggest thing is we validated ourselves when we should have won. And those first two games, yeah, you can say they were close games. That's how the playoffs are, though, man. And who came out on top? The Lions did.
Well, it's also there playoff games. You have teams that come out. You have teams that come out and don't play well in a half of football. That's playoff football too, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that is what it is.
Dave, I'm feeling you.
Say that.
I know exactly how you feel. I don't know how to put into words. I guess I have as best I can. This strange feeling this weekend. For those of us whose lives are, you know, if you're really into sports, we went through one of the most intense Januaries, one of the most intense months of our lifetime as it pertains to football. And I get it. Not everybody cared about Michigan's run, but for Michigan fans and those, I mean, obviously being as steeped in it as I was, to go from the Rose Bowl to the national title game to 2 playoff wins to an NFC title game, and then this past weekend have nothing. I don't know that there's a very, like in my life, I'm not depressed. I'm not a depressed person. But from a sports perspective, this weekend was depressing. Like there was just this weird void because of the massive stakes that were on the line through January, and we get to the first weekend in February and nothing. We had all-star games, which couldn't matter less, the outcome of those games. And now we get into Super Bowl week. And like, I think one of the weirdest, most contrived things that they do in the Super Bowl now is this opening night. It's like they've decided they want to have a red carpet affair. And it probably is a completely different experience if your team is the one that's being paraded out there. And it wasn't just that we were close. We were a half away. It doesn't feel like they came up a game short. It feels like they came up 30 minutes short. And maybe one stop short, one drive short. It's just a weird time. All right, let's get to our Champ and Chump. Champ and Chump on a weekend. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Gator, I'm going to champ Ben Johnson. The way that thing played out at the end of last week and all the circumstances that led to him coming back as the Detroit Lions offensive coordinator, that was like the best news of the post-San Francisco week, so I'm champing Ben Johnson.
I hear you. I love that he's coming back. I love that Aaron Glenn's coming back, and that they're adding to this coaching staff, and they're setting themselves up for success again. My champ is Alex DeBrincat. Scored a couple goals in the All-Star game, and then ends up with the game winner in the shootout for Team Matthews. Just really nice to see the Red Wings forward performing well on a big stage.
My chump, as aforementioned, I think the NFL and Roger Goodell, they're doing their press conference today, and they have changed it to invite only. They're only including invited members of the media, which sounds very, very bizarre to me. And on top of that, they're parking it right before player appearances. And the belief is that Roger Goodell is kind of running from topics and trying to hide a little bit here. And I find it very curious that the NFL is doing that.
I wouldn't think that. I would think that they just want to streamline it. Let's get legitimate media in there. They'll ask the questions. You hope they ask the questions. What I think it does is gets rid of the riffraff, the stupid comedy bits that people are trying to do with Roger Goodell. Hey, here's somebody from Tel Aviv asking questions or whatever the sports basketball or whatever.
I read like Mike Florio wasn't invited, and that doesn't seem like a guy that would be doing that.
Well, we'll see who is. But my chump is Juwan Howard. That team is awful that Michigan has on the court. They're undisciplined, turning the ball over, playing for themselves. And then he threatens he's going to play walk-on players. Don't threaten. Just do it. It sends a message. You don't have to let everybody else know what you're doing. You can tell them afterwards. Say, hey, why we have all these walk-ons on there? Because my starters weren't playing well.
They have led 15 games at half and won 7 of them, which, I mean, is an incredible lack of success, which gets traced back to, is it coaching? Are they out of shape? But that's a trend too much to ignore. 248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in here on Karsch and Anderson. And again, Brad Holmes is speaking today. And Gator, this is probably the first chance that he will get to publicly address the Jared Goff situation. And will he commit to anything? Probably not. But do we walk away from this today with a sense that they are going to re-sign him? And Gator, I feel like we will walk away with a sense that they are going to re-sign him. I think with the news that Ben Johnson is coming back, I think that it cranks up the sense of urgency, given how well that marriage works, to make sure that there is. I don't think that it's total commitment, but I think today they want to walk away with the idea that this is our guy and we hope to have this deal done soon. You can't commit to it publicly. I think we'll feel pretty good about Goff coming back after today.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be an extension. He's here next year, so you move forward with something like that. I think that it would behoove Brad Holmes to let everybody know that they intend on bringing the quarterback, not well beyond this upcoming season. I don't disagree with that. I don't know if having Ben Johnson come back has anything to do with it, because if Ben Johnson leaves after next season, that's when the extension would kick in. So we'll see. But I do expect Brad Holmes to say they're going to be committing to this quarterback. They're going to do everything they can to get something done. Both sides want to, and I hope that something like that is said. Because if he says both sides, we're working towards this, we'll get it done, then I think it's going to get done. If you just come out and say, we want him back, we'll see, well then that tells you something else.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Ben Johnson thing, I'm starting to wonder if he's not in it for the long haul here. And the various reports that are out there, some feel like it's damage control that he didn't interview well, but it might be true. And some insiders have indicated to me that Ben Johnson's perfectly happy doing what he's doing. He's kind of like, why am I chasing that if I'm A, good at this, and B, love it? So we'll see. We'll see, but I'm starting to like the way that is trending. Back to your phone calls in a moment, 248-539-9797. It's Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Twin Peaks is happy to announce it's the big Sunday game week, and now you got a lot to be happy about. Although Detroit did not make it, it doesn't mean you can't still enjoy this great matchup. It's the last chance to enjoy the NFL until the fall. Twin Peaks is taking reservations for the big day, so call now and reserve your spot today. Every location will be offering in-store squares to the first 100 customers with a chance to win some Detroit football team autographed jerseys and memorabilia, signed swag from Jackson Ragnow and others. Pair that up with your favorite tailgate food and an experience like no other. Wings, queso, fried pickles, cheese bites, burgers. They've got it all. Wash it all down with a 29-degree frozen draft that you will love. And the best part is, of course, the Twin Peaks girls are there, making your experience that much better. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. To find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Who do we got next here? Jim, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jim?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Okay.
I just want to, real quick, a little champ out to the Michigan Wolverine wrestling team. So I've heard you talk this morning about, the void this weekend without having the football and really not having a lot to watch. I kind of follow wrestling from a distance. I don't have a kid or anyone that wrestled at the collegiate level, but I enjoy the sport. And watching them knock off number 2 Iowa on Friday night was a lot of fun. They wrestled their butts off, come off that loss to Ohio State, and knocked off number 2 Iowa. So that was great to see. So that's my champ. And if you're not a wrestling fan, you don't understand the scoring, I'd encourage you to maybe dig into it this time of year. It gets pretty exciting to see a lot of these kids that might have wrestled in the My Way circuits. A shout out to Braden Davis for Penn State, true freshman from Belleville, Michigan, 4-time state champion at Dundee High School, the only undefeated 125-pounder in Division I wrestling right now, ranked number 3 in the nation. It's just It's different than football. It's just exciting.
Jim, there's two things. I got two comments. Okay, one is that event was on my radar because that was the first event at the University of Michigan where they were selling alcohol, and I wondered if it impacted the crowd in any way. They sold beer at the wrestling match against Iowa, and two was you bring it up. I don't know anybody that's like into the Olympic sports as much as I am. I have no sense for wrestling whatsoever. I don't understand it. I don't get it. You mentioned the scoring system, and it's not that I have anything against it. I just don't get it, and I never have. And so, I'm glad they got a little shout out and a mention here. But Gator, are you into wrestling?
Only the pros.
Yeah, I know, right? Not the into wrestling.
No, occasionally I will watch amateur wrestling because I'm fascinated by what these athletes do, how they twist themselves into pretzels, and they're able to maintain leverage and weight control and all this. It's really kind of fascinating. But I don't typically tune in too much.
Who you got as a chump, Jim?
It's got to be Michigan basketball. I'm probably more direct towards Juwan Howard. Just very disappointed. I can't even get into watching it. Used to, this time of year, I would watch it. John Beilein and Michigan would be making a run, and it was more interesting. And I just very disappointed in the direction of the program. And I don't know what the answer is, but hopefully someone there does and can get it turned around.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. John, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, how are you? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think my emotions, like you watch ESPN, I think I'm jealous of San Francisco or envious every time I see them talk about them because I'm like, why are they in the Super Bowl? I'm like, normally we watch the Super Bowls here in Detroit, have Super Bowl parties. We're on it. We're not attached emotionally. But now I'm like, I've never been a hater. I kind of don't like San Francisco at all because I'm like, they have their coach made better decisions than ours. It's like, unless the field goal kicker was injured, how do you not know that a professional field goal kicker who kicks a 54-yard field goal 2 weeks ago indoors is that capable of making a 45-yard field goal outside?
Well, just to keep streamlined here and focused a little bit and not have the show go off the tracks here, I understand your bitterness towards this thing. I blank and hate San Francisco right now. And I am so hard rooting for the Chiefs, and I do not like the Chiefs. But I want the Chiefs to win this Super Bowl 1,000-0. I'm in a weird place.
Yeah, I've never felt like, it was very, very close. We're talking about a quarter and a half from being from the Super Bowl.
I know.
And, you said this 1,000 times, but if we kick the field goal, even if we miss
keep focused, John. Keep focused on your emotions today.
Don't do
no,
it.
we don't want to start. We don't want to rip that wound open. I understand your emotions.
I'm still in therapy. It's all good. Still in therapy.
Yeah.
All good.
I mean, Doug missed Friday's show because of this topic.
Not 100% true,
No,
but
that's 100% true.
But in retrospect,
you walked away. You stormed out of the building on
Thursday. If the show goes down that road again today, I'm not showing up tomorrow.
Thank you guys for taking my call.
All right, thanks, John.
A strong embargo proposal is being drafted as we speak.
We measured the distance of the chair that you threw after Thursday's show. Ken, was it 27 feet? 27.2, something like that?
Are we including the end zone as well, part of the yardage?
Yeah, I mean, just total distance. I thought it was 27 feet, 2 inches.
All good.
9 yards.
Well, stay focused. Feedback coming in here from an unnamed texter. Champ of the week, Penei Sewell, who looks like a beast even at the Pro Bowl. Chump has to go to the NHL. Their All-Star weekend is a joke.
I watched some of I watched more than I thought it was of both, actually. And the NHL, they keep trying, and they keep trying to come up with new things to do. I didn't think it was awful. The thing that bothered me, I guess, was the selection of who gets to participate in the All-Star game. And at one point, there's like 4 or 5 Maple Leafs. There's like 4 or 5 Vancouver Canucks out there, and of course, here we are in Detroit. Our team's good, and we have 1 Red Wing. There's no Mo Seider, no Dylan Larkin. There's Alex DeBrincat, deserves to be there. And I'm watching all these goaltenders go out there, and they're showing their season stats. And I'm like, well, Lions better. Lions been better. Lions been better. And not that I think of Alex Lyon as an all-star goaltender, but it was just kind of weird how, the teams are formed, how they're selected. And then you get to the 3-on-3 stuff, the 3-on-3 tournaments. And I thought it was a gimmick at one point. I think we can get back to having a game, conference versus conference, have a game. I'd like to see it get back to that. Maybe they will at some point, but I respect that they're trying.
Yeah. From an unnamed texter, my entire interest in the NFL Pro Bowl stemmed from the fact that I love our guys. I watched intently just to see our Lions in a different setting. That's from an unnamed texter. You said you watched some of it?
I did watch some of it, yeah. I saw Amon-Ra St. Brown and the dodgeball. I mean, these weird things. Sam Laporta catching punts, with 5 footballs already in his arms. He's trying to catch a 6th and unfortunately dropped it. But former Lion Miles Killebrew did catch a 6th, which was interesting. I watched St. Brown and Laporta and Gibbs. I saw a couple plays that they made in the game. But it's a flag football game. It just, there's not a ton of interest. There was nothing else on yesterday as I'm flipping through channels. There was literally nothing on. No golf because the final round had been canceled because of the weather out there in California, the Pebble Beach. So I'm like, what else am I doing?
There's a couple Big Ten basketball games. No? All right. Champ, Wyndham Clark, course record 60 at Pebble Beach, Chump Pistons.
I watched that, the course record, the day he shot that. That was amazing. He shot 28 on the front 9, missed 2 putts on the back 9 by a combined 3 inches, left them short. That would have put him to immortality. It's one thing to shoot a 59. He could have shot a 58. It was amazing.
It truly is amazing. Brian in New Huddy, morning. My champ is DeBrincat, NHL All-Star performance, Chump, Michigan basketball. Another vote for both of them. 248-539-9797. Get your champ and Chump votes in. And Tim writes in, my champ, Earl the Twirl. Yeah, Earl Curitan passing this weekend. And reading what I read, it actually made me very disappointed that I never met him, because what I'm hearing over and over and over and over and over again is a great dude.
Yeah. I got to meet him a couple of times, but it was very brief. This guy, hi, nice to meet you, and like a sentence or two afterwards. But very nice guy. I watched Sportsworks last night with Dan Miller, and he had it wasn't actually, it was Woody Woodruff, and then Wojo and Birchie were on with him, and they both said some great things about him. And I heard what a great guy he was, but pretty much everybody says, oh, this guy's a great guy. But then you get specific to why he was great, and it was pretty cool, and it's sad. 66 years old, and he had done the basketball game for UAD on Saturday night
with our good friend Dan Hasty, and ESPN Plus, and so certainly our thoughts and prayers to his friends and family. Surprising passing of Earl the Pearl Monroe, and we lost Carl Weathers over the weekend too.
The actor who played Apollo Creed and Chubbs, from Happy Gilmore. Was in The Mandalorian. This was iconic roles for this guy. And Carl Weathers, former football player, believe was with the Raiders organization.
He was with the Raiders, yeah.
And ended up becoming an actor. And the role of Apollo Creed, he was so perfect for that role. His personality, his charisma in that role for 4 movies was amazing. And it's sad. It's sad to lose Apollo Creed, to lose Carl Weathers.
All right. Wonder how much this impacts sports fans around Detroit. There was news over the weekend. We'll get to that today at 11:06. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. It's officially Super Bowl week, and that means that opening night, a.k.a. Media Day, will be happening out in Las Vegas. Plenty of interesting questions and spectacles likely to happen, but apparently Chiefs star Travis Kelce says that he's kind of into that. Well, the Chiefs currently sit as 2.5-point underdogs to the Niners as of this morning on FanDuel. Elsewhere in football news, the UFL is almost here for its inaugural season, and the Michigan Panthers, they're going to play 5 games at Ford Field, beginning with a March 30th tilt against the Battlehawks downtown. And for those who missed it, the USFL and XFL merged to create this new league. It'll still be 5 more days before the Red Wings play their next game as NHL All-Star Weekend came to a close. Alex DeBrincat repping Detroit well, and tonight, Detroit prospect Jonathan Berggren is set to play in the AHL All-Star Game in San Jose. The Griffin Star will play for the Central Division team in the round-robin tournament. Also, a lot of important decisions may need to be made by Pistons GM Troy Weaver as we enter trade deadline week. The cutoff to make moves is coming up on Thursday. There were rumors of a connection to Bulls star Zach LaVine before he decided to undergo season-ending shoulder surgery. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
My sincere apologies if I said Earl Monroe. Of course, Earl Curitan passing this weekend. 248-539-9797.
Just one other one to mention on the music scene. Legendary guitar player Wayne Kramer from the MC5 Detroit band also passed over the weekend, and it was very, very influential in the music scene in the 70s in Detroit, the punk rock scene, and turning into the hard rock scene. And MC5 was one of these bands that really carried the torch here for around the city and in the nation. They got a lot of recognition each year. Their name pops up for possible nomination and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and unfortunately never have gotten in, but Wayne Kramer, very influential.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Hoss. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Hoss.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
Hey, Hoss.
Hey, Champ and Chump. Champ, Greg Campy, the Oakland University Golden Grizzlies. Playing really well right now, winning 9 of the last 10, tied first in the Horizon League. I know it's a local team, awesome. which is a good bridge into my Chump, which is Juwan Howard and the Michigan basketball team. Good bridge. Obviously, it's no secret people are disappointed with how they're playing right now. If you want to change the direction and go away from watching that stuff and watch another team in the Oakland University Golden Grizzlies. And also, Juwan Howard. Obviously, I kind of feel bad for saying this because he obviously went through a health scare there. But long and short, he brought in the Fab Five to help motivate these guys. What's interesting about that is I don't think any of these kids were born in the Fab Five were playing. So I think it's difficult for them to relate to that story there. So those are my champs and my chump.
Yeah, it's really weird. You get to an age where you do realize that, when you start doing the math, and no, they might have known them as NBA players or, but it isn't quite the same when the further you move away from it. But yeah, look, the health scare thing with Juwan is part of the story, but I don't know that it is all of the story. And, there's major, major disappointment in the way they keep losing. Like they have a lead at halftime and nobody's like, so what? Because everybody's like, so what? Because they blow so many games in the second half. It's been a disturbing trend.
What do they have on the season? 7 or 8 wins?
Yes. 7 or 8 wins, something of that nature. But this is the funny thing is I look at them, I don't think it's the worst Michigan basketball team I've seen over the course of history, but their record might reflect as much. 248-539-9797. All right, so I mentioned this before the break, and I'm not, it was sad to see this weekend that Northville Downs had its final races this weekend after 80 years. The track was sold to a housing developer several years ago, and the races, I guess continued. It wasn't necessarily on my radar. But the races continued through until this weekend, and they had their last races at Northville Downs. There is a proposal of a track being built in Plymouth Township, but that has been, I guess, roadblocked with some, whether it's red tape or I don't know whether or not this track is going to ever be built. But it sounds like there is a bit of an impasse between Plymouth Township and the owners. But as often happens, you will see something that is announced to be closed, and everybody floods out to support it one last time.
It was a restaurant locally that had announced that they were going to close their doors after 30 years in business, and I guess that over the weekend they got flooded with they're having to expand their hours during the week because people are wanting to get the reservations for one last time there.
Yeah. Look, it's sad to see anything go, but if the market dictates, and it gets sold, I don't know what can be done, and people will get upset about things like that, and yet I'm going to guess here that if it was doing great, it never would have got sold.
Well, that's the thing. You look at when we were kids growing up, you had several different tracks in Southeast Michigan for horse racing and harness racing. And then just recently, we had two. You had Hazel Park, and then you had Northville Downs. And I believe they operated opposite each other. Like one would be during the summer months, and the other would be like fall into winter, or, spring and summer, that type of thing. I'm not sure if they ever worked at the same time, but neither one could last. And I know with Hazel Park over the years, they had put all their eggs in the basket of being able to gain a gambling license beyond just the horse racing. This was, when the casinos were getting started, they put all the eggs in the basket because they were promised, I guess the story goes, they were promised that they were going to be able to do that. And they started building the facility next to it and had this giant, like 20,000 square foot area that they were
like a casino.
Yeah, they were going to set up with slot machines and the like, and then it kept getting roadblocked because the casinos didn't want that to happen. They didn't want to have the horse racing have that avenue as well. But it was a revenue stream that they were counting on that they didn't get, and it helped to bankrupt what was going on at Hazel Park. And so now you're watching, okay, all they have is Northville now. It's not sustainable. So how do you, is this just a dying industry? And, Mike's a better person to talk about this because obviously Mike is really into the horse racing. And I don't know if it's something that could, if people have plans, you don't make plans unless you know you're going to make money off of it. So I don't know what the business model is that makes horse racing viable in Metro Detroit or Southeast Michigan.
Well, my whole thing is there are sports that I'm not as into, and some that we're really into, and others are not. But I hate seeing something go away that our area had that people got some enjoyment out of. And so it is sad to see Northville Downs close. Just from a standpoint, is I feel bad for the people that were into it.
Oh yeah,
and I know that there is a portion of our community that was into it. The reality is, if more people were into it, A, probably wouldn't be going away, or B, it'd be quicker to have a facility, a replacement facility built.
Well, you think about, the facility itself, how much acreage has to be taken up by this. The track is one thing, then the stands are another thing, and then you've got the paddock area and, all this, the parking and whatnot. It's a massive undertaking to have that kind of land set aside specifically for this. So you're talking about, hundreds of millions of dollars probably to get this thing going. And then from that point, how does it work? It's a long-term investment in an industry that may not have long-term success, which explains why it failed here locally.
It's too bad because we obviously know everything's about money in the end. If it doesn't make money, it's just not gonna last, right?
Yep.
I remember I would be in Vegas. And it would be late night out there, 2, 3 a.m., whatever. They were showing like races from Hazel Park, what you could bet on, So it makes me think, with Northville Downs, Hazel Park, like there wasn't money to be made streaming these, like with advertisers or whoever, grab one of these big betting sites and have them pay you amount of money. I don't know how much it would take. Obviously, I'm assuming they thought about this stuff, and then you're right, Gator, with the slot machines or restaurants, whatever they need to do to make this more a viable, more profitable business so it could be around, because I like having entertainment options.
Yep.
And I feel bad, like you, Doug. I'm part of the problem. I didn't go to these enough to support them personally, but I like it. I feel bad for the people that wanted them around, and it's unfortunate that it's just another thing that's taken away for, I don't know, apartments, condos, whatever it is,
I went a handful of times and loved it every time. We had a blast, and a couple times went with big groups of people. We had an awesome time, but in the end, it just you don't go enough. And it's
well, that's why I'm saying.
It was a place
other revenues they need. I mean, you can't just count on people showing up. Clearly,
you can't.
So
right.
That's what I'm saying. When I was watching you could bet on the races from Vegas, and I'm assuming you could bet on anywhere that they would show the races or any other gambling place in the world. So that, I don't know, was that an option for Northville Downs, for Hazel Park, all that? It was crazy. I was like, right. Hazel Park,
right?
I know that place.
And I'm sure all of anybody that was vested in those places probably thought of every possible way that they could maintain a business. I mean, it's sad to see it go, but and I really do feel bad for those that loved it.
I have just looking at different areas, like and seeing just the mall. If you walk in the mall and how many empty stores there are in malls these days,
yeah,
because people do things differently. It just shifts. You get these. Everything works in cycles, and people are buying things online now rather than going to brick and mortar stores. And, even if it's not the mall, if you go down, say, Big Beaver Road in Troy, and they have all these little strip malls set up, and they're constantly changing over because it's hard to make it at a brick and mortar. And when you see office buildings, and now since the pandemic, we found a way to, hey, not everybody has to be in an office and working at home. And there's good and bad to that. But what it's going to do at some point is it's going to force businesses to make really hard decisions and move out of these giant office buildings, because why are they paying all this rent when they don't need the force there? So then what do you do with the empty office building?
Horse racing.
Well,
obviously.
But seriously, though, like these buildings that you see, that are office buildings, at some point, they're going to have to start converting them to like condos or something, because it's not going to be sustainable.
Couldn't they convert the office buildings to condos and leave the horse track alone?
Right.
Hey, happy Super Bowl to all who celebrate from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Super Sunday, it's the best seat on the couch. It's your favorite snacks. And of course, now placing super bets. FanDuel has so many ways for you to end the season on a W or 2 or 3. Not only can you bet on which team will win Super Bowl 58, but FanDuel, of course, has bets for all kinds of stuff, like which players will score a touchdown, how many points will be scored, and so much more. The prop bets can get pretty crazy. Go check it out. New customers join today, and you'll get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet or more wins. $200 in bonus bets. So find a heavy favorite. Just bet on that, and you get $200 in bonus bets. When that heavy favorite comes through, just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, we got a Who's on Top scheduled for the noon hour. Something we pushed back from last week because, well, the show got overrun on the day we were going to do it. Let's get back to your open line calls. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We go to Ted. You're next. Hi, Ted.
Hi, how you doing? I was calling about that Northville Downs closing.
Yeah.
I heard out there from, I've been a long-time patron out there in the 80s and 90s, got married, had a son, and kind of got away from the racing thing. I'd like to go out there once in a while. I was there Saturday for the last day and seen some of the old friends, and the place was packed. The casinos moving in kind of put a damper on horse racing here in Michigan. That was the start of it. Mm-hmm. But what I understand is there's a Fowlerville area. It's all privy to horse people. The farms are all out there. A lot of racing people out there. The fairground races back in the old days used to have their 2-year-old races out there. That's a viable spot. And from what I understand, ownership at Northville was looking into maybe moving out there, and it's something that sounds like a very positive thing.
Fowlerville doesn't have the population that Northville or Hazel Park would have had, right? I mean, just in terms,
Right,
obviously the city is different, but I mean, the surrounding areas is nowhere near as populous as the others.
No, actually, neither was Northville. If you think about, we all come, like I'm in Clinton Township, people from St. Clair Shores, even, New Baltimore and all that, they came from all over. But the realistic thing is, it would be the only racetrack in Michigan. So, I don't know. It seems to me like if they put the slots in like they did in New York and Pennsylvania and Florida all over, their racing has really thrived and really gotten big and really, like Vegas wouldn't even show Michigan racing over there because it was so small. You couldn't bet on Hazel Park or Northville if you were in Vegas at any time. You either had to do it online or simulcasting, but they didn't take bets out there for Michigan tracks.
Well, as Kang said, he saw the races on there, but who knows when that was. Hey, man, look, if there's a market for it, my suspicion is it will pop up again. The question is whether or not there's a viable market for it. I mean, what is Fowlerville going to draw? Are they going to draw the Lansing and the Detroit crowd, or are they going to draw nobody?
Well, as you said, though, if they're the only show in town, that maybe you do. But, I mean, I imagine that a big part of anything moving forward would have to be a sports book. It's not just betting on the horses, it's betting on any kind of sport. And then you cater to that as well by having the greatest sports book you can create. In addition to, hey, we actually have a live track.
248-539-9797. Kelly, you're next on 97 on the Ticket. Hello, Kelly.
Hi there, guys. How are you this morning?
Okay.
How are you?
Good. I'm great. Actually, I'm very excited because I don't typically listen to the radio that often, but listening to this, number one, going with the Northville Downs closing, I feel like people are selling more of experiences nowadays, so not necessarily needing all that space. Maybe put a tech spin on it and offer some kind of like VR experience where, when people feel, they're in type of a club type of setting or, some kind of luxury experience, it seems to let people spend their money, and it seems like that's what they want to do. So not necessarily needing to be at a track, but maybe some kind of creative could come up with a virtual reality type experience.
Yeah, or gaming of some kind with we know how big gaming
with
is
live
now.
betting.
Yeah.
So, for example, I had done some marketing at the PGA Tour out here with FanDuel, but we were doing live betting at the 15th hole. But, if we were doing something like that with horse betting, but not needing to be at the track, I think that could be a spin on keeping the nostalgia alive and then also still, getting entertainment to the people that want that experience.
Well,
I just figured I'd see what you thought about it.
It's interesting. I don't know much about that market. Obviously, you do, and you worked in it, you said, so you could be onto something. The last time I was at Northville Downs, it was probably 15, 20 years ago. And it was like being in a time machine.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was an incredibly old facility.
Looked like an old bowling alley.
Yeah, and what she brings up, sort of a luxury experience club. I mean, anything that you jazz up might draw people. Like going to a modern stadium these days, it's completely different than it used to be. Here is where the bathrooms are, and here is where you sit. I mean, it used to be just the bare bones. It's almost like going to a high school stadium is what it used to be like going to college and pro sporting events. And then they started to jazz it up a little bit. Ooh, a food court, right? And now it's all about the entertainment when you're not in your seats and when the play has stopped. Would a modern take on a racetrack draw people for, as she put it, selling the experience?
Yeah, because I think that you can't just do it with the horse racing alone. You have to have everything else that goes with it. And I wonder if you combine it with like a Topgolf type setting, or like the 5-iron golf that they have downtown with the simulators. And, you have to combine all these different experiences with the big thing is the racing, but you have these other things to do. If you're, between races, you got some time to kill, and you're walking around, you want to do something else, and batting cages, miniature golf, whatever it is.
It might be. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
I don't know what the hot thing is now. But
Not my field of expertise.
No.
Yeah, but you don't want to make it complex. Like, you're there for the racing, and you got to modernize stuff. But then also, isn't that part of racing is nostalgic? Like, it's kind of older school. Like, I think.
But
honestly,
you have to appeal to the masses because,
yes, I know, but that doesn't mean like, hey, put every single thing that's hot in this one spot, but then there's racing in the middle.
Not all of it. I'm just throwing out a bunch of ideas, and if there are one or two of those 10 ideas that glam on with it's racing.
I couldn't think of a much older looking place than Northville Downs the last time I was there.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't been there in a long. I wasn't there for the last 15 years or so. But.
Like I said, you definitely have to update certain things, Wi-Fi, things like that. But I think that the core is honestly gambling. Yeah. Slot machines, betting on sports. Yeah. That's the core of what the racetrack is. I know there's barriers that they can't, do, and I think that's ultimately what killed it.
248-539-9797. Tommy's in Troy and next. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Hey, I want to, about this horse racing stuff. You know what? My opinion is, I used to go to Hazel Park Racetrack all the time. My buddy and I, we loved the ponies. And what really happened was the older generation, the older guys got old and they died off. And the younger generation never really picked it up, never got into it. And it's like it just killed the whole industry. You know what I mean?
Yep. I mean, that's... There's a reason why you want to capture a young audience, because you have them for a long time. All right, Tommy. Thanks.
Yep.
I don't think you could have said it any better.
Point made.
Well, how do bowling alleys stay afloat? I mean, isn't that an older crowd?
But if you think about, and this is like the bowling center now there's a lot that goes on there. The modern ones have gaming and restaurants and bars and like the old school looking bowling alley is giving way to the entertainment center, which has, the video games and the huge sports bar with 1 million TVs. I just think of the last two bowling centers I went to, and they're both the same thing. It's not just a bowling alley anymore. There's laser tag over here, and there's a sports bar there, and
a lounge.
Yep.
With live music and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If you're still going to bowling alley, it's either like the old school bowling alley that has not changed, but somehow stays around. I don't know, because they're grandfathered in, or the people that own it own the property. They don't have to lease it from anybody. That's how it is. But I can't. None of them are. I can't imagine it's a huge money making endeavor, and it's got to be just to start one new has to cost an arm and a leg.
Yeah, I don't know if they're thriving. I live by a couple of them that are old school, and they've tried to update and renovate a little bit. I feel like food has gotten better at bowling alleys, too. Like the food scene in general at a lot of places now. Like, look at food trucks. Before, you would never even eat at a food truck. And now food trucks cost more than some restaurants, I feel like. Honestly. And then, so I think bowling alleys, other places, like, upgraded their food. But, yeah, I don't know, Gator. It's like, there are old school bowling alleys still exist. I don't know if they're just existing
Right.
or if they're thriving or not. There's two different things there, right?
Yeah, I know of one that they had to totally revamp what they did, and it's still a bowling alley, but now that they do have a lounge that has live music was a big thing that they added there, and I think they've been reasonably successful at doing it. But you bring up food trucks. Like, is that the new thing to do? Is instead of having a restaurant and using that, just say, hey, we've got a spot to open up we have a spot for 3 food trucks, and we rotate the trucks.
They have places like that.
Yeah, but I imagine that maybe that's the new way to go if you're doing bowling alley or going for, as we're discussing a possible racetrack. Does that make more sense?
Northville Downs and Racetrack should put all the places that closed out, like the Boston Markets, the Sbarro's, and like that's the only place you can go is to Northville Downs and get that type
Just
of food.
everything about it's throwback. Everything
exactly, that doesn't exist anywhere
your
else.
local nostalgia center.
Yes. We're going old school. Forget the new stuff. We got Kmart sandwiches here.
Oh, now you got me. You got me. I'm going.
And you
Those shaved onions.
Yeah,
I'm there.
All right, place a bet on a couple ponies.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, we got to follow up on the Ben Johnson thing that I want to get to today at 11:46. This is the Lions offense coordinator. He's my champ of the weekend. People are starting to talk here a little bit, and who knows what the long-term ramifications will be with that. I am, I'm happy, and I think we should be happy. And look, I've heard the various things. I mean, we have sources too, right? And the sources I heard said dude's happy here and is not in any rush to leave. And even one went so far as to say maybe he himself thinks he's not ready, which has been kicked around. And anyway, some people around the league are starting to talk. There's a story about it today in The Athletic. I'm going to get to that today at 11:46. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get those votes in, and we are taking those phone calls. In the meantime, we got some people discussing Northville Downs. Final races this weekend at the track in Northville after 80 years. The property sold to a housing developer back in 2018, I believe it was, and they continued racing through until now. And now there's discussion that seems to be an impasse or roadblocks with the idea of rebuilding a track in Plymouth Township. We had a caller call and discuss, Fowlerville is a possibility. But back to your phone calls. We go to Joel. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Joel.
Hey, Doug. How you doing? Just read about you in the book about 1997 National Championships. But I went to the track on Saturday night.
Okay.
And it was absolutely packed. But I just want to tell you, from my over 50 years in going to horse races, they're never gonna build another track.
No.
It's just too expensive. Online wagering, gambling. I mean, it's lost its appeal. It's been going downhill ever since the casinos defeated the bill to get slot machines at the racetracks. It's a dead industry, unfortunately, because I'm a huge horse racing fan. But those people that think that the Carlos are going to build a track in Plymouth or whatever, there's less than a 0% chance of that happening.
That's not high.
And you're just convinced that the day has come and gone, and the accessibility to gambling elsewhere is primarily what's killed it.
Oh, exactly. And what's really sad is it killed an entire industry in the state of Michigan. The agricultural, that took care of the horses and raced the horses, also had farms. Now they're going to have to relocate to Ohio. They're going to have to go to Chicago, even Florida, beautiful Florida. There's no hardest tracks. Maybe Thoroughbred is a little bit different. There's a little bit more of appeal. But unfortunately, I went to the track. I dragged my wife out there. It was packed. It was the same people that have been going out there for the past 30, 40, whatever. Actually, it was built in 1944. And it's sad but true. It's gone, and it's not coming back. But I did cash on 2 out of 3 tickets, and I kept the program.
Well, congratulations on that. And maybe Joel's hit on the reason why it's a dying industry. They're not appealing to younger crowds. And if when you go back and see, I saw all the old people, that's it.
Yep.
You saw all your old friends you used to gamble with. People under the age of 40 aren't gambling on horses.
But he brought up something that's a challenge for any business, and that is the ease and accessibility of not having to go and still be able to do it. It's why it's tough to make it with malls, because you can shop. You don't have to go. You can shop on your phone with incredible convenience. It's like you said, office buildings earlier, with rented office space might go empty because people can work from home. And now, the thrill of gaming and gambling, you don't need to be there physically. Although, it's a different experience. Hey, I'm going to put on, $5 down on Wofford on the money line tonight, as opposed to going and watching actual thoroughbreds or harness races. You have to be into the experience. And there's something to be said for enjoying the experience. Having a couple beers, being out in public, cheering, part of a crowd.
it's fun, man. It is. It's a fun time, but
if a big part of it is taking, you can just gamble from home.
Well, right. I mean, I love to play table games, right? I love playing blackjack. Occasionally I love to play craps if I feeling froggy. But I don't go to the Detroit casinos. I haven't been there in years. And it's nothing against it. I enjoy them when I go. I just don't anymore. It's if I'm gonna, I don't know why.
Yeah, but Gator people do.
I know people. I know people obviously because they're still there,
exactly,
right?
and they're making a lot of money.
But I'm not sure. But the frequency that I go now compared to when those casinos first opened up is night and day difference. I used to go, maybe once a month or maybe even more than that. Now it's been years since I've been. I just wonder is that starting to wear out too? I mean, is there still this giant casino traffic?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
I'm serious. I'm just
Vegas,
saying.
I know about Vegas, but I don't know about Detroit.
No, they're making, millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. I have people that work in the casino business or down here locally.
Yes.
And they're packed.
The Saturday night of the Bronco game, I was in one of the casinos.
They're fine.
There was plenty of people, and there was no hotel rooms to be had.
Well, yeah. So
well,
with the horse racing thing, they need stars. They need horse stars. Why do people attend sports games? Because you still watch from home and bet from home easily, right?
Yeah.
Do they want to see the stars of the league, whoever it is? Is that what horse racing needs? Honestly, who's the LeBron James of horses?
Well, they only race for a year.
Mahomes? I know. That's what, my point is, how do you get people out there? Because you could do all the other stuff you guys are talking about at home. Absolutely, you could bet from home.
Well, first of all, they would have to have thoroughbred because the harness racing doesn't get it done. So you have to have thoroughbred racing, and that's a whole different animal. No pun intended. That's a whole different thing.
248-539-9797. Rick is next. What's up, Rick?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Okay.
Hey, a couple things. And you guys brought up some points I didn't think about just listening on hold. But first off, people got to realize that back years ago, the tracks in Detroit you couldn't bet on in Vegas. You just couldn't bet on them because there was a different element back then. So Detroit was always had a little stigma about their horse racing. But secondly, you guys did bring up some great points. But you're right. The tracks have got to be clean and modernized. You go down to Keeneland in Kentucky. Keeneland is just a beautiful track. You go to Florida, you go to California, New York. They're all tracks that have been well taken care of, and they're beautiful. Your guys are right. You don't have to go to the track to bet on, but there was something, I guess, nostalgic or fun to go down to Hazel Park. And sure, you still simulcast, but it was just fun to be in the crowd, as you guys talked about. And you're 100% right. There's no way that harness racing makes it in Detroit or pretty much anywhere.
Well, we didn't say that. A caller said it, but I would. I mean, the last time I was at Northville Downs, I couldn't think of a more outdated-looking place. And yet,
yeah, exactly.
And yet, if you are into that, there is something to be said for the nostalgia.
But that's the older crowd, right? That's the problem. That you have to find a way. You needed to find. It's too late now. You needed to find a way to get a younger audience that was willing to go there week in and week out. And if all you're getting is, I went back for the nostalgia of it, and that's the crowd that's post-60.
If I take my kids to an old school bowling alley, they'd be like, what the hell is this? They're used to Lucky Strike or Revel and Roll or one of these places where everything's
you're
upgraded.
Keeping score with a pencil, and they're like, what are you doing? What is that?
Lowell, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Lowell?
Good morning, guys. It's an interesting conversation you're having. I remember when we lived in Northville, so we went to the track once with our kids, and we sat in the restaurant area, not with all the people that were on the lower level. And it was kind of nice, but then we went down to the lower level, and my boys see this guy having a real tough time, and he pukes into the garbage thing, and the boys got all upset about it and said, "Let's go." So we left. And it's interesting when you talk about the ambiance of a place.
Yeah.
It just didn't, it just didn't register. So.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's sad, but it's also kind of understandable in a day and age where I don't know that there's much to be said. If the bottom line isn't adding up, guess what? It ain't going to be around. And that appears to have been the case with Northville Downs. All right, Ben Johnson. People are talking about the Lions offensive coordinator. There's an interesting quote today in a major publication. Want to know how true it is? Whether or not it's true at all? Whether or not it's something we need to be concerned about? We will get to that today at 11:48 here on Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your votes in here on the Karsch and Anderson program for the Champ and Chump of the weekend. And we post on the website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump. 248-539-9797 is the phone number. My champ of the weekend was Ben Johnson. Now, Ben Johnson, I champed him for not getting a job, which is kind of a weird deal. But I figured, look, to our benefit, keep the offensive coordinator here who's done just such a great job. And I'm sure Brad Holmes, when he addresses the media today at 1 o'clock, will talk about what it means to have Ben Johnson back as offensive coordinator. So over the weekend, a story came out that, a couple things came out. As soon as he pulled his name out, it was reported that he pulled his name out of consideration for the Washington job. Immediately, there were reports, well, he wasn't a lock anyway. Leading up until that news, it was being perceived that Ben Johnson, in fact, I can't remember if was it Phil Simms, Chris Sims, Boomer Esiason, one of those guys.
One of the blonde guys?
One of the blonde quarterback dudes. Said, Ben Johnson is going to be the next coach of the Washington Commanders.
A lot of people said.
Boomer? Was it Boomer? Okay.
He said it was a lock.
Okay.
Yeah, the story from The Athletic says, when pundits and internet rumors flooded the zone for weeks with claims that Johnson was the overwhelming favorite, if not a lock hire in Washington.
Yep. Okay, so there's some quotes in this story in The Athletic from a league source, all right, close to the situation, and from a high-ranking executive. So this is about Ben Johnson not taking the Washington job. Okay, so over the weekend, there were stories that didn't interview well. Another one that came out that said he wasn't impressed with Washington's basketball guys and that wasn't impressed with what he was hearing from them as it pertains to football.
Because Magic Johnson's part of the ownership group, and they hired somebody from the NBA world as well to help.
Bob Myers. Was that the Golden State GM?
Okay. Yeah. Bob Myers from Golden State, then Rick Spielman from the NFL, from the former Vikings GM. Those guys were hired as executives.
Yep. Okay, so when it comes to him being a lock, a league source close to the situation said, quote, I think you have to consider where all that came from and who does it benefit. Okay, so a league source close to the situation. Does that sound like it perhaps is someone with Washington that wanted to make it clear he was no lock for our job?
Sure, it could be.
Okay, later in the same story, one high-ranking executive with another team texted the following about Ben Johnson and the story that his agent texted the Commanders group while they were on a flight from D.C. to Detroit to meet with Ben Johnson. They get a text when they're in the air saying Ben Johnson's pulling his name out of consideration for the Commanders job. One high-ranking executive with another team texted, I like Ben. A year ago, he knew he wasn't ready. I get a feeling he still think he needs time. Who knows? But to break the decision while they're in the air is a poor choice. A league source familiar with the situation said, quote, outrageous, simply outrageous. That's not how you conduct business. It's how you ruin your reputation. Okay. First of all, do you think that's true? Do you think it's how you ruin your reputation? Do you think it's a poor choice by Ben Johnson?
The only people that really know what happened are Ben Johnson, his agent, and the Commanders. If this statement were true, that this is how it worked out or whatever, and you text them while they're in the air to come meet you, on the surface, that seems like that's perhaps you should have let them know before they left. But when you do a deeper dive into it, weren't they also coming to town to interview Aaron Glenn?
Yep.
At the same time?
Yep.
So don't throw it all at Ben Johnson and be pissed because you had to change your flight plans, because you didn't have to change your flight plans.
You were coming here anyway.
You were coming here anyway to interview the other candidate. So how does that look when you're crying over spilt milk about Ben Johnson when you still have this other guy to interview? Oh, now you're not going to interview him? Oh, well, that's interesting. Does that say something about your organization?
Well, the idea that Ben Johnson, for the second consecutive year, the other part of this is that maybe he still doesn't think he's ready yet.
That's entirely possible.
It is entirely possible, which is interesting. Because, look, the hotness in the league is go find the next great young offensive mind. It's what led to Kyle Shanahan. It's what led to Sean McVay. It's a big part of the formula Nick Sirianni that people are using to try and have, go get yourself the next hot thing. And our guy, if he doesn't think he's ready, that's an unusual look in the mirror, an honest look in the mirror about oneself, isn't it?
Yeah, and who knows what kind of pressure is thrown at him by Washington. Hey, we're coming in. We want to do this interview now. Is it possible that Ben Johnson, after just losing the NFC Championship, wanted an extra day or two? Is it possible?
That he just wasn't ready to do the
I'm
interview?
tired. I need to relax a little bit before you guys come in and let me, I got to start to recharge my batteries and think about this. You know what? You guys are forcing it. No, I'm done. I'm out this year. I'll consider getting back to an NFL job, head coaching job next year, but not right now. Now, he's our guy. Do I want to defend him? Absolutely, I want to defend him. I'd love it if he stayed here for the next 5 years. Is it likely? Probably not, because this offense is going to be one of the hottest offenses in football over the next 5 years. So with or without him, but more importantly, with him. And if it is, he's going to continue to get job interviews and opportunities. I don't know if he interviewed poorly. I have no idea. The stuff that gets leaked like this, it does seem like this could be perceived as sour grapes.
Or damage control from an organization.
Because when you've got head coaching candidates and you're perceived to have zeroed in on Ben Johnson, that's going to be your guy, but you can't interview him just yet because a second time because he's still coaching. And then you look around and you start to see your other plans are falling through the cracks. We wanted Mike McDonald. Well, oh crap, he just took the Seattle job. Now what are we going to do? Well, we still like Ben Johnson a lot. Well, no, Ben Johnson's taking his name out of it. And then you end up with Dan Quinn, and now you have to make that one look like, we never had. We were always considering all these guys. I mean, we didn't have a favorite.
I don't want to sidetrack here, but you said something there that interests me a little bit, and I want to make sure I heard it right. You said the Lions are going to have one of the best offenses in the league the next 4 or 5 years, with or without Ben Johnson.
Yep.
You are that confident that losing Ben Johnson wouldn't be that much of a blow?
I am confident that the offense will still be a well-oiled machine. As long as people, provided, of course, that, people don't get hurt. But if you're going to tell me they deal with injuries like they have, that they'll be fine. The quarterback is obviously a whole different ball game there. But, yeah, I think that this is an offense that Dan Campbell started, that worked with Ben Johnson, and now he's turned things over to Ben Johnson over the last couple of years, and he's run with it. And I think that they have plenty of people in place right now that if Ben Johnson were to have taken that job or any job in the NFL outside of Detroit, that they would have been able to absorb that and move on.
I hope you're right. I think that losing Ben Johnson would be more of a setback than you do. I'm not saying they couldn't overcome it. I just think losing Ben Johnson would suck.
Yeah, I think the players make the offense, and they've got players.
Yeah, I probably lean more your way, Doug. I'd be worried about it. It doesn't mean, obviously, they can't score and be one of the better offenses in the league, but then I just look at recently as the Eagles losing their offensive coordinator and what happened to that offense this year, and they had the same players. I think, every situation is different, of course. Some can move on, and some can't. It really does depend on the players and how they move. Patrick Mahomes, he seems to do okay when, whether it's Bieniemy or Nagy or Andy Reid, maybe he's the guy who, keeps everything stirring over there. But I would worry a little bit. This Ben Johnson thing, though, what about, if the rumors were true that he had a pricing, his price tag was spooking teams, why would they even fly out to see him again, right? I just feel like it is. I'm with you there, Gator, where I feel like it's more of a smear campaign with the Washington Commanders at this point. And there's probably some truth to it, but not as much as I think they want everyone else to believe. Why even fly out if you're that spooked off by he didn't interview that well or his asking price was too much, all that stuff? Why? You know what? Then shut it down then.
Exactly. Then don't hire him. Then don't make those plans.
248-539-9797. All right, Brad Holmes speaks in just over an hour's time. As far as allotment of resources, he might have an interesting debate going on with those that run the Lions about the best use of said resources. We'll get to that today at 12:05. Another edition of Who's on Top today at 12:35. It's Karsch and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, good to be with you on a Monday. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. We pointed out we're in a weird time sports-wise. We went from the highest of intensity in terms of our weekends to the lowest of intensity, just like that. With Michigan's run to a national championship, the Rose Bowl, the national title game, Lions get into the postseason, 1 playoff game, 2 playoff games, NFC title game. And then what did we have this past weekend? All-Star games. It went from the most intense you could possibly have to the least intense it could possibly be. And it was a weird void this weekend. But 248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Mondays, get those champ and chump votes in. We tally them up and post on our website on Tuesday. Who the people select champ and chump of the weekend. Mind you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this program anywhere in the United States and Canada. And there'll be a day that comes that you'll wish, what's going on? What's being said in Detroit? You'll be on vacation or something, and bam, that's right, I got the Odyssey app. So download it today. You also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Streaming with video, twitch.tv, and participate in the streaming chat there. Additionally, stream it on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. Gator, all right, so Brad Holmes, probably what's going to make the biggest news in Detroit today will be his meeting with the media, which is coming up next hour. And, there's the quarterback situation we touched on a little bit first hour. But I think there are two big things that all Lions fans would agree on. Big things. And maybe I'm wrong, but you tell me I'm wrong. Would all Lions fans think it is of paramount importance to upgrade the defense in terms of personnel?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Would all Lions fans agree that it's of paramount importance to upgrade the defense?
Yes.
Would all Lions fans agree that it is of paramount importance to keep the offensive line together?
Yes. Well, define that, I guess. Because
you want the offensive line next year to be operating at the same level of efficiency as it was this year.
Yes, you want that, but that doesn't have to. I mean, you're going to have to make tough decisions at the guards.
Right.
Can you bring them both back? You'd have to overpay probably for one of them to bring them back. Maybe not necessarily. Maybe overpay is the wrong word. You have to pay more than you'd be willing to be comfortable paying. Other teams would pay more.
Yep.
But would you be comfortable in paying a certain price for Jonah Jackson? I don't know if they are.
It's weird because you have to ask yourself which position group, what gets the allocation of the resources? Do you dare risk a step back with the offensive line and go younger and cheaper? Or do you dare keep the offensive line together but not upgrade the personnel defensively? And if I have to make one of those choices, there's one that I would make. And we have to operate under the idea that eventually the cap does operate as a restraint to doing everything that you want to do. There are ways to restructure some contracts and maybe pull off some signings that you'll pay for down the road, but in the here and the now, you might be able to do both. But if you can't pull that off, would you prefer to let Jonah Jackson walk to upgrade the defense and try and get by with a cheaper option at guard? Or do you say, we can't afford to we got to step back on we got to keep the offensive line together. We can't afford to step back, and that might mean not making the splash defensively.
Only they know how they truly feel about guys like Sorsdahl or Awasika as backup players on the offensive line. Can they step up and be starting players on the offensive line?
Mm-hmm.
I suspect that they feel confident that if they were to let Jonah Jackson walk, that they may have a solution in-house there that's less expensive and perhaps as effective. I mean, Awasika played in the NFC Championship game. Did he look bad? No, he didn't. Graham Glasgow is someone he's gonna definitely get a bump. I'm not sure how much of a pay bump. Even if you double his salary, it's still not $10 million. He's a guy who's in his early 30s, and does he want to stick around? Get a 3 or 4 year contract to stay here? At that age, I'm not sure what if you give him a 3 or 4 year contract. Not sure what kind of price we're looking at, but I think you can bring him back. And then, I would address the defense. Absolutely. It's the defense is that when you look at holes, you see holes. Need a corner. Need somebody else to get after the quarterback, or somebody else in the defensive line that maybe can do it. Not only get after the quarterback, but also plays in the middle.
I'm gonna admit I don't want to get into fool's gold stuff here, but if they decided, we're bringing back Jonah Jackson. We don't want any step back, and we want to keep that unit intact. That's what makes the offense go. That's our elite group, and they can't make as big a splash defensively. They're going on the theory that, and I don't think this is insignificant, the amount of young defenders they have are going to get better. I'm talking about Pascal, Hutch, Jack Campbell, Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch, just to name, right there's 5 that could all still be getting better.
Well, Mellon Fonwin Houston would be a couple others that would be on that list.
Sure.
Young guys can get better.
Derek Barnes isn't that old.
Correct.
So would you be willing to, if I told you keep the offensive line intact, but the big downside is you would have to kind of count on improvements within house defensively, would you be comfortable with that?
Not one of those guys you listed as a corner.
Nope.
They need a corner.
Yeah.
They need a stud corner, and they need somebody that they'd be willing to give a contract for more than just a 1-year fix. You might be able to do something like that, to make a splash with a corner, sign somebody to do a 3-year, $45 million contract or more as your corner. And you might still be able to sign Jonah Jackson to, say, a 1-year deal. If that's possible. Would he take a 1-year deal to come back to a winning team, get paid well for the 1 year? Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. Contracts are so different now. I'm not sure what the player really wants. Does the player want another crack at free agency? They want a chance to prove themselves because Jackson's been hurt for the last couple of years.
Yeah, what's the market going to – because, guys who are injury prone, I feel like somebody would throw a Brinks truck at him, but –
somebody could. And if someone's going to throw a Brinks truck at him, I'm not. It's not going to be me if I'm running the Lions because I've seen what they can do with backups at left guard. And it feels like half the season they played without Jackson? I don't know if it's half the season, but it felt like it. Maybe it was 8 games, 7 games without Jonah Jackson as your left guard.
Look it up. I think that's too many, but you might be right. He was out, and he's been out, more than a few times, and which is, it's. The funny thing is, I don't think of him as injury prone, but it seems like every year there's more injuries with him.
Yeah. And there are players you can take chances. There are offensive line free agents that you can take chances on and try to develop. And they're guys not necessarily that you envision to be a starter right now, but maybe you can work with and they can be a starter in the future. You're going to have to find some insurance for Ragnow. It's nice to have Glasgow because he's the current insurance. But if Glasgow has to play center because Ragnow is having to deal with a foot or a knee for a couple of games, you need to have another right guard. This is why it's vitally important to develop the guys like Sorsdahl and Awosika.
He played in 12 regular season games and 2 playoff games. So 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to D. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, D.
DK Gator, what's going on, homies?
How you doing, man? D?
Hey, man, check this out. You said it right, DK. Jonah Jackson is injury prone. Let's not sugarcoat it. He don't play no more than 10 games every year. So we let him go. We signed Graham Glasgow, and we replaced Jonah Jackson with a draft pick. Now, I've been hearing people call earlier talk about get rid of some of the receivers. Bro, that is one position we don't touch. Receiver or running back. We do not draft nobody. We do not sign a free agent. We are set at that position, bro. It's all about that defense. Gator, like you said, we need 2 corners and that defensive end, bro. The plan is so simple, bro. We are set at the main positions. Just restock that offensive line, tighten up that defense, and we good to go.
You're letting Jonah Jackson walk.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And we can get somebody in the late first round, a young, talented guy, or like you said, we might have somebody in-house. Jonah Jackson, hell of a player, but we just can't rely on him for 17 games, bro. That's the only killer about it. But he's tough as nails.
Yeah.
Tough as nails.
It's tough because I mean, I don't think of him as injury prone, but obviously you do. And he did play more than 10 games, but
you said what, 12 regular season games
yeah,
and a couple
12 regular
of,
season.
so
He played
missed,
14 total.
So he missed 5 regular season games in the NFC Championship game.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Coming up, another edition of Who's on Top at 12:35. Hey, Twin Peaks, happy to announce it's Big Game Sunday week. Now, we know it sucks Detroit didn't make it, but that doesn't mean you don't have a great matchup on the horizon. It's your last chance at enjoying football action until the fall. Twin Peaks is taking reservations for the big day, so call now and reserve your spot today. Every location will be offering an in-store squares contest to the first 100 customers with a chance to win some Detroit team autographed jerseys and memorabilia, signed swag from current players, and pair that up with your favorite tailgate food, and you got an experience like no other. Here's the thing about the food there. It's scratch-made, and it's great. Wings, queso, fried pickles, cheese bites, burgers. They've got it all, and you wash it down with the 29-degree frozen drafts that you'll love. The mugs, it's a 6-hour freezing process. Each mug only gets used once per day. They take it very seriously. The best part, of course, is the Twin Peaks girls, making your experience that much better. Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. To find a location nearest you and for details on all their great offers, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Robert. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Robert.
How you guys doing?
We're doing great, Robert.
Great. As far as Lions withdrawal and it coming to an abrupt end and everything like that, well, I think I can speak for a lot of husbands that the honey-do list was widely ignored the last 6 weeks or so. 'Cause, that between Lions football and Michigan football, a lot of intensity, a lot of blocked out time and whatnot. So
I don't know how to describe it, Robert. I'm not depressed, okay? Just as a person, as a human, as an adult, I'm not depressed. I feel like I had some sort of sports depression this weekend that was very specific to just sports.
That's exactly how I felt. And the only way I could deal with it was to stay busy. And so I knocked off at least 3 projects on that neglected list.
Did you?
I did 2 gym workouts, and Gator will get a kick out of this. In addition to my 2 gym workouts, I did 2 swim workouts. I just had to stay busy.
There you go.
It's just, and in addition to that, from a health perspective, it probably helped too. I didn't touch any beers or beverages and anything like that because, frankly, I probably overindulged between my Michigan and Detroit Lions fandom and buffalo wings and beverages and God knows what else I ingested.
Robert,
that was probably a good.
We all coped in different ways, and it was weird. It was very weird.
It was very strange, and this is a new territory for us, like sort of that Ricky Bobby, where do I put my hand sort of thing. I have never been less interested in watching a Super Bowl. And because we've never been that close and have it ripped out of your heart, and I'm not going to go down to to what happened and everything like that, and specifics and whatever.
Right.
But it's just so bizarro. I think what I might do is just lobby a couple bets on FanDuel and just be like, I'll check how they go.
Yeah.
That's kind of it.
I hear you.
So weird.
Yep. It is very weird. Our off season's been completely messed up. We usually have a lot of time between the mental end of the Lions season, which can come as early as October, and the Super Bowl, that you kind of are used to it and recover from it. This time around, I'm not used to the season like being this intense, this deep into January. And it's like the Super Bowl. I used to hate the 1 week off. I feel like I need 2 or 3 weeks off before they play the Super Bowl.
Now, you as somebody who has to work because of the football, I mean, we watch Lions games differently than fans do because we're taking notes and doing all types of stuff that you think of the show topics and everything, right?
Yep.
And obviously with Michigan football, you're the broadcaster, you're the play-by-play voice.
Yep.
Did you was your wife accepting of you not being as helpful around the house as maybe you normally are?
That entire time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, thankfully. That's 1. And 2, I mean, we'd kind of planned a trip up north, ski weekend up north for this weekend anyway. So it was kind of a welcome escape. But it really hit me yesterday when I'm driving home and I'm like, I've got like all the satellite radio and all that to help for the drive home. And I'm like, what am I going to listen to? Like, what are we going to talk about tomorrow? And I'm like, maybe this is it. We're going to talk about the void that was left by the intensity of the January football experience, followed up by nothing. 248-539-9797. Steve, you're next. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's going on?
Hey, man, not much. You know what? I've never been more invested in the Lions than I was this season. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to touch on that Jonas Jackson situation. Can we all agree that we can trust Brad Holmes' decision to make a great pick if we were to pick one late first round?
What, like a guard?
Yeah.
Yes. That's the one thing about this whole deal. The sustainability and the future, what makes it perhaps the brightest is we've got what appears to be a draft ninja that can it doesn't matter where he picks, he's finding players.
100%. Yeah, and I have total faith in him that he's going to do a good job at making all the draft picks this season. And it's in Detroit, so I'm really excited to see it, you know?
Yep. I mean, the fact that it's in Detroit is going to be wild for us. It doesn't really impact the quality of the draft picks or what our GM will do, but it certainly does change the level of intrigue. I mean, it'll be like kind of like going to a game. Going to the draft will be like going to a game.
It's going to be fun.
Yep.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
People are going to care in a different way this time, right? Because before with the high picks, it's like, is this the next franchise player of this team? Is this the guy that helps, turn the organization around? Now it's like, is this the next piece, the missing link to put us over the top? Is this what we need for the Super Bowl run? Like, it's so different with the late pick, knowing what we just went through and knowing what we have here. And especially our GM has been, now he's completely earned the trust. Like, when he picked Gibbs and Campbell, everyone was like, even here locally, like, all right, I'm not sure what he's doing here.
Mm-hmm.
He could pick a long snapper at 29. I think we all go, I get it. This guy, I get it. He's a grit long snapper. He just loves football. But that's how much trust we have in Holmes, and the team outlook is just so different.
I wonder if today when he meets with the media, somebody asks him, how high would you invest in a kicker? If the right guy is there, how high is a reasonable investment in a kicker? Because last year they didn't in the first 3 rounds, right? And there were some pretty decorated kickers coming out. And this year they don't have a 4th round pick. So if the first 3 rounds, and I'm using hard and fast rules here, which he probably doesn't operate under, but if the first 3 rounds are too much and you don't have a 4th round pick, you willing to wait? Do you draft a kicker this year? Do you not draft a kicker?
I mean, I think you have your draft boards and you have players where you have them ranked. I don't think he's going to be beholden to a hard and fast rule of
Probably not.
I'm going to take one in this round. I think there are also kickers available in free agency, and that's probably where they're going to look.
I haven't looked at the list of free agent kickers, but it seems unlikely that they would not address that position this offseason.
As far as competition for Badgley?
Yeah, I think there would be somebody that was brought in with the idea that they're going to be better than Badgley.
Well, it's so hard, man. Look at who the best kicker was this past season in the NFL. I mean, you other than Tucker, let's say, Justin Tucker, other than him.
The Cowboys kicker.
Yeah, and he came from the USFL. And he was not considered a rookie
Soccer
because
player,
he played professionally in the USFL. But by all accounts, the guy was a rookie kicker and was just fire. I mean, and Moody, who was a 3rd round pick, the number 1 kicker on the board, he missed a few field goals this year, game-winning field goals for the Niners.
Yep.
That's an inexact science, is the kicker thing. Like when to draft a kicker and who's gonna translate in the pro game. It's tough, man.
Yeah, it is tough. But I mean, sure, predicting success for draftable players is tough. It always has been tough, and kickers no different. But I do wonder, if they have a newfound commitment to finding their next guy. If that's something
there's less holes this year, that's for sure, than there was a year ago, right?
Yep.
So kicker could be more a point of emphasis.
I would imagine if he's asked about the kicking situation, he'll say, "Yeah, we're always looking to upgrade."
Yep.
And not
very general statement.
Yeah, not going to say anything about the draft or not. I don't think he gets into specifics with that, but I think he'll offer up. Yeah, we have open competition.
Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, being talked about it as a sleeper once again. We'll get to that today at 1:02. Another edition of Who's on Top at 12:35. 97.1 The Ticket. Got a question for you.
Yeah.
Did you spend more man hours watching the NFL All-Star Weekend, Pro Bowl Weekend, and Skills Challenge stuff, or more man hours watching the NHL All-Star Weekend?
NHL.
Was it more NHL?
Yeah.
And what did you enjoy the most about it?
I like their skills competition better than the NFL skills. The NFL's it's more of a gimmick type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was frustrated with who was participating in it for the NFL. With the quarterbacks, they're doing the quarterback challenge, they hitting the moving targets and all that. And I'm like, okay, this is great. And then these guys could not hit the targets.
Right.
And it was frustrating. But then again, look who was competing for it. It wasn't, I didn't understand why there weren't better quarterbacks participating. So I guess that bothered me more.
How did Orlovsky end up participating? What was that?
I don't know if I saw the Orlovsky part. I saw him, commenting on it when I was watching it. I mean, that's something I would love to do.
What? You love to
throw those targets. Maybe when I was younger, I definitely would have loved to do it. But
you know what's so funny is I always wanted to do the obstacle course at like the Battle of the Network Stars.
Yeah,
Climb the
when
wall,
you're younger, you
yeah.
wanted to. Now that no way, I wouldn't get over the wall. I'd be so pissed.
Yeah,
I would run around the wall. Why don't we just run around it? How about this?
Looked like a lot of fun, you know?
Yeah, all that stuff looked like fun.
Yep.
Battle Network Stars. What was it? Or the Superstars competition they used to have on ABC, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
That was tons of fun back in the early 80s to watch that stuff. And you're a little kid, you're like, I want to do this.
Yep.
But the NHL skills, that's more like stuff you see in game. Hardest shot, you like that. Fastest skater. The accuracy where they knock out the paper plates in the corners, so everything, that's kind of fun. And
it's like everything's trying to capture the dunk contest, right? The dunk contest is the ultimate sort of skills competition that everybody loves watching. The NBA, with that and the three-point shootout, everybody's trying to mimic that, and I'm not sure it can be bested. But I mean, I guess if you're a hardcore hockey fan, you might like it better than you like the basketball.
Yeah, I mean, hockey is close to a niche sport. You know, it has its fans. I don't know how big hockey can ultimately ever become. I don't think it's ever going to be as popular as the other three, just because the NBA found a way to break into it and get everybody loving basketball. Baseball has its huge fan base, and football is king. But I think hockey does a good job with their weekend. But if you're not into hockey, you're not going to care.
All right, it's time for another edition of Who's on Top. And Gator, the way this works is we find a list. I will admit it's not always fair to Gator, but we'll explain that a little bit later on. And today is no different. We got a list of these are the top 10 most hated teams in the NFL. Now, the way this works is Gator will get one guess at what is the number one most hated team in the NFL. And the listeners will help him round out the list. I think we have a chance to get all 10 of these. That has never happened in the history of the show.
We've never gotten all 10?
We've never gotten all 10 on any topic. But this one, there's obviously a number of teams. I think it could happen. The question is, do we get enough phone calls between now and the break? All right, so top 10 most hated teams in the NFL. Gator, I'm giving you one guess as to what is number one. And you are going with?
The team that is currently number one on my list, the San Francisco 49ers.
You think they have hatred outside of just Detroit?
Yeah, I think they do. I think that, fans like maybe the Joe Montana teams, and they don't like them anymore. Just looking at it, it's they're annoying, when we hear stories like, oh, look at all the things their fan base has been through.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, it drives us crazy here for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So, I have San Francisco number one.
The San Francisco 49ers check in at number 10.
At 10?
Yep. So the top 9 are still out there. 248-539-9797. What do you think makes up? Who do you think the most hated team in the NFL is? And we're going to try and I'm hopeful that we can get all 10 for the first time in the history of the show. So 248-539-9797. We kick it off with Bill. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Right, how you doing? I'll
Good.
say the Patriots.
The Patriots. Gator, do you think the Patriots are still hated?
No.
You don't. Bill, the Patriots check in at number 5.
Apparently
They're still on the list. 248-539-9797, 1 through 4, and 6 through 9 still out there. Let's go to Marshall next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Marshall.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we doing?
We're doing good. I have high expectations for this.
I got the Cowboys.
The Cowboys. Gator, do you think the Cowboys are on this list?
Yep.
Cowboys check in at number 2. Number
Thank
2.
you.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Most hated team in the NFL.
I hate you.
You should hate me.
I'm going to hate you.
Yep. Let's go to Jeff, who's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hi, I'm going to go with Miami.
Miami. Gator, do you think the Dolphins rank in the top 10?
I do not.
Why'd you go with Miami? Just out of curiosity, Jeff.
Just because it's warm there all the time and they annoy me.
Those people.
Screw you for being warm.
Well, they check in at number 11, just outside the top 10, but not in the top 10. 248-539-9797, the most hated team in the NFL. We go to Ernie. You're next. Hi, Ernie.
Hello there.
Hey.
Well, my one guess was gone. I'm going to go with the Green Bay Packers.
Green Bay
I think a lot of
Packers.
people have turned. Yeah.
Gator, do you think the Packers have made the top 10?
I don't think so. Now with Aaron Rodgers being gone, I don't think that they're there.
The Green Bay Packers are at number 8.
Wow.
Yeah, number 8. So I guess too much success, maybe it is. Stupid cheeseheads. 248-539-9797. Here's who's been guessed. Cowboys, Patriots, Packers, 49ers, Dolphins. Who's on top? Who's the most hated team in the NFL? Number 1 is still out there. We go to Josh. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Josh.
Hey, I'm going to go with the Philadelphia Eagles.
The Eagles, Gator. Do you think the Eagles made the top 10?
Yes.
They check in at number 3. And it might just simply be because of Sirianni. 248-539-9797.
I think it's their fans are awful, too. They're notorious.
This is true. Number 1 is still out there. Number 4 is still out there. 6, 7, and 9. All still out there. 248-539-9797. Who is the most hated team in the NFL? We go to Tony next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
All right.
I'm going to definitely say the Chiefs, especially with all the Swifties.
Gator, you think the Chiefs are on this list?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Chiefs are number 1, the most hated team in the NFL.
I hate you.
I know you do. We'll get to that in a
really
second. We'll get to it in a second. Let's go to Jeff. Help us round out the top 10. Jeff, who you got?
Hey, Jeff.
Jeff,
go
are
ahead.
you there? Jeffrey?
You.
No good. Let's go to Tony. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Yeah, hey there. I got the Steelers.
Pittsburgh Steelers. Do you think they made the top 10?
No.
Steelers check in at number 9.
Oh, I'm terrible.
We're getting
At
close.
picking other teams.
Yeah, you're not terrible. Let's go to Justin next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Justin.
Yo.
All right, who you got?
I got the New York Giants. Everyone hates New York.
New York Giants. Do you think they made the top 10, Gator?
How many teams are left in the top 10?
3.
No.
The Giants check in at number 6
Of course they
in
are.
the top 10. 248-539-9797. Terry, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Oh, Terry hung up. Caleb, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Caleb.
Hey, I've got to think the Saints are up there.
The New Orleans Saints. Gator, do you think the Saints are there?
I don't.
Caleb, the New Orleans Saints are at number 22. They aren't hated much at all. AJ is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, AJ.
Hey, first I want to thank you for coming out of retirement, Doug. It freaked me out when they said you walked off the set.
He was pissed. 27 feet 2 inches. That's how far he threw a chair on Thursday.
Well, I'm glad you're back because you got a great show. But one of my guesses is already taken. But I'm going to say the New York Giants just because it's a New York team.
The Giants were just picked.
And
they are in the top 10.
Yep.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot. Now, thanks a lot for coming back. I appreciate it.
Okay. Really didn't quit, but
You acted like you did.
I did. Terry, you're next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Terry.
Hi, I think it's the Raiders.
The Raiders, Gator. You think the Raiders made it?
Sure.
Raiders are at 13, just outside the top 10. We got 2 left, and I'm taking 2 more phone calls. Our last chance to get all 10. Chris is next on 97.1. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Most hated team in the NFL. Who you got?
I got the Denver Broncos.
The Denver Broncos. Gator, you think the Broncos made it?
I do not.
Broncos are at number 20. Darn it. Let's go to Alec. One more here on 97 a ticket. Hi, Alec.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I'm going to go with the Chicago Bears.
Chicago Bears. You think they made the top 10?
Yes.
Number 12, just outside. 2 of the top 10 most hated teams didn't get mentioned. We'll tell you who they are, and we'll tell you why Gator hates me. Coming up today at 12:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Listen, I know what Phil the Groundhog said. Phil! But spring isn't quite here yet. Now, that being said, the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they know what it takes to keep your home comfortable this winter. They're offering a deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater with a tankless water heater for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. Now, with over 100 years of combined experience, they are the team that I trust. I truly do trust them. I had a water heater go bad on me, and they came out as quickly as they could and fixed the problem. I was very happy with that. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com.
All right, so this list we found was based upon data and tracking Twitter mentions over the last 90 days. And it's based upon negative sentiments directed towards teams. They use 3 examples. I hate the Cowboys, screw the Cowboys, or blank the Cowboys. Over 120,000 tweets were tracked, and they were able to rank, based upon negative comments, the teams in the NFL from most hated to least hated. I think least hated might be as interesting as most hated. But the way this works every week when we do this is Gator gives me 3 guesses. What we don't want is Gator to get like 1, 2, and 3. And so everybody then is fighting for 4 through 10, which isn't quite as fun. So I always have to get Gator's guesses ahead of time. And if he does very, very well, which he did this time, I say, okay, you get 1 guess.
So of course, I pick the one that ends up being the worst of my 3 guesses.
He, to his credit, he did very well with this. He guessed 1, 2, and 10. But then when I said go with 1 guess, he went with 10.
I picked the team that I hate the most on
yes,
the list.
And that was the San Francisco 49ers that checked in at number 10. Here's the rest of the top 10. Many of you got most of these. Tony got the Steelers at number 9. The 8th most hated team Ernie got, it's the Packers. Nobody got number 7.
Jets?
Number 7 is the New York Jets. Well done, Gator. At number 6, Justin got the New York Giants, who are apparently slightly more hated than the Jets. At number 5, Bill got the New England Patriots. Nobody got number 4.
Rams?
It is not the Rams.
All right.
At number 4, the Baltimore Ravens. Yep. And I mean, is it just around and winning too much?
Perhaps.
At number 3, the Philadelphia Eagles. At number 2, and Josh got the Eagles. Number 2, Marshall got the Dallas Cowboys. And number 1, Tony got the Kansas City Chiefs. Right now, the Kansas City Chiefs are more hated than the Dallas Cowboys. That surprises me a little bit. But I feel like the Cowboys are always going to be near the top of this list. Year in, year out, they'll always be at the top of the list. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. Kind of sentiment that'll last forever. Who do you think the least hated team is? The least amount of negative comments towards them on social media. Kang, you could offer a guess on this one too if you want.
Carolina?
Let's see. They are one of the lesser hated teams, but they're number 21.
Arizona Cardinals.
Arizona Cardinals. 28.
The Vikings?
Vikings are 15th.
Wow.
Some disdain towards the Vikings.
Jacksonville.
Good call.
That's it. The least hated team in
I'm
the
just trying
NFL.
to think of teams that no one cares about.
There you go. They have the least, amongst the least.
Where's Houston on that list?
Negative comments. Houston Texans are 25. I suppose I should say where Detroit is.
Where's Detroit?
24. So there are some people that hate us. Those people are probably all centered around the NFC North. Because it seemed like outside of the NFC North, we were well liked. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to DJ. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, DJ?
What up, though, fellas? It's been a minute, man. Y'all all right?
We're doing great, DJ. How are you?
I'm good, man. I finally came back home, stopped being a coward, and came back home from San Francisco because I didn't want to hear the backlash. Like, I really was being a coward. I just came back a few days ago. I was working, I own my own business, so I was working from my computer, and I didn't want to come back because I didn't want to hear the radio. I haven't watched ESPN. I haven't watched First Tank, and I just got back. So I'm like, let me call my dogs and see what's happening.
I understand, so DJ. I understand.
So look, this is what I got for you. I actually think that the NFL can compete with the dunk contest. You want to know how?
Sure.
How is me and my friends to this day, we still YouTube Darryl Green racing Rod Woodson. Bring back the NFL's fastest man contest.
Yeah,
I'd love it.
I guarantee we will want to see Jamison Williams versus Tyreek Hill and blah, blah, blah. And also, let's see what NFL quarterback has the strongest arm. And I think that will bring back, the excitement to the NFL because I think that's something we all want to see, in my opinion.
I agree with you.
I think that's a great call.
And a dunk contest.
NFL players do a dunk contest? Could be interesting.
You know what? To be honest, remember they used to do that? Remember Barry Sanders?
I do remember that.
Carter? I absolutely agree with you. They can add that. I think they would be able to compete with the NBA. Just my opinion.
The fastest man stuff is, I think, a great call.
Yes.
Because I feel like people think that the fastest men in the NFL could run in the Olympics.
Well, I bet you half these guys have standing bets just outside. I bet you I can outrace you. Like, come on, no, you can't. And they pull out big wads of cash, put it down, have people wager on it, and they go do it. That happens.
Absolutely, man. Even when we were kids, man. I mean, you get some guys now that's drunk enough and have their Al Bundy poke high moment. You're talking about, man, I was the king of football back in 1962. I can beat you right now. And they go out there and pull a hamstring. That is something the guys just do. It's like an ego thing.
Yes, 100%.
You get what I'm saying? And then when you look at it, what's the best event in the Olympics? Everybody wants to see the 100-yard dash. They don't be caring about a lot of them except for maybe basketball, but they want to see the 100-yard dash. I think that will put the NFL top.
That's a great call, and I wonder why they don't do it.
Didn't they do it last year?
They did do something, but
Micah Parsons beat Tyreek Hill. It was like, I don't know, it was a 100-yard dash. Might have been 40 or less, but...
Was it part of the Pro Bowl games?
Yeah.
Was it really?
Well, look it up. Gator, look it up. I'm almost positive they did this, and Micah Parsons won. And because Tyreek, I don't know if he stumbled, fell, whatever. There was other guys that participated too. So...
Micah Parsons beats Tyreek Hill in 40-yard dash. But was this from the Pro Bowl games? I like it.
I don't know when else they would have done it.
I mean, hell, they might have done it this year, and I didn't even
exactly.
see it because I didn't watch any of it.
I think the dunk contest would be cool, though.
Dunk contest is a great idea.
Just do the exactly same thing as they do, except with football players.
Right. Because they're amazing athletes. Love to see it.
They're crazy. Some of the best basketball players in football are the tight ends. So I'd love to see like Mike Gesicki of the Patriots go out there and dunk.
I almost feel like doing it by position.
All bracket style?
Yeah.
Darren Waller.
Yeah.
The tight end bracket.
The running backs, the receivers.
What do we got for linemen? You think any linemen?
Kirk Cousins with a 360.
That's a great point.
Guys, I think Kirk Cousins is one of the most underrated dunkers.
He's definitely a better dunker than Jared Goff.
Think Goff can dunk?
Yeah. Well, he's like 6'5". He's not 30. And I would imagine even if he has...
Could he dunk? He has to be able to dunk.
It looks like his arms are kind of long. So how tall is he with his arms straight up in the air? Another...
Is it sad 14, that it's not a given?
Inches?
That we say
right.
Jared Goff can
should be a given, right?
I know.
So he's 6'5", 7'5". And then
you still need to jump.
Yeah,
it's not like Wembanyama or anything,
right.
You know.
I say he can.
I can't wait to. I mean, I think he can too, but I can't wait to talk to him now. Jared, if you're out there, give us a call. Wasn't it Hawkinson? Didn't they say Hawkinson was an incredible dunker?
Or they said he was like the best basketball player on the team at the time. Tight ends, man.
Well, yes, that would be fun. Football players. How about hockey players in a dunk contest? Dude.
I don't think they can do it.
I will tell you.
Although they should have crazy vertical. Their legs are so damn strong.
I swear to God, hockey players on dry land, when they just are asked to run, they run different than everybody else. There's something about the striding motion where I feel like when a hockey player runs in a straight line, there's still too much east-west.
This is still skating?
Still are kind of skating. And I was at one day, we were shooting a TV show way back in the day on my Chrysler Center when the Michigan hockey team showed up to just play some pickup basketball. And watching the hockey players run up and down the court was hilarious because it was almost like they'd fan out like they were on a rush, like an odd man rush, the way they would bring the ball, and they all ran with the striding motion. There's something about it.
Do you think they can jump, though?
Nope.
No?
No.
But their legs are so strong.
I think it's a different kind of, I think it's hips and it's more powering forward than it is exploding up. And, I mean, let's face it, there's not a ton of tall ones.
No, I agree with that.
No, I'm not saying they're not great athletes. They're
That's what you're saying. I think
athletes.
that's what
No,
you're saying.
do not misinterpret it. Interpret this. All right. Once again, Detroit, a sleeper. Yep. We'll get to that today at 102 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Just saw something here on the Twitch stream. Clackalacken posted the following. Not one hockey player on earth can dunk. you believe that to be true?
No, I don't.
I don't either. He says not one, though. Not a one. Kang, why are you laughing?
I like the boldness. I like the boldness. He's going all in, man.
Yep.
It's just funny to say. Funny for you to hear you read it.
Not one hockey player
Yes.
can dunk. Well, I mean, now I want to talk to a hockey player about it and see if there's a Red Wing. Can a Red Wing dunk?
If you could pick one Red Wing that you could think could dunk, who is it?
What a great question. I got to pick one Red Wing to dunk.
Your life depends on it. Or you die.
This is a lot of pressure.
There's a lot of pressure.
Gator, who you got?
Michael Rasmussen.
There you go. He was very confident about that, Doug.
He was. He's the tallest Red Wing.
That's why.
Yep. And I would probably agree with him since my life depends on it. I don't have to come up with a unique pick, so I'm going to go with Rasmussen as well. Come on, Michael. Now I really care. Maybe we can find out somehow. I mean, the Red Wings, is there anybody else? Because you know what name popped into my head? Mo Seider. And I'm thinking, you know, maybe a little bit lighter. So he doesn't have to.
All I'm picturing now are every NHL player getting up there and having like a 22-inch vertical leap. Like when they land, it's hard. It's loud. Boom.
Yeah.
Like they're trying to do the vertical leap with a cinder block
Right.
tied to their neck.
Right. I mean, now
you can take that off.
This is a time where I can say I really do truly wish they were bigger on the blue line, have more tall players that could dunk. My life depends on it. All right, Gator. Saw this today, and I'm seeing this over and over again, but I just decided, all right, ESPN came out with their baseball power rankings. Yeah. I'm like, all right, let me just see what they're saying. Because sometimes it's not even about where your team is ranked, although I'm intrigued. But I also like reading what they write about our teams, right?
Yes.
So where do you think the Tigers ranked? You care to venture a guess?
This is power rankings, so I'm going to.
This is the whole league ranked 1 to.
I mean, it's just based on what they expect them to do for the season. So,
Yep.
15.
15. All right, they're 20.
Well, that's way off.
But here's what they wrote. If you're looking for a sleeper pick, you could do worse than the Tigers climbing in the American League Central after an improved second half showing. The talent that Detroit has collected in recent years is beginning to manifest. But look, Detroit is not going to climb unless there's more consistent offense. Tigers finished 28th in runs scored in 2023, while young players such as Riley Green and older players such as Javi Baez generate more runs. So it's written by Buster Olney. I can't remember. I think it was Sports Illustrated. Somebody else wrote about the Tigers and called them a sleeper as well. I don't feel like we're the it team the way the Lions were, and everybody jumped on board the Lions. But I do feel like the Tigers are kind of capturing the thinking man's imagination. And by thinking man, I mean just a hardcore baseball fan is now looking at the Tigers and going, not hopeless, no longer hopeless.
Well, they're an interesting team because they're a younger team, and it's a season where there's no Miguel Cabrera. So, and though I love watching Miggy play in the Tigers uniform the last couple of years, obviously not very productive years for him. He was actually hit pretty well with base hits, but not many extra base hits or home runs, and wasn't driving in a ton of runs. So you would expect that now you're replacing those at bats with other hitters, so that Torkelson doesn't have to play every day at first base, or Kerry Carpenter doesn't have to play every day in the outfield. That maybe that's where the majority of those at bats going to come from, and those at bats should be more productive than what Cabrera was. I think there's a reason to be optimistic about the Tigers' offense being better.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's funny. I'm being gone this weekend. I at one point got on my phone and was noticing that there were people around the game writing about the Colt Keith contract, and it's being considered. It turned some heads
Yeah.
And people can see the upside to both sides. The idea that the Tigers have perhaps made a very value-conscious signing, but that also that Colt Keith is guaranteed money now, but maybe losing some money long-term. But this is one way to treat your prospects. You're not going to hit on all of them, but.
Well, it's interesting. This is only the reason that I think there are a lot of national people writing about it is because this doesn't happen that often.
Yep.
And the Tigers are doing it with Colt Keith. So will they do the same thing next year for Jace Young or Jackson Jobe? There are other highly rated players. Is that possible? Is Max Clark looking at this going, hey, all right, he got paid before he even took a single at bat. I can't wait till I get my opportunity. And, 3 years down the road, he's 21 years old, ready to go, and they sign him to a deal. I mean, this could be the new hotness in Major League Baseball. And if it does become that way, I mean, it's obviously there's risk reward because if the player doesn't pan out, then you've got not an albatross of a contract, but you've got a bad contract on your hands.
Yeah.
So this is why it doesn't happen that often. But maybe this is where it's going to start to go. The other thing with contracts, you get the Shohei Ohtani deferred payment, 10-year, $700 million deal. Are we going to start to see more of those? Will the Players Association step in or Major League Baseball, I guess, not Players Association, but baseball say, we can't do that. No more deferred stuff. But until they say you can't do it, is that the loophole that team's going to go by?
And in recent weeks, the win totals came out in Vegas. Expected win totals for this season that you can bet over or under, and the Tigers had the second most in the division. So stranger things have happened than a second favorite wins a division.
I like it.
So
I'm getting excited.
Yep.
I'm getting excited. They're already starting to see articles in the local papers about some of the fringe players or bullpen guys or whatever, and like, oh, these guys are working out. Hey, working on other pitches. Alex Faedo, he's got a different grip. Trey Wingeder.
Here we go, Doug.
Trey Wingeder, look out. He's feeling like he can pitch in any
it's coming.
bullpen in baseball.
Get ready.
Just say it, Gator.
Go ahead.
Coming into camp, best shape of his life.
There's one more.
Yep.
There's one more.
Sound of the ball cracking off the bat. It's just
Sounds different.
Sounds different.
I tell you, you get behind that guy, you're hearing the pop in the mitt. It's louder.
Doug, remember when we were actually in spring training and I made the observation to Gator and he smirks and turns to us and goes, it does sound different. I was like, no, Gator.
Yeah.
It does.
I can't wait for spring training this year.
Yeah, so all those things are true every year. Spring training, right?
Yeah,
Sound the bat, best shape of his life. And third, you guys forgot, right? Visa issues.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
it's all
Yeah,
it's a
visa issues.
visa.
Oh, that's a good point.
It just sneaks up on you, spring training.
Yeah, right.
They had no
Exactly.
idea.
Who knew this year there was going to be spring training?
I know, he's got visa issues, guys. We didn't anticipate
Javi
him
Baez
reporting
back-
for camp.
Is Javi Baez back in time yet?
Visa issues. Do you guys follow Jacob Turner at all? Former Tigers pitcher,
Yes.
former MLB pitcher. So he's like a financial guy now. And he broke down
He's kind of awesome.
Yeah, he broke down Colt Keith's contract and the pros and cons. It's a long tweet, so I'm not going to read it or anything like that. But he does a great job of kind of putting out there. It's like a financial advisor. He tells you, hey, this is the pros of this, and this is the cons. You got to choose what's best for you. And then the thing he does point out, though, the team has like 3 options. So it's really
There's 3 option years at the end. It could be a 9-year deal.
It's a team-friendly deal. I mean, of course, they can get somewhat burned if Colt Keith is terrible. But in the end, he's very good at just kind of laying it all out for the players and an athlete. This is life-changing money, but you could be leaving tens of millions on the table.
The one thing about this that I got to remind ourselves that we can sit here and we can talk about the money and whether it's a good deal or a bad deal, but there's no cap in baseball, right? So it's not our money, and it's not like you're using up a good chunk of percentage of the cap on a player that hasn't played yet. My biggest question is, what does this do for a player's development? Does this take all the pressure off, or does it put more pressure on? When you haven't played in the big leagues yet, and you signed, was it a $26 million deal? 26, 28, 26 million?
For the 6 years, and then the extension could take it up to like 82 million total or something like that.
That's what we should care about, and what I think the average fan cares about is this mean that Colt Keith has a better chance of success because the pressure's off, or is it putting more pressure on him?
I don't know. I mean, I would certainly look at it both ways. So I'm not sure how to really address that. But I also feel that at the end of that 6 years, and you get to the first of the 3 option years, if he's like an all-star player and he looks great, something tells me that they're going to rip up the last 3 years of the options, even though it'd be beneficial to the Tigers because it's cheap, and they just give him a new contract with new extension.
But you make a good point, Doug, because to your original question, is this going to help or hurt his development? Because that's the point, right? What you care about is those first 6 years. If he's great, but does this help or hurt him?
Yeah, I don't.
Because he's human in the end. Everyone reacts differently to a big deal like this.
Did Turner, by chance, mention that at any time? Because I do find Jacob Turner. We'll look it up during the break, but I do find his stuff on social media to be fascinating. As a former player who, struck gold with a signing bonus, but never made it as a player, he's very truthful and humbled, but honest about, how tough it is to make it.
I mean, he writes one thing where he says, listen, not every prospect fulfills their full potential, obviously. He goes, take me, for example. I was ranked higher than Keith, but I just never found solid footing. Everyone's different on how they're going to react to a deal like this. So we'll see. But I assume Scott Harris, everyone took that into account, what kind of player, what kind of mindset they think they have in him when they give someone this much money, right?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Get your champ and chump votes in on a Monday. 97.1 the ticket. Hey, during the winter, the last thing you need is plumbing issues. If you got them, call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing at 855-339-4242. CGC will send one of their plumbers out quickly. If you're tired of running out of hot water, call CGC Water and have them install a Navien tankless water heater. No more running out of hot water. You'll reduce your energy consumption and save money. Call CGC Water and get 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater like we got at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Kind of got down the rabbit hole here a little bit, but we were talking about how the Tigers, somebody else is calling the Tigers a sleeper team, and I love it. I mean, look, spring's right around the corner, and baseball will start up soon, and we just carried an NFL season deeper than we have in our lifetime. And this is great. As the calendar quickly moves on to things like the postseason chase for the Detroit Red Wings and the Tiger season getting underway, we have more than a little bit of interest in both of them. Red Wings currently 5 points into a playoff spot, and the Tigers seeming to be turning the corner here a little bit. Nobody's expecting them to contend necessarily for a World Series, but can they contend in this division? Can they push a playoff chase? Can they be a team that's Gator, here we go again. Can they get themselves on the graphic when it comes to a wild
Another
card
team
chase?
on the graphic.
Yep. And I mentioned that over the weekend, I saw a lot of baseball writers writing about the Colt Keith contract, the $26 million contract before playing one day in the big leagues. And Kang, you mentioned the Jacob Turner social media post. And yes, Jacob Turner, the former Tiger pitcher, who is a financial, seems to be, he's listed as a top 100 advisor. Actually, this is pretty funny. His Twitter profile says top 100 advisor. My kids don't believe I played Major League Baseball.
There you go.
But when he's talking about the pros of Colt Keith's contract, here is exactly what I was interested in. He writes of this as it pertains, because I don't know that the fan cares about how much money a player makes in a non-cap league. I mean, you don't want to waste the money, but there's no cap, so
fans do care.
They do care. But
when they don't perform, they get pissed.
What does the contract mean for the player's development? Does it help or does it hurt? Here's what Jacob Turner says. The pressure valve won't build as fast on having a $26 million contract. One thing most don't realize is how quickly the pressure to perform builds when you first arrive in the big leagues. Keith's contract will provide him 10 times more opportunities than the average call-up, something that should pay huge dividends for him.
Yeah, I would think that if like this already says, we're giving you the greatest opportunity to make this team out of spring training, right? And then if you do make the team out of spring training, this also says, and you're not likely to be sent down anytime soon, we're going to give you a long leash to develop, because we've seen what you can do at the minor league level. You conquered that. We're going to give you every opportunity to succeed here. You know, we'll reevaluate after 200 at bats or whatever. Yep. I agree with that. But the other thing is, everything is individual. You don't know. Different people react differently to pressure situations. You know, some people thrive on it, others do not. And, you know, you would hope that you're getting and you're selecting players in the draft and trying to develop more players that thrive in the pressure situation.
That are wired to be able to handle all the various challenges mentally of being a professional athlete.
And if you can't handle it, then, well, at least we're finding out early, because, you know, I don't know if you would succeed any other way. I mean, if you can't handle the pressure of playing for a contract, are you going to handle the pressure for stepping into the box in a 3-2 count in a game on a line?
Well, look, I mean, I feel like because I work with you and because you almost daily during the summer give me updates on minor league Tiger box scores, because it's just and for every Colt Keith, and you were on Colt Keith early, there's also the Ulrich Bolyarskis of the world that just have a hot week.
Just mention them. Yeah. Well, because the guy was like Australian. We thought this guy's interesting.
Yeah.
But
That was
but Justice Bigby is another one I'm on for the last year.
Yep.
Anyone in the organization?
Yeah. Hey, if somebody goes 6 for 11,
well, no,
I'm hearing about it.
You're going to hear about it.
No, it's not necessarily on the air. This is just one of the summer time killers Gator has when we go to a commercial break. Did you see what this kid did at Low A?
All right,
yesterday?
so I look it up. You know, I pay attention to this stuff.
But
that's why it doesn't surprise me when as the summer goes on and Colt Keith gets promoted. You're like, well, yeah, you told me about him, right? Yes, he was killing it. He was mashing it.
And
he
everybody
deserved the promotion.
And everybody else who had a 2-hit game at one point or another in Erie.
Yeah, I mean, there's Cody Clemens. There's, you know what I mean. You don't know who's.
There's
gonna
a bunch
stick.
I don't tell you guys about.
For a reason.
Small sample size.
I find that hard to believe that you don't tell us about anybody.
So is this kind of the new Moneyball? Okay, so if you don't know, Bobby Witt Jr. has just inked a new deal with the Royals. It's 11 years, $288 million. Now, Bobby Witt Jr. is a higher prospect than Colt Keith, of course, and he's played a couple years, and he's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
But is this, you know what I mean? Hey, we're gonna get out in front of this and save some money here. $50 million, $60 million, $80 million, whatever.
Yeah, didn't the Braves do this with Acuna?
Yeah, the Braves, the Tampa Rays, those organizations seem to kind of hit.
Well,
it seems like, but they've played.
Tampa just really.
But
hit a rough spot with the last one.
Yeah, one one's pretty rough. But other than that, but those guys played. Colt Keith has not played.
I know it's also the numbers are lower too. It's 6 years and $26 million that can balloon up to 80 something with 3 additional years tacked onto it. But yes, I think that absolutely. If you see a guy that performs at a really good high level the first year or two in the league, that they're probably going to jump on it to give him a contract. Would I expect the Tigers maybe to try to do something with Riley Green? I think what's held Riley Green from what might hold him back from getting that deal right now is that he's gotten hurt so often.
So, but doing this with Colt Keith, this will be probably over-evaluated and valued by the Tiger fan base as it pertains to Scott Harris. Right? I mean, this is the first thing that Scott Harris has done.
The significant move that he's made.
The new GM has done something somewhat out of the box, which has really piqued people's interest in, this move is intriguing. And I'm not talking about just Tiger fans. We're talking about baseball writers are writing about it. And because it's the first kind of thing he's done, if this hits, we'll probably be predicting big things for Scott Harris when Colt Keith turns into a star. And if it misses, this might be where the people put a pin in it and say this was the first sign it wasn't going to work. And yet there'll be other moves that can shift the narrative. But this is an early one. This is an early move by Scott Harris that's going to lead to a lot of evaluation of what kind of GM we got here.
I mean, when I first heard of this contract, I had the people's eyebrow going, oh, what's up with that? Interesting. I did not expect that.
The people's eyebrow.
That's a Dwayne The Rock Johnson thing when the eyebrow goes up.
All right, thank you.
But that was...
He did not smell what you were cooking, Gator.
I did not smell it.
No. It's a jabroni move. It's because this guy is being now included in the handful of other players that have gotten a deal like this early on. So it's, to me, it tells me that Scott Harris really thinks highly of Colt Keith. Now, we'll see if he does this again with, like I said, with Chase Young or Jackson Jobe or some of the other prospects they have. But they did this with Colt Keith, not with Parker Meadows, not with Riley Green, not with Spencer Torkelson.
Yep.
These aren't the guys that got the deal. Colt Keith got the deal.
248-539-9797. Open lines. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Perhaps you know the big game is this Sunday on 97.1 The Ticket. Coverage begins at 4 p.m. Presented by Solo Stove. Feel the heat of the world's most popular smokeless fire pit. Solostove.com.
Things look awesome.
I got a response from somebody in the game about an NHL player that could dunk. And the name that came back was Tage Thompson from the Buffalo Sabres. Be pretty confident Tage Thompson can dunk.
Tage Thompson.
Yep.
The Buffalo Sabres. Well, he's tall. He's 6'6", 220. He's 26.
Is he an American kid?
Yeah.
I always think there's a better chance American
I was just going to say,
grow up trying to dunk.
hoops,
Maybe I think you grow up in Canada, you grow up dreaming of being the next Tage Thompson. You grow up in America, you might be more likely.
Multi-sport. Arizona.
There you go.
Arizona. How about that?
Yep. All right, you got to text in somebody in the league.
Yeah, I haven't heard yet.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Bridge, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Bridge?
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Hey, I got a champ and a chump.
All right, let's hear it.
Champ's the Lions organization, all the way from Sheila Fordham down to Dan Campbell, the GM, and the coaches, and the special shout out to Ben Johnson for coming back. And I'll take him at his word that he came back because he wanted to win the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So that's great. Makes me feel good about our chances next year. And I think we'll be in the Super Bowl next year.
Oh, boy. I hope so.
Yeah, we'll be there. I you know what? I trust the organization to fill out the couple of holes that we have and get us there. We were so close this year. We'll get there next year.
Well,
okay,
I like the confidence bridge. It's certainly in play.
Okay.
Yep.
So the chumps. There's a whole bunch of callers last week that were coming down so hard on Dan Campbell. Two guys on your show, one of them didn't want to take no for an answer, and the other one who said he took points off the board. Right. Somebody needs to explain to him that to take points off the board, they got to be on the board first. a 48-yard possible attempt at a field goal is not points on the board. So anyway, and then there was another caller on the Stoney and Jansen show,
yep,
who wanted him fired. He wanted Dan Campbell fired. I mean, this is a coach who's taken us further than anybody else in the modern era, which is the Super Bowl era. The last time, and how do you talk about firing that guy? I don't know. And the last time, the Lions won a championship was when if you won the championship game, you went to McDonald's and they supersized your fries at no extra charge. That was the price for winning this championship. So in a modern era, we've gone further than anybody else. And if you compare to the last championship game we went to, there's no comparison. But we got blown out. We were in that game for 60 seconds and we got blown out the Redskins.
Yep.
This time we were.
Yeah, now that we've experienced two of them, this was way more difficult to deal with. Way more difficult for me to deal with personally.
At some point, it's also going to be so much more satisfying that the season went the way it did. We're going to appreciate it at some point.
You think?
Yeah, I do. And maybe it'll be just as soon as we hear what Brad Holmes had to say, because apparently he's killing it at the press conference today.
Yeah, we'll go over it with a fine-tooth comb and present it in tomorrow's program. Let me be clear. Of course, I am very grateful for having this team and making as far as they did. I'm still not in a feeling good about the season kind of place. Everything logically says we should feel very good about the season and feel very good about the future. But at the end of the day, I'm not ready to go there yet. Just not.
Okay.
Yep. You got over it pretty quick, though.
I did, but now I'm having different feelings coming in, different emotions that come through. But I'm still I can still get back to the base of what a great year.
Yeah.
And I get back to that quickly. If I start to get pissed about, damn it, missed opportunity. Hey, won 2 playoff games. They got to the NFC Championship game. Didn't expect them to get to the NFC Championship game this year. What a great year. What a great starting point. Was I pissed in 96 when the Wings didn't win the Stanley Cup? Yep. Was I pissed in 95 when they got to the Stanley Cup and got swept? Yeah, I was pissed. But it was also amazing because they had not gotten to the Stanley Cup at that point in 50 years or whatever it was. So it was really cool. And you knew that team was young enough and good enough that they were going to grow together, and it was just a matter of time. And it didn't happen the next year, but it happened the year after that. So here we are with this Lions team. What a really nice team. A great season they had. They've got holes. They can get better. Let's watch them cook in the offseason. And I'm going to have high expectations next season.
All right, something just got unveiled in the world of sports. And I can't decide if this is going to be the future or it's going to be looked at with great disdain. Have you seen they've unveiled the court for the All-Star weekend at Lucas Oil Stadium?
I saw something I didn't pay close attention to it, though.
It basically is an LED court. So you know how in like the hockey pregame shows, they'll have the light out. Imagine playing with that on the surface.
They can't have this while the game's
I don't
going
know.
on.
The front office sports just tweeted out the NBA just unveiled its state-of-the-art LED court for the 2024 All-Star events taking place at Lucas Oil Stadium. Live replays, player tracking, real-time stats, design and color changes, interactive games for the fans. Is this mean for the actual All-Star game, the court is going to be an LED screen? Kang, have you seen this?
Yes.
Making the rounds?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is this for the actual All-Star game?
That's what I'm led to believe.
They can't have it during the game, though. You can't have all this crap going on during the game.
I don't. It's not a real game.
No, I know, but it's just way too distracting. Can I see it?
You think they accidentally might play defense? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
But I mean,
It's crazy.
It's way distracting.
Yeah, they're supposed to be able to track the player movement, all this, like just everything that you kind of get when you watch from home on your screen. Is that happening live with them where they can see it? Is that what we're led to believe here?
I don't know. It's been tweeted out from our account at DugganGator971 if you want to check it out. There's no way this is the future of the NBA, is it?
Or sports. Forget the NBA. I mean, this would, if it worked, right, in the NBA, wouldn't they try this in other sports?
Do you remember like the first time they let music play when the play was going on?
Like real music, not
like
just
real
like the,
music, yeah.
Not like the Charge.
Not
yeah.
Like there is now a soundtrack to the entire game. That seemed like that's crazy. You can't do that. This court, I'm not even sure it's for the All-Star game itself because it just says for All-Star events taking place at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yeah, so it could just be the 3-point contest, the skills competition, because that's what they're showing on the display or the video, that little short, right?
Sort of. I mean, it's
a slam dunk. There's skills
challenge, yeah. But there's other graphics that would look a little bit like gameplay, isn't there?
You could do anything. It's LED.
Yeah.
Right?
But it's shining down onto the court. They're not playing on.
I don't know how they're doing this. Like, is
it says LED court.
I don't think it's projected from above. I think it's projected from below.
Yeah, exactly.
And by the way, this includes the Ruffles 3-point line where it literally says Ruffles on the 3-point line.
All right. Well, how does that happen? So it's no longer a hardwood floor? That's why I say it has to be projected onto it.
I think it's an LED screen that they're playing on.
Underneath?
Yeah.
Like a clear hardwood?
I don't know about that.
I don't either, but If you want to see it, check it out at Doug and Gator 971. And I mean, if this works, can you see it for hockey? Can you see it for auto racing? I don't know that you can do it with football, can you?
Will they finally get the yellow line? Players can see. That's all they want, right?
Yeah,
what do you mean there's no yellow
totally
line?
Be the yellow line. Wow. Check it out at Doug and Gator 971.
I mean, have you seen the Vision Pro stuff with Apple, Doug? I know
No.
Gator, you probably avoid it, but no.
No, what is it?
Oh, it's the goggles, man. Are you getting the VR?
Oh.
It's insane. This is
Yes.
what I feel like I have VR goggles on, and you can open up screen, like you can do a million things while looking.
There's an adjustment period
It's
with the
crazy.
VR goggles, man.
No, that Vision Pro is insane. I don't like where we're headed.
I don't either.
And I'm saying that as
We don't even have to participate in anything anymore. Just
no.
We're headed towards a world where you just lay in bed. You don't make any decisions. You just put on these VR goggles. Check it out at Doug and Gator 971 on Twitter. Brad Holmes just said, this is everything for the Detroit Lions. I'll tell you what it is today at 11:47. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, last year at the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski went wide left on FanDuel's Kick of Destiny. Now he's back for Kick of Destiny 2, and this time you can play along. All you got to do is choose if Gronk will make or miss. Get your free pick in right now, because if you're right, you'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. Everyone can get in on the action when Gronk takes his shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether your team make or team miss, just head to FanDuel's Sportsbook app and get your pick in. It's absolutely free. Then tune in before the game to see Gronk's kick live. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you're right. If you're new to FanDuel, just sign up with FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. $10 million prize pool will be split equally amongst all eligible participants who make the correct pick. Prize issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Brett Holmes meeting with the media right now. Mentioned before the break, he said this is everything. Holmes on the 3 coordinators being back in 2024. Continuity is everything. You know, we were earlier reading the comments in that story in The Athletic about how everybody seemed to get it wrong with Ben Johnson, the Detroit Lions offensive coordinator, who didn't take the job with the Washington Redskins, took himself out of the running. Immediately, it felt like there was damage control by the Commanders. Did I say Redskins again? The Commanders, that they were basically letting everybody know, hey, this was never a lock. And there was even some backlash against Ben Johnson as unnamed sources within the league say this is how you tick people off, by texting them when they're on flight to meet with you. I mean, look, a smear campaign against Ben Johnson doesn't matter to me whatsoever, Gator. It has no impact on what the job he does as an offensive coordinator. And if he is basically, if in any way there's merit to this, and people don't like what Ben Johnson did, and it very selfishly here, does it cost him other opportunities and we get to keep him for longer? So be it. He's done something that I wonder how long it'll last. I think eventually every town grows tired of their offensive coordinator, because eventually you either get to know their playbook a little bit, or there's nothing new and exciting about the same offensive coordinator, and you just want the next innovative guy. Everybody uses the word innovative. There's 2 words. Offensive coordinators, you want them. They all say, we're going to be innovative and we're going to be multiple.
Right.
And defensive coordinators, we're going to be aggressive and we're going to be multiple.
Right.
and those are the catchphrases that get thrown around. But all right, now, I don't remember a more popular offensive coordinator with the Lions.
Well, there hasn't been, and I think in part it's because the new hotness in the NHL and the NFL is to go hire the offensive coordinator who's young, the young offensive coordinator. And the Lions have one of those who's been wildly successful for the last 2 years with this team since he's taken over calling the plays. Mm-hmm. And I think that's it right there. Yeah, of course we love this guy. And the fact that they had playoff success, which we haven't been able to say in our lifetimes.
Yep.
Well, they made the playoffs, but they haven't won. Won one game, obviously, that we remembered. This is 2 in the same season. And we like what we see. We see the improvement. And we see that there are players, but it's when you look at this team, they all work together. It's such a team concept with the offense. Everything it starts with the offensive line. And then you can see what a team can do offensively when the line is good. You got to have a good quarterback, and this quarterback is good. He's very good. You got to have good running backs. Those running backs are good. But when you start labeling things as great,
mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe you have a great tight end. Maybe you have a great slot receiver. I know I've got a couple of great offensive linemen.
For sure.
But sprinkling in a few greats with a lot of good makes the offense great.
All right, feedback coming in here. We've tweeted out the image that has been released by the NBA of the new court, the state-of-the-art LED court that is being used for the 2024 All-Star events taking place at Lucas Oil Stadium. What we can't figure out is whether or not this court is going to be used for the All-Star game. But it looks like they're playing on top of a giant TV screen that is projecting images on the floor while they are playing. Feedback coming in. Josh writes in, only for events like this, I want it. Tom Cavanaugh tweets us, didn't we see this in Space Jam 2? I don't know. I didn't see any of the Space Jam. Kang, did you see Space Jam or Space Jam 2?
I saw bits and pieces. LeBron one, right? Yeah. I mean, I expected to be more updated than Space Jam 1. Which was like 20 years, 30 years ago.
Mitchell says it's basically a TV on the floor and then a laminate on top to be able to support them.
I hope a player doesn't accidentally jump on the off button, the power button, and just the whole LED screen goes out.
The old test pattern comes up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, So you got this weird surface because it's like this glass or plexiglass floor surface or whatever. How does that affect the basketball?
Well, that's why it can't be just glass. It's got to simulate the floor, the hardwood somehow, like the regular hardwood.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not just glass or LED or paint or whatever.
Yeah, can they have it play just like a wood floor, typical wood floor? Because I'm still amazed that we haven't come up with the technology for baseball bats that looks like wood, sounds like wood, plays like wood, but it's actually a synthetic compound that won't break. And I specifically think it every year watching college baseball. But
well, they're able to. They've dumbed those bats down, for lack of a better term, haven't they? Some of those composite bats, so they don't fire off as hard.
Yes, they have.
And launches, they try to make them as close to the wood as possible in terms of how the exit velocity and stuff.
Yeah. Bob tweets us they have to do something to make the game more watchable. I will admit, if they are using this in the game, I will pay attention. And I also would think that if this goes over well, buckle up.
So, like, for the people that may not have watched it at all, you might, Doug, now go, hey, oh, yeah, they're using the LED floor. I want to check that out, right, to see what it looks like.
Yep.
We'll see, yeah.
Dave just tweeted us, this makes me nauseous. I'm getting vertigo just looking at it.
I hope that's not the effect, because that would definitely turn it off right away.
Yeah, I mean, it could be too much. But, man.
I'm just thinking they can't, during an actual, I don't think this is the future. They're actually going to have this during the game and have it play during a game, because that is wildly distracting, and that's not what they
for the players. You're
Yeah.
saying, because they kind of do this for the viewer at home, anyways, don't they?
Yeah, there's plenty for the viewer at home, but for the, I mean,
yeah, it's
that experience should happen during timeouts. That's when it happens.
It's likely to say Geico on literally on the floor, but it's not a moving image. Like all those LED projected advertisements we see now, none of them are moving images. This is a moving image on the actual floor, which, I mean, could you see a player incorporating some image to go along with their dunk in the dunk contest? That is something that I bet happens.
That's something.
That is something that I can bet happen, is that a player will have a request for an actual image projected on the floor for the dunk contest. So when they dunk, the whole floor bursts into flames, something like that. Rico, have you seen this? The floor for the All-Star game they're using?
No.
It's LED.
The entire floor?
The entire floor. And that what we can't figure out is whether or not it's just going to be for the skills competition or they're going to use this for the actual game.
You know what? Why not just use it for the game? I mean, at this point, whatever you can do. Now, you know what they need to do. And maybe this is for those out there who don't like, Peacock and game streaming.
Yep.
FCC-wise, you can do and say whatever you want. And Gus Johnson showed you, you know what? There's a market for this. As Caitlin Clark had a shot blocked.
Yes.
It's not quite what Gus said.
No, he did not use the word shot.
Live on the air.
Oh.
He got that blank blocked.
Oh. So it was still his context was the way you heard it, or was it a slip of the tongue?
Yes.
Well, it doesn't answer my question.
No. It's yes to both. He said it and then realized I meant shot. But it came out so natural.
It came out the way that he wanted to come out, and then wait, that's not how I wanted to come out.
I always wondered,
trouble
what happens if HBO ever bids for the rights and gets it. But now you can get away with a lot more than you used to be able to.
Could you imagine watching a game and you get and tell the announcer
with full
Doug,
expletives?
Doug, if they said you don't have to go full radio guy, just be yourself. That has to be the dumbest MF and play I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
I would watch that. That's like the Manning cast times 10.
Yeah.
Well, you need to see this floor. We've tweeted it out at Doug and Gator 971. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
One topic, just kind of listening to callers all throughout the weekend. I thought it was, can people just, admit that this team the Lions just had a good year. And it's disappointing the end, but it wasn't tragic. It wasn't horrible. It's just a good team, good year, and the
it's
people,
a great year.
And the people saying I'm not watching the Super Bowl. That's a you guys thing. I don't understand it. I don't get it. We get one last game.
I said
You're not
it.
a Lions fan.
I said it, and in the moment, I knew I didn't mean it, but I meant it at the same time, if that makes any sense. I'm not watching the Super Bowl. I mean it. I have no chance of following through on that commitment. But in the moment, I felt like
I still watch the Super Bowl. It's the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know.
And we have to watch it.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
And if you want the unfiltered version of that, you can Odyssey rewind to, 9:52 or whatever it was?
I was about to say, as opposed to the non-female gender.
Bro, it was 15 minutes of that. I call Roberto. I go, hey, just be careful now. Don't get us in trouble. But, yeah, there's a lot we didn't put into that one that would have got us in trouble. So we've got some Lions to do today. I'm not going to take the bait by Chris Villar. Chris with that salacious Pistons update. I may get to that in the 4 o'clock. I may.
Things you do to not be a Piston.
Okay, we'll get to that in the 4. But you and I have to start this show a certain way, Rico. Because it's listeners, it's people we work with. Like, are you people going to grow up? Game was over a week ago. I cannot believe we are this far down the line. And you know what I don't hear about? You know what? Lions had a hell of a season. It was a hell of a good year. Win a home playoff game. Win 2 of them, in fact. Win the division. And you didn't get rolled in the NFC title game. In fact, there was a time you thought you were going to win it. And you know what Rico and I have been hearing? I don't want to watch the Super Bowl. Wah! What is wrong with you people? And that goes to some of our coworkers. Oh, you're not going to watch the Super Bowl. What? Oh, it's just so painful. What? Can I remind you this was an unbelievable season where this team damn near went to the Super Bowl? Mm-hmm. What, Rico, what planet are we on?
I don't know. Gator told me. It's because you're not a Lions fan. That's why. Like, Gator, I watched my team not make the Super Bowl 11 times.
Yeah, you know what you did?
I watched
the Super Bowl 11 times.
Right. It's like, I don't understand it. I do understand, like, the initial, that Monday, the overreaction. I'm mad, I'm angry, but it gets to the point where, guys, it was a good season, good team, and another team just won. Doesn't mean your team is bad. They just outlasted you. They won, but you're not going to watch the game. You sound like a bunch of crybabies.
Well, here's the other thing. And again, it has nothing to do with the hosts. Nothing. All weekend, callers still wanting to talk about 4th and 2, 4th and 3. Man, game was
well, you know whose
8
fault.
days ago.
You know whose fault it was, right? It's Jared Goff's fault. Can't pay him. Can't bring him back. Patrick Mahomes would have made that throw.
The throws were made. The catches weren't.
I'm just saying.
I just would like to know from the people, if you are not able to arrive at this was a great season, then when, if ever, are you going to? I mean, by Thursday of last week, it's over. Game's done. I just don't understand. You have callers and hosts talking about not watching the damn game? At what point, let me do any of you get any joy out of this year? Now, Brad Holmes talked today. We're going to have some of his audio for you at 3 o'clock. He said one thing that I think warrants discussion. But I'd love to hear from you guys on this.
Yeah.
Because it's mornings, middays, depending what show you listen to on the weekend. I'm not watching the Super Bowl. What?
Yeah. Are you not watching the Super Bowl? And if so, why not? 248-539-9797. No judgment, no anger. I just want to know the reason why you're choosing this year, the last game of the year. You've invested so much time in an entire season that you get one more game, and no, you're opting out.
Well,
you're hitting the portal.
And the fact that you can't feel satisfaction from this season. I don't get it. I mean, listen, when I was 12, I might let a game bother me for a week. I'm listening to people old enough to get discounts on afternoon movies this weekend calling in saying they can't get over it. It's like, dude, you best get over it.
I heard somebody say, it was a cookie show this week, nobody's going to watch the Super Bowl this year because the Lions aren't in it. And I had to pull over and send Cookies a text. I'm driving to East Lansing. Like, you do realize people are going to watch this game. No, the Lions aren't in it, so nobody cares. everybody only cared to see the Lions. I was like, that's not how this works.
No, but it's also the end of, okay, our season is over and it sucked. But, by Thursday or Friday, I figure you'd be able to go, you know what? It's a pretty damn good season. This was pretty awesome. I'm amazed we have people still complaining about Dan Campbell. Because also blaming Dan Campbell, I just don't agree with. He's not blameless, but he's not alone in blame. You have to blame layers of people. This idea, we're still talking about these calls. I'm like, I got nothing for you.
I got a theory on that, and I think that a lot of people who are still talking about the calls, still talking about the drop passes, still talking about all those things means that they don't think that this team is going to make it back to this spot again. There's going to be another 30-some years before they make it back, and that's where the anger comes from, that they don't think the Lions are going to make it back anytime soon. So, therefore, you're angry, and this is why you want to, you want changes, and you want a new quarterback, and Dan Campbell's an idiot, and just on and on and on. So, that's my theory.
Okay. Listen, I want to hear from the people on it. Brad Holmes spoke today. We've got some audio about how they're going to approach their offseason. I'm not overreacting to it, but I'll give you my thoughts on it, because if I hold him to his word, I don't like it. I'll explain. There ain't going to be no yelling or anything. We'll grade them on what they actually do, not what they say. We will update you on NBA trade deadline later in the show, way later in the show. Also, condolences as the entire Michigan basketball team was hit by a car driven by their coach. Juwan Howard, what are you doing? His comments were, depending on your perspective, either hilarious or infuriating. We're going to get to that later in the day. We got a jam-packed show on a Monday, but we had to start with this. Are Rico and I insane for sitting here and going, hey, man, obviously, you can be salty about the loss, but how the hell are listeners still calling this station angry a week later? How the hell are we still talking about Dan Campbell? And how the hell am I listening to both callers, texters, hosts saying, man, we ain't watching the Super Bowl? I don't know what planet I'm on. 248-539-9797. David, are we living on a separate in a separate galaxy here, or are you with us on this?
No, I am with you on this because I get it. It was an emotional collapse. It was very, you 17-point lead and you collapse like that. You're going to have that feeling a couple days later, but a week later, more than a week later, you're saying, I can't get over it, and then you can't watch the Super Bowl because of it. Rico's right. There's never been the Lions have never been in the Super Bowl, so you've watched it before.
Right.
You will watch it
57 other times you watch this game.
So you'll be just fine. You'll watch the Super Bowl.
David, I'm usually at this point in the year, I've been disenfranchised from my team or angry by, I don't know, September. The Giants stink.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's the Super Bowl.
We're not going to have football until September. Training camp doesn't count, guys. It doesn't count.
No, but I know.
No,
don't worry. Mark the tape on this. I'll have to listen to how excited David is to watch preseason football. He's going to do it again. And then we'll come back on that Monday, and he's going to admit to us, yeah, I watched about 3 minutes.
I'm not going to do it this year. I'm not going to do it.
I was going to say the new XFL, USFL mergered league.
Nah, I'm not going to bore you about that.
Okay.
Not going to do that. But
I think I'm actually going to go down to one game this year.
I'll do that for the kids, but that's different.
You are something, man.
I just want to see what it looks like.
Hey, if you've got a local soccer league with kids and your attendance is down, give us a call. Rico will show up. Nobody likes live sports more than you, man. Nobody. You know what? Hey, if you got a bocce league, Rico would really like to learn about Italy's sport. Come on down. 30, 90-year-old Italian guys, and then Rico.
That's the where they roll the ball down?
Yeah, yes. Okay. Yeah. And
that's
Rico,
the Enzo Mariucci sport. Gotcha.
Rico, where are you at? Oh, I'm at Moneyball. I thought that was in the summer. No, I'm at the Moneyball Bocce Invitational. down at the Knights of Columbus. Watching bocce.
Hey, Rico, let's go to Palazzo de Bocce.
Right, I mean, my goodness.
This is the man who watches horses run in circles.
I do it from the comfort of my house. Well, then there's Saratoga and Keeneland and different things. But those are trips. I don't know if that's the same as watching
I can just
7-on-7.
Go down there and watch the game.
All right.
And then you go home. If it's bad, you go home.
David, we know anybody at the USFL? Get Rico in a luxury box for this big merger?
Not the top of my head. I may find someone soon, though. We'll see.
Okay. 248-539-9797. We're off and running on a Monday. Your calls next. 97.1. Winter is here, and whether you're injured as a result of an auto accident or a slip and fall in the winter months, there is only one attorney you've got to call. It is David Femininio. We have told you before, if you're injured in Michigan, you need to call David Femininio to get David and get paid. He can be reached anytime on his website, getdavidgetpaid.com, or give him a call directly at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. All right, David, I'm going to get ticket text in 1 second. I just want Kenny's take on this as a diehard Lion fan. And, Kenny, you deal with the people, and you screen for middays with Doug and Scott. Now, Doug and Scott embargoing Super Bowl style, God bless. I don't live on that planet. But the callers, the amount of people who still haven't gotten over the game and can't arrive at, we had a really kick-ass year. This is a really good football team. They're going to be good again. You got people still. Kenny, at any point in your real life, did you talk about Dan Campbell's fourth down calls this weekend?
This weekend? No. In my real life, absolutely not.
Okay. So why are we hearing it all across the station still?
Because people are still emotional. People are still raw from this. I'm not sure why. Actually, I am sure why. Is because this city has never experienced this with this football team before. Not in my lifetime and not in a lot of people's lifetimes. The same way we didn't know how to act when we were in that spot is the same way we don't know how to act because we've been removed from that spot. People don't know how to behave. And I think to say you're not watching the Super Bowl is lunatic behavior.
Dude, you've heard it on every show.
Every single show, there's always a host or a caller that just outright refuses, not even think about the Super Bowl. I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to be around.
I don't get it. Even if you watch to operate a spite store and root against San Francisco, you watch. It's the Super Bowl.
I understand hate watching it more than I understand not watching it at all.
Fair.
Because that I can work my way around going, oh, man, San Fran, Brock Purdy, I hate this guy. I get that. I can work my way around that. But to say you're not watching, stop it.
You know what I heard a lot of this weekend, too? From the callers, anti-Goff rhetoric. We're still doing that? That's what we're still doing.
Buckle up, buddy. It's going to be a long summer.
Like, I'm not sitting here telling you he's the best quarterback on the planet, but, like, I do reside in reality where you can't let your QB get the franchise tag land where then you're paying him a top 5 salary. I'm just speechless. I thought they had a great year. I feel like Goff earned a contract, and he's still young enough I can give him a 4. Now, I'm not going to do some Pat Mahomes retire a Chief deal, but a 4-year deal where 3 of it is pretty much guaranteed, that's just normal business.
Yeah, I don't think Lions fans are ready to hear Jared Goff and $200 million.
David, ticket text, then we get to the callers. Oh, by the way, I've got a 2-round mock draft we can kick off the offseason with. Woo! God, take me now. David, go ahead.
I'll read this text because it may be the answer to what Kenny was saying of why people aren't watching. They say, I've watched the Super Bowl for over 40 years, may not watch this one because Lions fans are used to watch it with no emotions invested. This is a different dynamic. That may be the reason why a lot of people
But it's more of a reason to watch.
You would think so.
You got skin in the game.
You would think so.
You feel like you should be there. The team who beat you is there. Hey, I mean, embargoing Super Bowl talk? Douglas, come on now.
He's still hurt.
What's wrong with people? The Lions had a great season. People who say they aren't watching the Super Bowl are either not football fans or liars.
Right. I'd have an organ removed for the Giants to have had this year. What are you kidding? Hey, David, would you have taken a spot in the AFC title game and a 17-point lead with a shot to be this Cinderella?
Oh, yes, I would have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Instead, your owner's going, I've had enough of this, and my owner's curled up in the fetal position.
Let's say I haven't heard from your owner yet.
Oh, you won't. You won't. Go ahead, and then we'll go to the phone.
Wife and I aren't watching the Super Bowl. No interest in either team. The Puppy Bowl, then a movie. Gary from Birmingham.
Wow. I mean, Gary's. I think I didn't know that people were that invested in this team that when it just came crashing and burning, that was it. We're out.
I'm sitting here. It's such a good season. I'm excited about the offseason. I'm excited to get into free agency and draft and take a step forward, and we're in the S-Bob. It's Super Bowl or bust. Hey, people crying from a game a week ago? What, are you kidding me? Let's go to Nate, 97.1. What's up, Nate?
How's it going, gentlemen?
Good,
Hey,
Nate. What's up?
Now, Kenobi kind of stole my thunder a little bit on this one. But
Kenobi caught. He did it again. What do you got, Nate?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the difference is between like all three of you, Rico, and David. You guys have all witnessed Super Bowl victories in your lifetime. Us as Lions fans, this is the closest we've ever gotten to sniffing a Super Bowl. Up 17 at halftime, and then all of a sudden it gets ripped away from you. Now, I completely disagree with everybody saying they're not going to watch the Super Bowl. I think that's heinous and completely outrageous. But for people to still be upset about it, I resonate with, obviously, as a Lions fan.
But
I mean,
can
for
you
me
both be
personally,
upset about it and still say we had a damn good year? Can you arrive
100%.
at the... Okay, then we're good. I'm not telling you not to be salty about it. But what I can't figure out, Nate, you got guys still, they can't bring themselves to saying, no, but we had a really good year. Because when you react and say, well, I'm not watching, not you, Nate, but when you say, oh, I'm not watching the Super Bowl and I'll never get over it, then you're basically saying you don't think you're ever getting back. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that's a smart way to look at it.
Right. And I think it's honestly just immaturity as a fan, as a football fan standpoint, because we've never been, it's the first time we've really been in a position to get there.
Yeah.
Because, we went in, 90, I wasn't alive. So, 91, 92? Can't remember the year.
91.
91. But we got blown out against Washington. So, this is the first time we've actually been close. So, I think as football fans, a majority of people are just, we're never going to get back because they thought they were going to get back then and they never did. So what makes everybody think that we're going to get back now? I believe we will, but as everybody else.
Yeah, see, Nate, I think some of the older Lions fans may feel a little bit of that. We thought that they were going to make it back again, and they didn't, which is why I think you have so many people upset over the calls because in the back of their mind, even though they want to say, we'll be back next year, man, it took us 30-some years to get back to this point.
Well, Nate, here's the other one. Why the hell am I still listening to anti-Goff people? What planet am I on?
Oh, I can tell you that. That's easy. No. They were never going to be won over. If Goff would have won the Super Bowl, he would, Brad, it just came up with like every name. Trent Dilfer's won a Super Bowl before. What does that mean? He's still not. That's what it would have happened. You were never going to sway Goff people, Mike. It's like talking politics in this country. Name me one time that somebody went on social media and said, you know what? I see things from a different perspective now. You make a lot of sense there, person.
I'll get to work on that assignment. Results may take a while. Let's go to Vince. 97. I mean, Rico, it's a good point. Vince, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, Vinny. What's up?
Good. Hey, just real quick, I'd love to get a Rico bocce ball segment if you guys can do that once a week.
Nobody likes live events more. Nobody likes it. You got a disc golf league? Rico will come watch.
So I wanted to. It's a good thing that Brad Holmes talked today. I didn't hear what he said, but it's a thing that I've been kind of thinking about is a different perspective on the Lions season and off season. And that was taking, when you look back to the draft, taking Gibbs at 12. I didn't agree with it personally, but I get it. He's a good player. He's awesome. That's a move you make when you view yourself as a win now organization. And they did. Awesome. To not go all in on that at the trade deadline and acquire defensive studs that were actually moved kind of was to me a more like a half-assed move. Like, hey, we're good enough to draft a running back, but now we still want to keep our draft capital for next year just in case. And I think ultimately that may have been a thing that was part of their downfall at the end of the season.
I look, the best example is while Chase Young did not light the world on fire with the Niners, Montez Sweat was in that conversation too. Absolutely. And Montez Sweat transformed that Bear defense. Imagine.
Sure did.
If you had him. Yep. You're right.
Well, the thing is that, you know, the rumor was they wanted the Lions' first-round pick. So if you're looking at that and you say, all right, well, if we're moving our first for a defensive stud, especially an end opposite Hutchinson,
who I'm going to sign.
We have to view that pick. Exactly. We have to view that pick as a late pick. So who in the draft this year is better than Sweat?
No
right?
one. No one. I mean, think about this.
Exactly.
I mean, Vinny, 2 notes. A, I'm going to play some Brad Holmes for you in about 30 minutes. But one of the things he said, I'll just foreshadow some of it because I don't want to expect you to be listening in 30 minutes. It's, well, we're going to stick to our plan. everything we do and everything we don't do is about being good long term. And I go, uh-oh. Because for me, I'm all in.
Rebuild, yeah.
Right. Now, Vince, here's the deal. I'm going to be the guy saying all off season, if the right player's available, I'm trading my first-round pick. I have no interest in it. Now, if you asked me if I could trade my first-round pick to get Montez Sweat right now, knowing the needs of this team, would I have done it?
I wouldn't even hesitate.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
you and I are on the same page, Vinny. So
could you imagine Hutchinson and Sweat in the against the Niners? It would have been a way different ballgame. Talk about icing that game away with a 17-point lead with that pass rush. It wouldn't have even been a discussion.
Yep. No, and Vince, I'm sure. Like I don't know the name. There will be a disruptive force in the NFL that'll be on the trade block in the coming weeks and months, and I'll be the guy telling you.
I got to give a shout out to my brother. Yeah, I get to give a shout out to my brother. He calls it a force multiplier.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But Vince, I'll be the guy without hesitation to tell you. Yeah, I don't care about pick 28. F it, ship it, get out.
But, yeah, Chop Robinson. Yeah, all right, whatever. He needs Montez Sweat. Yeah,
right. And Chop may be a good player, but I'm talking about I'm in my Super Bowl window. Yeah. So yes, Vince, I do agree with that.
The only thing about Chop is he may be cheap and you could afford him for the next few years. But yes, you're right. Now you needed to add a veteran presence next to Aiden, get it done, and maybe Lions fans wouldn't be feeling this way because they would know we have enough to get back to the Super Bowl next year.
Your phone calls, Brad Holmes audio in 30 minutes, and tongue firmly planted in cheek. I am going to kick off mock draft season with what I think is the most crack-headed mock draft you'll ever see. This draft has like meth written all over it. Wait till I get to some of these. 97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone where anybody, and I mean anybody, can go and work out and feel comfortable and get and obtain their fitness goals. Planet Fitness wants you to know that, a lot of the gyms have brand new equipment in there, whether it's cardio equipment or strength training equipment. You need to go check it out. And if you don't have time to work out, don't worry about it because you can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost. You get all of this. Get this, $10 a month, no commitment. That's right. It's still just $10 a month to join any Planet Fitness. So what do you need to do? Head over to your local Planet Fitness and sign up today. $10 a month, no commitment, or you can go online, planetfitness.com.
Just getting started on a Monday. Brad Holmes spoke today. We'll play you a couple of clips. There's no overreaction. But when front office people speak, it's our job to have an opinion on it. I will just tell you, if you take him at his word, I think we are going to be at odds all offseason. We'll get to it at 3. We also have some basketball to get to in the 4 p.m. I think I know how it went with Zach LaVine, and I'm going to share. So let's get to the people.
I didn't know if it was that or if we were going full Juwan Howard.
Why not both?
Oh, a little double dip.
Yeah, a potpourri. Shout out Mikhail LaShore. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the people. We go to Greg, 97.1. Greg, how are you? And Greg. And I just don't think Greg is
Greg, this is Michael.
Well, Michael, Kenny's an idiot, and your name is now Mike. How are you, buddy?
What's up, gentlemen? Before I get to my comment, condolences to the Carrington family. May he rest in peace. Gentlemen, I'm having a Super Bowl party. Problem is, around here, everybody's so butthurt. You know, they're butthurt because Jared Goff won 2 playoff games. Their hero Stafford didn't do it. They're hurt because Jim Harbaugh's gone. Get over it, people. You guys should be embarrassed. Your announcers, to your coworkers, don't want to watch the Super Bowl. That's BS and crap. We're having a Super Bowl party. We're going to enjoy ourselves. And guess what? We're going to do better next year. Just like when the Pistons, they had to beat Boston. They struggled, then they beat Boston. Then they beat the Lakers, just like the Red Wings. Guys, keep up the great work and have a great day.
Okay. I mean, yeah, look, people have a right to be salty, but again, mornings, middays, weekends, people still talking about Dan Gamble, like, it's over. This is your guy. This is who he is. He's a first-time head coach. He's learning, and you know what? We went through it. How many times can you break down the same 2-3 plays? Then it's this conversation that people and hosts are leading about not watching the Super Bowl. It's like, you know what? Grow up. This team had a great year. Wake up. There's a lot to be excited about. This offseason should be very exciting. The Lions should be at the centerpiece of a lot of moves. I just want to know where you're at now over a week later. Have you still not been able to say we had a great year?
Because I think anybody that's still upset over the calls and whether he should have kicked the field goal and all that other stuff, what you're telling me is I don't think this team is going to make it back anytime soon. This was our one chance, and we blew it, and optimism is low. Because if you really feel like this team is within their window, okay, we tweaked this thing. We learn from the mistakes. We learn how to finish. And next year in Super Bowl 59, you're talking about the Lions in this game.
Maybe. Or maybe, look, you can continue to say it. People don't want to hear it. Like, the Packers are going to be a problem. Yeah. I think the Bears are a lot closer to being good than people realize. What?
No, I was about to say, because of some things that happened this weekend, I think that the momentum will be swinging back towards the Bears' favor. So,
look. I think you've nailed it. If you're sitting here going, I'm not watching the Super Bowl, why? That means you don't think they're ever getting back here. And if you haven't gotten over it after a week, I don't know what to tell you.
No, you're thinking you're like Lions fans in January of 1992 who thought, we're going to make it back. And it didn't happen for
they're
a long
built
time.
Rock solid. Have a little faith in the process here. Let's go to Gary, 97.1. Hi, Gary.
This is Jerry.
Kenny, that's 2. Jerry, welcome to the show.
Or Gary.
Good afternoon, guys. Another day, another wonderful broadcast. How are you?
Excellent, buddy. What's on your mind?
So, just right off the top, the people who are calling and saying that we need to get rid of Goff and Campbell clearly don't understand the league in general, and thus their opinion is invalid. There's only 2 words that anyone needs to have for Campbell and Goff and everyone else on that team, and those 2 words are thank you. I have had more fun watching football this season than I can remember in my entire 30-some years of being alive. Nobody started this season going, well, I expect us to be in the NFC Championship game. Not one person. We all got more than we asked for,
And just be grateful for that, man. I had so much fun. I'm glad that we lost to the best team in the conference. And honestly, I'm hoping the Niners go beat the Chiefs so that I know the only team that put us out in the playoffs is the best team. And that just makes us look better for next season. And I can't believe people are just not grateful for what we got, which was way more than what we asked for.
Yeah, I mean, Gary, it's funny you say it because I don't know how long you've listened to the show for, but last year,
every day for years.
Okay, so then you know the bit. You're winning the division. You're winning a home playoff game. People looked at me sideways. Now you arrive here, you won 2 playoff games. Mm-hmm. You won the division. I think Jared Goff proved to you he's a franchise quarterback. Mm-hmm. And it's like...
And we proved we had every right to be in that NFC Championship game. It's not like we went and got blown out by 30 points. I don't understand how people cannot be happy with just that.
Now, here's the key. Jerry, if next year you pull a Ravens and you're the 1 seed and you have the bye and then you show your ass at home, that's different.
Or you're the Dallas Cowboys and you're the 2 seed and you get embarrassed at home.
Then anger and discontent takes over. But here and now, Jerry, I can't believe what I'm listening to. I really can't.
No, what we showed, and I hate to keep repeating the word, but we showed that we do have that grit.
That's
we played through adversity that Lions in the past years would not have been able to play through. We did something this year that we've never done before, which was beat the refs, which was beat the penalties, not just the other teams, but all the other stupid, intangible things that can and have happened to us that have ripped our hearts out. We didn't get that this year. We should just be thankful for not having another season like that.
And guess what? For the first time, I think people view this as a very serious football team with a very serious football man leading them. Mm-hmm. A weekend. Now, I don't expect you to have that perspective 10 minutes after the game. I don't expect it the next day. I don't expect it 72 hours later. But 8 days later,
time to move on.
Christ almighty, what are we doing here? I want to take it back and talk about Dan Campbell. What? I get it. All right, we had the debates. They're done.
Nobody's going to watch this game because the Lions aren't in it.
Well, that's Doug and Scott with their embargo business. Kenny, how do you allow it?
I have no control over what they do.
The blood is on your hands.
He's still trying to get the names right on the phone.
Yeah. Hey, I'm
struggling over here.
How many more names are you going to butcher? Let's go to Steve. It's Barton. Hey, let's go to Bob. It's Peter. Kenny.
You would think he controls who gets on and who doesn't.
Roberto, exactly. It's almost as if we could give Kenny the power to type in the names. Oh, wait, he has it.
Mm-hmm. Right. Let's go to Stanley. It's actually Cookie Marsh.
If you missed Friday's show, you missed that reference. No, Colleen, we don't. 248-539-9797. More of your calls. Brad Holmes audio in 15 minutes. And I have, on a scale of 1 to 10, it is an 11 as far as a 2-round mock draft to kick off the offseason. And 1 through 10 is on zaniness. So I'm going to go around the room and you guys are going to go, all right, thumbs up or thumbs down. This actually is somewhat reasonable. That's all I'll need, okay? And I've spotlighted players that I think will be interesting to the listener and to this show. And I don't like who the Lions took in the second round. I love it. Oh. That's the radio tease. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. Contractors, homeowners, bought enough Trex last year to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason Northville Lumber can move that much product. It's because it's in stock all the time. In their warehouse. No lead time, no wait time. You buy it, you get it, and they deliver. You plan on building that Trex deck now, get it before the yearly price increases. Get it before the spring rush. They can even introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. Okay. We are kicking off the offseason. It's football today, but with a twist. I have the very first of what's going to be a zillion ESPN 2-round mock draft, but I do it a different way. We don't just go in order. I'm going to give you interesting trends, spotlight players. We're going to go around the room. Rico, Kenny, David. It's going to be thumbs up or thumbs down to plausibility of this. David, hit the music. All right, we all know who goes number one. We're not wasting time. What's interesting, thumbs up, thumbs down. Top 3 picks are all going to be a quarterback. 1, 2, 3, Williams, May, Daniels. Rico Beard.
Thumbs up. I think so.
Thumbs down. There's always a stupid GM.
Okay, Mr. Day.
Thumbs up.
Okay.
Yeah, how much time do we get to elaborate, or is it just thumbs up, thumbs down?
You have carte blanche.
Okay, I didn't know.
Trend number 2 in the ESPN 2-round mock at picks 4, 5, and 6. After 3 straight quarterbacks, it goes 3 straight wide receivers. Maserati at 4. Malik Neighbors at 5 to the Chargers. And the Giants take Rico's godson, Rome Odunze. Thumbs up or thumbs down to a early run on wide receivers?
I'm going to say thumbs down, though I would love to see Odunze as a Giant. I think somebody's going to take an offensive lineman, the best offensive lineman out there. So I'm going to say thumbs down.
Yeah, I'm with you on the O-line, Rico. I say thumbs down as well.
All right, Mr. Hull.
I also agree. One of the 3 will take an offensive
lineman. Do you
lineman.
want the third best wide receiver or the best offensive lineman?
Speaking of offensive linemen, everyone knows about the Bears having the number 1 pick. What people forget is they're also picking 9th. Mm-hmm. What is one of their biggest needs? Offensive line. Guy we all should be familiar with, Mr. Olu Fashanu, left tackle, Penn State, is the pick at 9. Thumbs up or down, regardless of what they do at 1.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, you're drafting Caleb, you get him his left
tackle.
tackle.
If you keep Justin, you need to help him out.
Kenny Cott.
Absolutely agree. They need that pick.
They need more weapons for their offensive line for sure.
I mean,
thumbs up.
Bowers could be sitting right there.
All right, now here is where we hit the mountain of cocaine. Ready? With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
I'm going to go thumbs up, and the reason being...
Oh, my.
No. Because I read somewhere that they're even contemplating moving all the way up to like one of the top 3 picks because they want to get a quarterback. So,
but yes. Bo Nix over your godson, Michael Penix? Bo Nix over international heartthrob and noted meditator J.J. McSizzle?
Yeah. Bo Nix because he put up video game numbers in college.
All right, Kenny Cott.
This mock draft is on drugs. I'm going to say thumbs down.
They'll be drafting top 3 again next year if they do that.
This draft brought to you by ketamine. All right. At pick 13, the Las Vegas Raiders select J.J. McHeartthrob. Rico looks like he sucked on a lemon. Mr. Beard.
You know what? I will go thumbs up because who's making the pick? The Raiders. Every year, the draft doesn't start until the Raiders do something stupid.
Darius Hayward-Bay.
So there you go.
Exactly what I was thinking. Thumbs up because it's the Raiders.
It's the Raiders.
Kenny.
I'm going to say something even worse. I think the Raiders do something even dumber than that somehow, so I'm going to say thumbs down. This is the Raiders, as you pointed out.
What are they going to do? Draft a Muppet baby?
No.
Maybe.
They move up to get JJ.
Exactly.
Let's go. Now, this is Kenny's got a bat lead off on this one. Kenny's guy, and a guy who I think might just be the best overall player in America, goes at 14. The New Orleans Saints select Brock Bowers, tight end, weapon, Georgia.
Thumbs down because he goes in the top 10.
Okay. I thought it was low too, Kenny. David?
I'm going to say thumbs up. Great pick for the New Orleans Saints.
Rico Beard.
I'm with Kenny. I'm going to say thumbs down because I think this may be somebody through his pro day going to get elevated and somebody's going to lower like around 8, 9, or 10. I'm not discounting the Bears. They know they need an offensive lineman, but man, there's another weapon for our quarterback.
Whee!
Yeah.
All right, now I'm going to go to 15, not because it's chronological, but I'm spotlighting guys. This is a player I want in the Honolulu Blue and Silver. It is a player I would move up to go get. Remember this name? Shout out UAlbany. He transferred to Florida State. Jared Verse, edge rusher, Florida State to the Colts.
Yeah, thumbs up. You mean for him going to the Colts? Yeah. If he's there, absolutely. You're only on the clock for 10 seconds.
Mr. Cott.
I mean, it is very possible somebody trades up to get him, but if that doesn't happen, thumbs up absolutely to the Colts.
Mr. Hull.
I'm saying thumbs down. They need to get younger on the offensive line.
All right. Bigger on the blue line, if you will. At 24, we bring it up for local purposes. The Dallas Cowboys select wide receiver, Florida State, Keon Coleman.
That has Dallas written
See?
all over
Bit
it.
of a diva.
Jerry
Sizzle
Jones.
draft pick.
Can pair him up with CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, yes.
Kenny.
It should be thumbs down, but because it's Dallas, it has to be thumbs
See?
up.
It's the irrational thumbs up.
I'm going to continue to say thumbs down no matter what. Thumbs down.
You just had a great weekend.
I know.
man.
Sure did.
David found out number 4's on the way. All right, pick 25. This is as if this player was built in a lab to be a Packer. I find the player highly annoying, but he's also good. But he went to a school who I hate watching play football. I give you, at 25, the Green Bay Packers select cornerback, kick returner, punt returner deluxe, and general pain in the ass, Cooper DeJean out of Iowa. Tell me that's not a built-in-the-lab Packer.
Yeah, built in the...
What? Say it.
No, because I'm thinking they already have Reed returning punts, but if you can get Cooper DeJean, yeah, I'll go for
Kenny Cott.
Thumbs up, and he annoys Lions fans for years to come.
See? David.
Thumbs up because I will enjoy him annoying Lions fans for years to come.
All right. And the Lions are who we have next at 29. And this is a Mikey List endorsed player. I'm saying thumbs down to this. There's no way he'll be available at 29, but here we go. Laiatu Latu, edge rusher, UCLA, beast.
There's no way he's going to make it. Oh, okay, you know what?
This draft is presented by, as
Crack.
Stephen A. says, Carac. Spelled C-U-H R-A-C-K. Carac.
If he is available, yes.
Run to the podium.
Right, but he won't be. I'm going to go thumbs down. I would love for the pick. It won't be there.
Okay, Kenny Cott.
I'll say thumbs down for the opposite reason, because the Lions won't be picking there. They will have traded up.
Start the movement, Kenny. Let's go. We're trading up.
Or the Lions heard that we really like him, and Holmes is going to go full spite store and draft somebody else.
Yeah, he's not going past 20 nowhere on this draft, so no.
All right, rapid fire reactions to the second round draft picks, but first, Chiefs, fascinating, loose tie to U of M, great player. Tell me this isn't a perfect selection for the Chiefs. Wide receiver, Texas, Xavier Worthy.
Patrick Mahomes would be in heaven right now.
Yes. Kenny Cott, this one's for you.
God,
30. Whoa, go ahead.
No, I was just going to react to that one. Thumbs up, and it'd be really annoying to watch him play there.
Yes. Double dip for Kenny. David, you don't get a say on that one. Let's just go 33, Panthers, Ladd McConkey, wide receiver, Georgia.
Makes a lot of sense.
Bryce Young needs a toy.
Exactly.
Something. You might be asking, geez, where's Michael Penix? Glad you asked. At pick 42, this is not good for Lions fans. The Minnesota Vikings select Rico's adopted child, Michael Penix Jr.
David, do you have the horn ready?
I will find it, but I was thinking Purple Rain.
Purple Rain, play the horn. Absolutely. If you're Minnesota, yes. You hope that he becomes your Jalen Hurts. You got him in the second round.
Kenny, your thoughts as a Lion fan?
Thoughts are this mock draft was created for the sole purpose of irritating me.
Okay.
Thumbs up.
So, pick 47, a bit of irony on my end. I am a Giants fan. What school do I hate more than anyone else?
Michigan.
That's right. So, the Giants at 47 select Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle from U of M. Side note, I don't really care. Once they become pros, I don't care where they went to school.
That's actually a good pick.
That's a great pick. Jenkins is a really good football
I'm going to
player.
go thumbs up because I don't think that he was going to be there that long. Yeah, thumbs up.
David, back-to-back Wolverines, pick 48. Who do you think it is? Jacksonville.
Blake Corum.
No. Roman Wilson
I
to
was
the
thinking,
Jags.
Yeah, Wilson.
What
He
are
had a
your
really good
thoughts?
senior day, senior bowl weekend. So, yeah, that's a good one.
Actually, I would say thumbs up for the simple fact that once you leave Michigan, you become a wide receiver again. It's like Pinocchio. You become a real boy.
Very true.
More Wolverines off the board. Pick 53, Philadelphia Eagles. Linebacker, Junior Colson.
That's good for, yes, thumbs up.
Well, he's not from Georgia, though.
We can make an exception.
No, it's a good pick.
They only have Georgia defensive players.
Georgia players.
All right, I'll
Go
nerd-
Dogs. Go Dogs.
I'm just going to nerd out. Pick 55 is one of my favorite players in this entire draft. If you know, you know. Kansas State, guard, tackle, center, everything. Kid named Connor Beebe. All he does is cave people's helmets in. He's a ton of fun to watch. He goes to the Dolphins.
The offensive Bolton.
Dude just kills people, and he does it at every position. And here we go. Lions, pick 61. Player I love. Mikey List player, and exactly the type of corner I'd love to see him draft. Big, lean, lanky, 6'2", kid who played at Iowa State named TJ Tampa. He's a very physical player. He'll get after you at the line of scrimmage. He's basically a non-government cheese, Jerry Jacobs.
Okay. Who the Niners taking with 32? Or is that gone?
Oh, hold on. 32?
Yeah.
So selfish.
So you're just assuming they're going to win the Super Bowl. I
Niners
see.
take Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle out of Arizona. And then in the second round, hold on, I'm going as fast as I can here, boys. Adisa Isaac, D-end out of Penn State.
Okay.
And here will be selfish for David's purposes. David, where the hell are you in the second round? Pick 51.
Yeah.
Zach Frazier, center out of West
Okay.
Virginia.
Makes sense.
Pick 18, I believe, is where you were in the first round.
Yes.
My
No,
head's
we're
gonna
20.
explode.
We're 20.
At 20, Amarius Mims, tackle, Georgia. Kenny will tell you all about him in the commercial break. And that is your crack-headed two-round mock. All right, Super Bowl. I mean, I know so many hosts and fans aren't going to watch it. Wow. FanDuel, for those of us that are, because no one gives you more ways to bet it than FanDuel. More betting markets, more props, more ways to play. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. New customers, join today. Get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. It's simple. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. All right, 3 o'clock, Odyssey.com, rewind. You missed anything? We have Brad Holmes audio. He spoke today. And I want to save people time. Don't get upset. But we don't have to agree with everything Brad Holmes does to still come to the conclusion he's very good at what he does. But I'm not going to overreact. But if I take him at his word, I thought he said something today that's going to put me at odds all offseason. So I want to play this for you and then explain it. There's no anger. I'm just telling you this was a little off-putting to me, being that we just created the S-Bob era, Super Bowl or bust. Take a listen to what Brad Holmes said about their plan, how they build, and how they attack the offseason. Take a listen. Uh-oh. Let me give you my read. There's no anger, not yelling about it. I'm just shooting you straight. Man, I don't want to hear about that B word. I don't want to hear about building. And I don't want to hear about patience or sticking to plan or, hey, I'm just pre-justifying the things we don't do. No, I told you where I'm at. You could think I'm half a horse's ass. You could think I'm brilliant or somewhere in between. I'm all in. I am all in if I'm the Lions. And I'm emulating exactly what the 49ers have done the last 3 seasons. All in. You can't trade for Christian McCaffrey. I just did. You can't package 3 first-round picks to go up and get the quarterback. I just did. You can't go get Chase Young. I did. Randy Gregory, bad human. Don't care. Like, I'm all in to bring a Super Bowl to Detroit. What I'm not down for is, well, we have cap responsibility. Someone show me the salary cap's even real.
It's not.
The Saints should have filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy if the cap was real.
The automatic buy because they can't play.
Well, we're going to have to pay Aiden Hutchinson in 3 years. It bugged me a little because I know I want them at the forefront of aggression. Pedal down. We got to be aggressive now.
But it also goes to the whole, they have a brand. They're only going to bring in Lion type of people. I'm paraphrasing. If it doesn't fit that culture, they're not going to bring a person in just to bring that person in. I've said it before. Yeah, you were within your window. You got to cash in and you got to make some moves. You're going to have to probably get maybe some tough decisions. But yes, if somebody who can get you over the edge as a 1-year rental, and look, you took C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Not a great guy. Looks like, but you took a chance on him. You got to do that more often. You got to go out there and be willing to just, I'm not going to say to the F them picks, but almost close to that. The Rams did and said, we don't care. They won.
Niners have done the same thing.
You don't want to sit there with a bunch of capital, but you're constantly getting bounced out in the first round.
Now, the way we could play this is this. If you think Rico and I are getting ahead of ourselves, if you have full faith, like what I don't like doing is, well, whatever Brad decides is good by me. What are you, a lemming?
Well, that's kind of the same thing. It was the whole, Dan Campbell gambled and got us here, so you never question him.
But it's okay to question. Doesn't mean you're yelling and screaming about it. It doesn't mean you don't like
Man,
the
it
person.
is 2024. You do not question people. You are all into whatever their dogma is.
Okay. Hard to argue that, but I'm going to try. So 248-539-9797. Like Rico and I, it's Super Bowl or bust. Who's with us on this? Or did you actually like what you heard? I don't think there's any yelling about this. I don't think this is a yellable topic. But I have said, if there is pick a player along the defensive line that's a disruptor and they're a Pro Bowler and they become available, guess what I'm going to do on the air?
But see,
I want the Lions to go get them.
But see, here's the problem that'll happen is kind of like Holmes today. The fans will then keep the receipts. Well, we went after this guy and he was a bust and he didn't help us win, because it's not going to happen. Most of the time, you're going to try to get players. Only one team gets to win. Mike, you know this from watching your Yankees play. Different sport, but the Yankees go out and get all types of people. No. But it doesn't mean they win, but they will do whatever they can to try to get over the top, to get that advantage. The best kind of culture you can have here in Detroit is winning. You experience that right now. It's why a lot of people are still angry right now, because you got a taste of winning. In order to keep that thing going, you got to go out there and you got to bring in players who may not be Boy Scouts, who may not fit your culture, but they can help you win.
It's an arms race.
Yes.
That's what the NFL is. You escalate until it implodes, and then you de-escalate until it's time to escalate again. That's it. Otherwise, what are you on, that treadmill of mediocrity? No, Brad, you're right. It's not a cute thing. This team is built well. No one has said that more than me.
No, but I think a lot of people, it's the proverbial, we want to win and we want to show that we can win the right way.
Yeah,
there is no right way to winning. It's either you win or you don't.
Yeah, like now I do it. Like as we enter the offseason, I expect the Lions to be in on big free agents. I expect the Lions to swing a bold trade. I expect them, and again, Holmes has done... He has crafted what he is about, which is I target my guys and I take them. I don't care where you think I should take them. I targeted this player because I believe he had a top 5 grade, Jahmyr Gibbs. And it worked. Mm-hmm. Would I take it back at 12? No. But he did, and he got paid to do it. And he was right. Gibbs is a very good player. Mm-hmm. It was never about the player. It was about the position. So do I have confidence in the first round if he has a guy who has a top 10 grade, that player's sitting there at 16, that Holmes will be on the phone? Yeah, I have confidence in that. But it's the free agency, the trade. They have to go out and add 3 defensive players of high note.
I'm hoping.
And they will be a Super Bowl team. So I want to know where the people are at with it. David, what did you take away from Holmes' comments?
Here's what I took from Holmes' comments. When he talks about sticking to the plan, what is the plan? As a fan, we talked about during the season when you say, okay, well, they're ahead of schedule. Well, things change then. If you're ahead of schedule, there's no ahead of schedule anymore. You are there. Everyone believes that you are the second best team in the NFC. Now you have to act as such in the offseason. Sometimes you have to go out and use draft picks to get a guy. You have to spend money to get a guy. There is no sticking to the plan. You're just going to draft here, draft there, nice guys or guys that fit your system here. Sometimes you have to go out and get a guy.
Or like I said, a rental player. There's a Jadeveon Clowney.
Correct.
You know what? You go get him. Well,
Correct.
He's a bust. Don't care. He can rush the passer, 20 downs a game. Let's go get him.
All I do is hear him say this, and I go right back to the trade deadline. We like the guys that we have in our locker room. And it just, when you put it all together, it's just like, I don't know, man. Sometimes you got to do something.
Think about this. Right here, right now, I give you 2 choices. You could have given away your second-round pick and signed Montez Sweat. And how about this? Let's say the Bears, because it's in division, wanted your first. All right. So pick 28. And you would have Montez Sweat for the next 4 years, including whatever may or may not have happened on that field last week. Or blessed pick 28. See, David's got it right. I said the same thing at the deadline. Why wouldn't I say it today?
Because once you start getting good, you're going to be picking later in the draft. And how much of an impact is that pick going to be rather than the instant success that you can get? Yeah, I would have probably taken Sweat, take this pick. I'm going to take Sweat. Let's go.
And now I got Sweat and Hutch. Bookends. Look,
and then I can figure it out later if I'm going to keep him or not and if I'm going to pay him or not.
I want to be aggressive. I think they're in their Super Bowl window. You got to be aggressive. David, you had asked, what is their plan? Brad Holmes has never been shy about it. Hell, when Sheila talked, it was about drafting, taking our time, developing. To me, that goes out the window when you're in your window. It really does. The window is never open as long as you think it's going to be. It closes before you realize it. Ask the Buffalo Bills.
That's what I'm saying.
Roughly
They busted
about
open.
3 years after that.
3 years, generally 5 at max.
Right.
And don't give me the Chiefs. They have Michael Jordan.
Right. The Chiefs and the Patriots were anomalies.
Right, because
were
they
unicorns.
had.
Yes.
Exactly.
Would we all agree right here, right now, that when it's all said and done, Brady and Mahomes are 1 and 1A? It's
Yes.
Jordan, LeBron.
Yes.
Okay, those are the outliers.
But when you don't have that and you bust it through, you're in a spot where no one thought you would be. Take advantage of it.
Because
Now.
think about this. Where are the Bucks right now? They're not the same team as they were 3 years ago when Brady was there.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls next. 97.1.
It's about that time of year, the time of the year where you come into a little extra cash, which leaves you with a big question. What are you going to spend it on? Do you splurge on your favorite brunch spot, a vacation on a sandy beach? Take a cruise down the coast, a remote cabin getaway in the outdoors? Well, this season, if you switch to Xfinity Internet and Mobile, you can save and still have enough left over for those big plans of yours. The next generation Xfinity 10G network, now through March 4th. Get the 75 megabit internet on the Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or simply stop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary.
When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that is going to fight for you. They're going to have a plan for you. You need legitimate representation. You need Abraham and Rose, not some tax organization 10 states over. Jerry and Maurice will advocate for you. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They'll save your time and hopefully your money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or just call 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040. So you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right, 97.1, that's Brad Holmes. Today, talking about the offseason, the plan. Let's get to your calls. We'll catch up on Ticket Text a little later. Let's go to Brett, 97.1. Brett, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico. How you guys doing today?
Hey, Brett. Good, man. What's up?
Well, I wanted to talk about earlier in the show today, talking about Lions fans that are bitter and everything, not watching the Super Bowl. The playoff run for me was very personal, and I say this as a 27-year-old who's been a Lions fan, a diehard Lions fan my entire life. They're my favorite team across all the major sports. Of course, I grew up watching Stafford. I have some memories of Kitna and even Joey Harrington, but Stafford was really that guy when I was really getting into football. So that first playoff game was really big for me, as it was for a lot of Detroiters. I also spent actually most of my life living in Tampa. So the second game against the Bucs was also pretty big for me, pretty personal. Then you get to the NFC title game, which I agreed with you, Mike, during the offseason, that the winning the division in a playoff game, we should be able to do. But I actually felt that we could have held our standards higher, and I felt like we could make the NFC title game. And there we were. And going into that game, I said, you know what? If we lose, it's fine. We got to where I thought we should be. But then as we were gearing up, I started thinking about the fact that as a kid growing up, my father, he actually, kind of like you, Rico, became a Niners fan in his life. So I grew up with some 49ers stuff around me growing up. So it was also a little personal to me, and I just felt gearing up to that game, I was like, I don't think anyone has the momentum we do. And I felt that I was confident that we were going to win that game. And, after we lose that lead, after halftime, I even called him up and I said, we're winning this game. And, we lose that game. And
kiss of death.
It just, it was a shot, man. It was such a shot. I feel like we definitely deserved to go in after the game. I was one of those people. I said, I'm not watching that Super Bowl. No, I probably will. But it is so different now experiencing not just my first playoff victory in my lifetime, but getting to see two and getting to see almost making a Super Bowl. And now I'm left with this devastation and with the fact that Troy Weaver is still employed.
Oh, Brett, I got stuff for you in the 4 o'clock. Don't you worry with Troy.
I'm excited to hear, Mike.
So let me ask you this question, Brett. So now let's talk about what I brought up with Brad Holmes. Are you able to wrap your mind around what Rico, David, and I are saying about urgency? Or do you side with patience, let's take it slow, slow burn?
First of all, we had a damn great season. I can admit that. But yes, no, I agree with you guys. The urgency is there. We need to win now. We should have been winning now, right now. We should be in that game right now. Absolutely. You do whatever you want. I'm even debating whether or not we just trade that first-round pick for somebody big,
Yep.
I don't care what it is. And actually going back to Rico, you and Jim on your show last week when Jim was filling in, you know what? I absolutely think that the standard is we do need to be back in the title game again, and we need to be winning that game. We need to be in the Super Bowl next year. That is the standard.
Yep. I think, and Brett, listen, I know it's going to sound crazy, but when you finally reestablish a standard, right? What you are, what the Lions are, there's no turning back. And it's going to be a weird place. And I brought it up last week. Me and Rico did the show before I got sick, middle of the week. The point is, guys, you're not always going to like what comes out of the speakers of your favorite radio show because that standard is applied to how we view it. Meaning, I'm not going to be patient. I'm not. And again, that's okay. You can be. But don't be mad because I'm not.
No, I think patient was last year when all of a sudden this team turned it around and you're like, you know what? I think they could be good next year. Now, a lot of people want to say the window, Lions overachieved and you can't really count this. Yet this year counts because that's how the NFL works. You made it to the NFC Championship game. To me, that's the new standard. I'm not going to say, oh, if you don't make the Super Bowl, it's a horrible season. But you should be able to get back to the NFC Championship game again next season, giving yourself the opportunity to make it to the Super Bowl. Plain and simple.
But you have to be able to now, as a franchise, look at a piece of paper and go, how do we stack up against not the NFC North, not the NFC? It's whatever the top 2, 3, 4 teams in football are. And until or unless you are in that category, you lie, steal, cheat,
because
you do whatever it takes to get where you have to go.
Because here's the difference. You learn to, you know what? Maybe you need to play all your games at home. That means you got to be the number 1 overall seed. Are you willing to do what it takes to be the number 1 seed in the NFC?
Which is overpay for someone or make a bold trade or overlook a personality trait or, oh my God, I traded a first-round pick and 5 years of a dirt cheap player because I had access to player X.
Right.
That's the stuff we're talking about. It's time. You're in your Super Bowl window. It's here. Hell, you could easily justify playing this weekend. So now, what do you have to do to close that gap?
Right, because if you have to go all F them picks, once again, the Rams don't care. They're still watching their Super Bowl trophy with Matthew Stafford and getting the Lombardi trophy. You probably have another 2 years in this window. You have to capitalize on this.
Eugene, 97.1. What's up, Eugene?
Yes, thanks for taking my call. I really enjoyed the Lions this year. I think it was a fluke. I think it was like lightning in a bottle. It's 32 teams. It's going to be hard to make it to one position, the Super Bowl game. Now it's going to be hard. Now look at Atlanta. Atlanta lost to New England. They thought they had that game won. Did they ever go back? Nope. And I think Dan Gamble, I was looking on Wikipedia. Dan Gamble got Bill Parcells and Sean Payton head coaching for him when he played for the Saints and Dallas. Now, I think I hope some of that championship mojo rub off on him. And another thing, do y'all see the Pro Bowl? It's flag football. It's flag football now.
Yeah, hell no. No, man, listen, they got to get rid of all-star games. I mean, Eugene, I used to be the biggest NBA all-star weekend guy. Get rid of all of it. Kenny, they had your guy out there half drunk at the NHL all-star game. I've seen you put more effort into getting dressed in the morning than that guy. What was it, Kucherov?
Kucherov, yeah, I didn't even want to be there, the guy.
I mean, Kenny shows more energy at work than Kucherov showed on the ice, and that's not a compliment.
Here's the funny thing. We're actually going to address that a little bit later on. I got in a blitz for you. So.
You have a Nikita Kucherov blitz?
No.
Oh, yeah. Up next, Braden Point. Is he your favorite?
Around the rink with Rico Beard.
All right, the NFL.
Hey, man, it's February. If Kenny can do Black History Month, I can do this.
Yeah. Not sure that's such a good idea either, is it? All right, your New Year's resolution, the John Jansen Weight Loss Club, idealu.us. You can lose 20 pounds in 30 days. It worked for John. It can work for you. John lost 10 pounds the first 10 days, 63 overall, and they got a plan and got John on the road to hitting his goals. They can do the same for you. You go to idealu.us now. Sign up for the free body composition analysis. That's $150 value free. They'll explain to you what to do, when to do it, and how to get you the best results, just like they did for John. Picture yourself 20 to 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Go to idealu.us. That's idealu.us. All right, David Ticket Text. We'll get to the callers. Got a football today coming up. Also in the 4 o'clock, we're doing a ton of Lions today, but We are 3 days from the NBA trade deadline. I want to give you a dramatization of what I think happened with Zach LaVine, and you just hate to see it. I'm also going to warn you what you need to be ready for. Pain, disappointment, and financial irresponsibility. We'll talk about it. David, what do you have on Ticket Text?
He didn't say anything wrong, and I trust Brad Holmes completely. He will do what's necessary for this team.
Okay. Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Not to you, to the idiot who just texted that in. Like, how do you live your life? Like, do you think for yourself, or are you just a robot?
I don't think it's a robot. I don't want to speak for the person. I'm not
my
call
point
him an
is,
idiot. No,
even light critique is met with essentially Steve bots.
Because
Brad
you know
bots.
what? That's a good way. Because Brad Holmes gave him something that, as a Lions fan, he didn't ever think he would see in his life. He has carte blanche.
So why does sports exist? Why does sports exist if we can't talk about it? If we can't ask questions? If we can't have discussion?
It's the reason why they're called fans, Mike, because they're not rational thinkers. They're fans. They're short for fanatics.
Well, then I don't like them.
I'm just
There
saying
you
that's
go.
why.
That settles that.
Because he gave that person and a lot of Detroiters something they never thought they would see in a lifetime. People were mortgaging their futures going to these games. He can do whatever he wants because this man is golden.
Then why be a fan? Once you become completely submissive from a brain power standpoint and you go, well, whatever they decide is just okie dokie by me.
Because it's helping your team, whatever colors,
How do you
whatever
know that?
team.
Don't you have your own belief structure? Don't you have, not you literally, I mean this person and people of their ilk.
No. This is what you call the hardcore fan. That no matter what, these are the people, Mike, who only want to hear us say great things about our local
that's
teams.
That's not a hardcore fan. Those are lemmings.
Lemmings, hardcore, tomato.
Low IQ, not free thinkers,
Okay.
very limited intellect.
Now you're being mean.
It's not mean if it's true.
He could be this could be like a rocket science. When it comes to sports, people, no.
Man, please.
When it comes to sports and your teams, Mike, it's the same as politics. Smart people lose their minds. And you're like, wait, but you're smarter than this. When it comes to sports,
first of all, you
no, you're
can't
not.
be an intelligent person and be invested in politics when both sides only care about each other. But they don't care about us.
But, Mike, it's the same with sports where you could be this brilliant mind, but when it comes to your sports team, forget about it. You see things how you want to see them.
David?
Yeah, they're idiots. The plan might be to be aggressive this offseason. The word plan, though, sounds boring and uninspiring. We don't really know what sticking to the plan
No, we
entails.
do. Because Sheila's talked about it. He's talked about it. It's just we're going to draft our way to glory. And I'm sorry. The time for that's done.
I'm just hoping that next year at the trade deadline, they're active. Because the draft, Brad Holmes has shown he knows what he's doing. This is no longer where it's the first pick of the draft and then every pick that the Lions take afterwards are greeters at Walmart.
See, I need to know, and I just don't see that from him.
But
I need to know.
He jumped into free agency last year and brought in some players. Some worked, some didn't, some got hurt.
But hold on. But I need to know, can he make the Christian McCaffrey type move?
Well,
if the season starts slow, can you make that move?
David, that's the last piece to the puzzle. What will he do at the trade deadline?
Nothing.
Will
Like
you
he's done
become
before.
aggressive, or does it have to be a culture fit type of thing?
Hank in Westland says the plan is working, and I think he's going to make some moves. We're ahead of schedule. Ugh.
Boy, oh boy. Okay. These are
Be nice.
Rico's people, not mine.
Hey, wait, I said my people. They don't like me.
Those are your people.
They don't like me.
Yes, David.
Let Holmes cook. Guy has now proven himself. You don't have to know his plan, David. You're not on his staff.
Okay. Honestly,
but
do me a favor. Do me a favor.
Because
every ticket text you get like that, block them. I don't want people of that intellect even interacting with this program.
Let me stand up for my air quote people. I disagree with the whole he's proven himself. He's done it a year, maybe 2 years when you look at the people that he's bringing in. But yeah, he doesn't have that long history.
Man, Joe Dumars brought a championship here and faced criticism every year.
Steve Yzerman's an effing legend and has begun to face criticism. Don't tell me that Brad Holmes has now assumed the role of the Virgin Mary.
But as Joe Dumars or Steve Yzerman never got to the NFC title.
Okay, you know what?
No, people look at the Lions differently.
But you understand my point. No front office executive is beyond reproach. John Lynch gets criticized.
Dude, Trey Lance, you gave up the mortgage. You gave up the farm for this guy. And it didn't work out. You got lucky with another quarterback. But yes, GMs make bad moves. They do bad things. Everything you do is not the greatest, and I'm going to fully trust this guy no matter what.
Every signing
that's a hardcore
is its
fanatic
own thing.
Yeah.
Every move is its own thing, just like when
Every
we talked
draft
about
pick.
every fourth down is its own story. It's no different here. I can never watch sports. Okay, here, I'm a Celtics fan. You think I sit here and it's, well, whatever Brad Stevens wants? That's not how this game works. We're fans. We talk about stuff.
I will say this, and maybe I'm wrong, and Kenny's answering the phone, but as a Lions fan, because as a Celtics fan, Mike, and I think it was a texter said that, because you've seen success, you know what it looks like, you know when to trust something and when not. Whereas Lions fans are still relatively new to this.
I don't trust anything. So that's null and void.
Okay, you know what? David, I'm going to talk to you.
Okay, then.
Because Lions haven't done anything, and this is the first time you've remotely seen something like this in over 30 years, you're going to trust this guy to get you back.
I'm just going to go to the people. I'm going to go to Alex. 97.1. Alex, how are you, buddy?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
sir.
loud and clear.
What's going on, Alex?
Hey, happy Monday. I just wanted to touch on the Lions Super Bowl boycott, if I could, real quick.
Not from us. Let's be clear. Other shows and people. Go ahead.
No, absolutely. But yeah, I think that any Lions fans having that, I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl kind of mentality. I think it's just really charm and soft. I have a comparison. It's not a direct comparison, but for me, at least, like the optimistic side of me, this is how I'm looking at that NFC title game. I'm sure you guys remember about 5 years ago, there was a team that made it to the AFC Championship game, and they hadn't been there in 25 years, and they lost a heartbreaker in overtime to the Patriots, and that team was the Chiefs. Now, I totally understand the Chiefs have Mahomes, and he might just be the best quarterback of all time, but from a mentality standpoint, I'm taking that game as that first Chiefs AFC Championship game where they lost, but they responded by reloading, and then they got back there, and they finally got the job done.
Right.
So that's how I'm approaching these next few years.
That's it. And it's not willy-nilly. It's not making dumb moves. It's not bankrupting the next decade of a franchise. But I do think that we need to turn the heat up and turn up the aggression. I mean, Alex, I don't think I've said anything wrong. And then you run into these robots where it's like, you don't need to know the plan. He can do whatever he wants. Then why do you watch the games?
Exactly.
Jesus. Alex,
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I do have confidence in Brad Holmes.
Of course.
That he's going to make the right moves. And, after this most recent draft, I was confused. I was like, why are we taking a running back? Why are we taking a linebacker? But it ended up working out. I mean, Campbell still has, some room to improve. But, yeah, I trust that he's going to do better in the offseason. All I would ask is a little more aggressiveness in free agency.
Yes.
And at the trade deadline.
So basically, Alex, is what you're saying is you don't have the blind faith in the Lions regime that they can do no wrong.
That's right.
No, because I'm an adult.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
What? And I was about to say,
I want 1 million Alexes listening to the show.
no one should have blind faith. No.
Because you're an adult. You're a free thinker. Yeah, Alex, I tell you, it's a scary world.
It's the same thing when you wanted to argue over you should have kicked the field goal. No, this is what we did all year. You don't go, you go for it because that's what he's done. It's like,
no, we can have a conversation.
But not in this situation. You could have did. No, you don't know football. Wow. Okay. David, I just learned. I let it go.
Those are your people. Now, how did they become my people? You represent them.
I don't represent them.
Well, you defend them. I try to understand them. There's a difference. Okay. Super Bowl coming up this weekend. I know this whole Rob Gronkowski thing. It's not my bit. The Kick of Destiny Part 2. He missed the last one.
Well, he's got to make it this year. He's got to do it for his trainer.
That's what I keep telling myself. I know, man. Carl Weathers is
Right.
dead. Gronk, will he make or miss? You go to FanDuel. If you're already an account holder, you pick whether he's going to make it or miss it. You get it right, you get your share at a $10 million prize pool. It's really just that simple. So, besides that, more ways to play, more betting markets, more ways to enjoy the Super Bowl with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. No purchase necessary. $10 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who make the correct pick. Prize issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. All right, David, blitz time. Music.
right. Little football today. Michael, David, Kenny. The Commanders have made it official. They are letting go of Eric Bieniemy. He will no longer be on the staff. What happens to Eric Bieniemy? Where does he go next?
I really don't have an answer. It kind of feels like the end of the road, to be quite honest. I mean, Andy Reid is only going to be around so long. You know, could he reestablish himself in KC as a lateral move or a demotion? I don't think he's an OC. And he clearly is just
as a quarterback's coach now?
Maybe. Rico, I don't have a great answer. There's something about this guy that people don't want to hire him. He doesn't get serious consideration. It is, I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you.
Yeah, see, with Nagy, he came back to KC, but he was a head coach when he came back. So Bieniemy would be coming back not doing anything other than what he's done. That would be tough. I think he may have to go back to the college ranks, possibly.
Because remember, he left so that he could show, no, it's not just Kansas City. It's all about me, and now he's jobless. So staying in that same frame, reports come out that Ben Johnson basically said, I don't want to go and work for a bunch of basketball guys. I don't know what they know. Canceled the interview while they were on the plane. Is he making himself where he's not going to be hired, where in the next go-around, people are going to say, I don't know if I want to actually pursue Ben Johnson?
All right, first of all, this is good for the Lions, so let's just get the headline out of the way. But I can only tell you how I'd react if I was trying to hire someone and they canceled while I was on the airplane. And then you find out if this stuff is true, if reports are true, that he kind of trashed ownership, they're basketball guys, they think they know more than they do. That is not a good look in what is a very, very small, tight-knit community of owners. You don't bleep on somebody's shoes and think the guy straight to the left who just avoided the splashdown is going to hire you. I'd keep an eye on it. Now, again, there's two sides to every story, and then there's the truth.
Right.
Now, I don't know if it's all
like
true.
I said, this came out over the weekend.
Doesn't make him sound good, tell you that.
It does not.
Here's what I say about this. Outside of the letting the Commanders know very, very last minute, the portion of the story that says he just loves to be in his office, coming up with the schemes, being the evil genius type guy, that he may not be a leader of a team. I think if I'm a team now with that, I'm saying, you know what? I'm good. I'm good next year when the cycle comes around. He may be showing me he's not that leader that needs to lead my team.
That basically, you know what? If we ever have to flip our staff, maybe we go out and break the bank to get him as the OC. But that's about it.
Also makes you wonder a little bit if we go back to the Josina Anderson reports of, wow, he wants $15 million a year. And we were like, is that really believable?
Well, they keep saying it's not about the money, but
it could be another example of maybe he just doesn't want to lead a team.
Right, not everybody wants to be a head coach.
So throw a number out there that says, I'm not paying that.
He's got it good here. He's got his quarterback. He's got the system. He's got carte blanche when it comes to the head coach. You know you're going to get fourth down. Look, this is good for the Lions. I was only speaking not to Ben Johnson as a man, but as far as what it would be viewed like around the league, if it's true, that probably didn't help him.
Next question. Should the NFL just do away with the Pro Bowl weekend?
Yes. I've said it all. I've done it all. Yes. It's crap.
No, I enjoy the
you
skills
are a liar.
competition.
David, you lie.
Catching punts.
Here's the thing. The flag football game I can live without because they didn't even know the rules.
They did.
Booger McFarland was like, this referee doesn't even know the rules out here. Yelling on the microphone like, Booger, your mic is hot. But watching the dodgeball was kind of fun. Watching the obstacle course, that was kind of fun. It's different, but it's nowhere near Sean Taylor laying out the punter who tried to fake the punt in the game and just cold knocked him out. Those days are gone. But the entertainment value of it, I can live with. So I was just curious of how you felt.
Get rid of it. Garbage.
All right.
All All-Star games, garbage. Well, with Bieniemy now leaving, it's because Cliff Kingsbury is going to be the OC of the Commanders. Do the Bears just really fleece the Commanders so that they can have the number 1 pick and the Bears just take full advantage of this? Feels like it. And Caleb has already come out in support of Cliff Kingsbury, loves the guy. There's been rumors he doesn't want to go to Chicago. Who am I to say no? I mean, and if you're the Commanders, you have to pick the phone up. If the grade on Caleb is up here and then Drake May and Jaden Daniels are substantially lower, you're picking the phone up anyways. But then it's a matter of, do Caleb's people make a big enough stink that he doesn't want to be a Bear?
See, that's the thing right there. It seems like the Bears would have the Commanders and say, well, you want this, come and get it, give us everything you have. But then if Caleb says, I don't want to be there, I think they're going to get less in return.
No, because I can still draft you and just make you – because I still got a quarterback. I don't have to get rid of Fields. Now, to me, this isn't Chicago radio. Chicago can then swap that pick and then just keep swapping for somebody else who now wants Drake May and end up with like a ton of first round and second round picks that you can actually fill out a squad around Fields. All right. The Super Bowl, couple Super Bowl questions. Did the NFL, they're doing it big in Las Vegas, but did somebody forget to do the right thing? I don't know if you heard the story, but the Niners are practicing at UNLV.
Okay.
Except the field is unplayable, the practice field. They're contemplating what to do next, including having to share the practice facility with the Chiefs. They've even thought about maybe just flying back home.
Where are the Chiefs?
The Chiefs, I think, are practicing inside. Are they inside?
They're indoors, I believe. Yeah.
So the Niners at UNLV, they put real grass on top of UNLV's artificial field.
Yeah, they're saying the grass is too tight or something.
Actually the grass is it's soft. So yeah.
I'm sorry.
You know what? Next question.
We're talking dew points. Rico, I don't know what to say. It would seem implausible to have a Super Bowl and you don't have two working surfaces for the two best teams in the league to practice on. So it's really, I'm absorbing the conversation here, and I'm like, this is insane.
This is the story that just came out today, is that, yes, the Niners are contemplating what to do next because they don't have a field to play on that they actually like. Finally, this. With all the storylines coming out, how big of a distraction do you think the arrest of Patrick Mahomes Sr. on the DWI will be for the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes Jr.?
I mean, impossible to gauge, but if you're talking on a personal level, father and son, that's one thing. Team, I don't think any.
Because this is the media day when you go and ask all the questions.
Yeah,
he has to sit there for 25 minutes and answer all the questions.
Well, he'll have to sit there. He'll have to take the questions, but I don't think it would be a distraction for the team when it comes playing time. Yeah. Because remember, what was it, a couple years ago, there was the Andy Reid son situation.
You know what?
So they won the Super Bowl.
There you go. David wins.
David wins. All right, you know what? We got time for one more, David. All right.
Where do we got to be?
You're true. We're here to 6. Where will Chip Kelly coach in the fall? Chip Kelly, for those who don't know, is the head coach of UCLA. Where will he coach in the fall?
Oh, he wants out of UCLA more than John wants to leave on Days Harbaugh's a topic. I mean, he is dying to get out of there. He's one step from wearing a sandwich board saying, "Will coach in league for free." Rico, I think this will be his last year at UCLA, and he'll be let go.
Will he be in college or will he be an OC in the NFL? Because now, the Raiders now need an OC. Like, teams need an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he doesn't want to. He's a lot like Jeff Hafley, who left Boston College. He doesn't want to deal with all the nonsense.
So you're saying he's in the NFL next season?
Yeah. How about this? Not in college, even money.
Not in college.
Either unemployed or in the league.
I think he'll be in college.
You think he just sucks it up and says, all
One
right.
more year.
But it's hard to do that, David, when
I
you've
understand.
openly told
I know.
people, I
Because-
hate you.
Because here's the thing. You hit a 2 or 3 game losing streak, and now alums and boosters are saying he doesn't even want to be here.
But it's too late to fire him. Who are you going to get? Because I don't think he gets an NFL OC
well, Boston
job.
College, you see who's
Yeah.
going to get the job.
Yeah.
Is basically Bill O'Brien
He
has
said, "No,
he
thank
was-
you,"
He was the
to
OC,
Ohio State,
right? He
yeah.
was the OC for Ohio State for 2 weeks and said, "Oh wait, I got a head coaching gig. I'm going to go there." All right, gentlemen, that is your NFL Blitz 97.1. All right, 97.1, it is 4 o'clock. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. I am going to get to the people here, Rico, and then 4:15, I've got, in my world, how the Zach LaVine saga went down this weekend. We are 3 days from the NBA trade deadline, and Chris Fuller tried to bait me with his update. But we will have just a one-segment kind of check-in, and I have a question for Rico. I'm interested for his answer. May mix in a one-segment deal on the clown car that is Michigan basketball and how Juwan Howard is still employed. People, I don't know if you're paying attention. They may not win a game the rest of the year. No hyperbole. Go look at that schedule. Oh, and then Rhodes Scholar McDaniels is going to miss another 3 games. I don't know why that's so funny. That's not a flag, David. That's not a flag. We got a lot to do. Right now, to the people, though, let's go to Louie, 97.1. Louie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? How you doing?
Good.
What's going on?
All right. Well, first of all, I just want to say something really quick about last week's topic on Sunday. What are we going to do on Sundays?
Yes.
I want to thank you, Mikey. That bookie series, awesome.
Amazing
awesome.
TV show, isn't it? It's funny.
Yeah, it is. It's so good. It's so dark comedy, man. It's
right,
so good.
but no one makes comedies anymore. Everything
I
is
know, but it's
sad. I'm glad you liked
but
it.
it's so good. Thank you. Now, going back to that, I think we heard it in his what he said. I mean, first of all, he started. It was kind of weird how he started defending his moves, like saying this is not a fluke. And then in the undertow, I think you heard him saying even the moves that we don't make, like defending all of us, that we were up in arms with your chair drop. I think he you know, in the undertow, he kind of let us know that he's going to do what he thinks is working, which is taking it slow. I agree with you guys. I think it's like, let's do this. I mean, we have this window right now, but I think in their mind, the way that they're doing things is working. So I don't think they are in any hurry to do any moves. This is the way I see it. This is the way these guys have been doing
Yeah, you're speaking
now,
about what you think their mindset is, while also, look, Louie, you and I are like-minded on this. Oh, I know what I think their mindset is. I'm just telling you where mine is. It is
really
time.
Hope that it's not, man. I really hope it's not, because you're right. You're right. I mean, Sweat, look at that. Look at the difference that he would have made. I mean, it's just, I don't know. That's the way I see it. But like I said, I just also wanted to say thank you for that show, man.
Oh,
you guys are great. Keep on doing the good work, guys.
Louis, appreciate
Rico,
you.
Yeah.
Good luck on your 49ers, Rico.
Thank you.
Oh, man, F that. Hope they
come
lose.
on, man.
Hope they lose by 1,000. To hell with Rico
You
Beers.
know what? And that's going to be Chase Young right there. Going after Mahomes.
Hey, hopefully he pursues him more than he pursued Jahmyr Gibbs.
Well, you know, he takes plays off.
Oh, my goodness.
He stepped up on the 4th and 3.
Let's go to he did, in fairness. Let's go to caller DJ 97.1. Hello, DJ.
What up, though? How y'all doing, man?
What's happening,
Excellent.
DJ?
Nothing. Just got the testicles to come back home about 4 or 5 days ago. I stayed away because I couldn't come back, and I didn't want to hear all the stuff about that loss, man. It hurt. So I stayed. I worked from out of town because I was scared to come back home and listen to all the nonsense. So I'm back now. Listen to y'all. Listen to everybody. And here we go, dog. One thing, Mike, first and foremost, let's just say this. The NFL really can do away with the games, but I can tell you how they can hit a home run. They can hit a home run if they bring the fastest man or the strongest man back to the competition. Think about it. That's every dude's testosterone. Every dude wants to. I would want to see the NFL's fastest man, me personally. I just think that's something that could really help those events. Like the home run derby, that's just basically dudes' testosterone kicking in. What do you think, Mike?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I like
Tyreek
the fastest
Hill
man.
versus Challenger X, etc.
Or even if they did some type of 4x100 relay, that would be sweet as well.
Yeah, I mean, even like my college teammates to this day, we still watch those fastest men competitions of Darryl Green versus Rod Woodson. Like, we really wanted to watch that. I would love to see Tyreek and J-Mo go head up. That would be something we will build up to all year. But let's get to you, Mike, and your thing with the Lions. So we all know I'm not. I try to be as objective as possible about my Lions, man. But at the end of the day, Mike, Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell kicking that field goal in the third quarter, Brad Holmes, the way he goes about his business, would Darnell do it, meaning me? No. Would you do it? No, we would not. But at the end of the day, I'm not coaching that team. We ain't the GMs, so it ain't about me. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the way he's approaching free agency and this sort of thing. But let's stick with the facts, Michael Valeni. The facts of it is his very first draft, he had 2 All-Pros, 1 possible Pro Bowler in Aleem McNeil. Second draft, 4 starters, 1 Pro Bowler, 1 possible Pro Bowler in Kirby Joseph. Third draft, 2 All-Pros, 1 Pro Bowler, and 4 starters. So guess what? At this point, the fact of the matter is he has earned the right to do it his way with pretty much no criticism.
Well, hold on now.
I do it that way?
Hold on just a minute there, high flyer. Who's saying I have nothing to say about the draft? My thing has more to do with free agency and the trade market. It's Super Bowl or bust, DJ. You know the deal. I don't think you are just going to draft your way to glory. We need to make a move and get some grown-ass dudes in here. We need an edge rusher opposite Hutch. Like, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not critiquing his draft.
My dog, I do, but look at it like this, Mike, and I'm not disagreeing with you, dog, but listen to what I'm saying. Free agency, that's a salary cap thing where you get what I'm saying, that's going to hurt the cap and all that old other stuff that I don't really get into. The reality of it is that when this man drafts this year, these are the facts, Mike, he's going to get us a Pro Bowler or All-Pro. He has showed me 3 times, like Rico said earlier, 1 time is luck, 2 times now. He's done this 3 straight years.
No, he's a good drafter.
So guess what? Do you see what I'm saying? So his process got us a bad third quarter field goal decision away from being in the Super Bowl doing it his way. So at this point, I'm just going to sit back and let him do his thing.
But you know what we could argue?
I agree with you.
DJ, we could argue that his decision to not sign a legitimate NFL kicker cost you.
Absolutely.
That's all I'm saying. Hey, the draft record is what it is, and it's outstanding. I don't argue that. But what I'm talking about is we've never had an offseason where we felt like they used all 3 portions of player acquisition, the tools in the toolbox. And we've all been patient. We've all said this is the right way. Now, look, last year they got a little more aggressive. Now they did B and C level signings to try to rebuild the secondary. We'll never know how good the secondary could have been if Mosley didn't get hurt. But what I'm saying is now you got to have the chess piece. And I don't know, last offseason it was the Jalen Ramsey trade, or an offseason prior, it was the Eagles saying, look, we don't want a wide receiver. We want the wide receiver. It was A.J. Brown. Yeah. These are the moves that, to me, I want to see the Lions go for it.
So a Patrick Surtain type of thing.
If he's available, you absolutely. That's the type of thing. Now, again, if the Broncos are asking for 50 first-round picks, hey, we're right here. No shot.
But, hey, can we have look, we're trying to move up with the Bears to get a first. Hey, give us that first-round pick, and we'll send him out. Done.
There are ways I want to see be engaged in the phone call, just like with free agency. It's okay to use it when you're a Super Bowl team. You're finishing the project. You know what teams get themselves in trouble with free agency? Bad ones. You can't buy your way out of a pit. We already did the drafting and the developing. Now it's time. Let's add the couple pieces to finish this deal and go win a Super Bowl. So, that's all.
You're right. Not every player has to be this long-term 4 or 5 year deal. One and done. Going to bring you in. You're a rental player. You know that coming in. So get your stats up here. Maybe we bring you back, or you make yourself marketable to the next team. So,
Rico Beard.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hey, rev up and drive to the unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. It's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and saving, sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the roads, and Hamilton Chevrolet has all of them, from fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. They've got the wheels that match your lifestyle, and with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars, it's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership.
It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, take advantage of the February Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Blazer LT, $269 a month for 24 months. Didn't stutter. $269 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive away with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. You tell them Rico sent you. You can see more at HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads. Hi, it's me. The perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What is not debatable, the eco-friendly, most comfortable mattress made on planet Earth, the iComfort Eco. It is supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, so we will get back into the Lions momentarily. Still got more football to get to this hour, but I have to bring this up. Now, let me give you a disclaimer. I cannot prove the following. But it's Monday, and I'm going to live in the world I want to live in, okay? I'm going to give you Mike with the breaking news.
Right. In my opinion, the dramatization of how this went down. Now, last week, we told you, the Zach LaVine thing, if the Pistons trade for this guy, is a unholy nightmare. A day later, Zach Lowe, ESPN, the Lowe Post, the smoke is real between the Pistons and Bulls. I said, oh, dear baby Jesus, no, you don't want this guy. It's the most odious contract in the league. His own teammates hate his guts. Please, God, no. Well, I want to tell you something. David, you've always wanted to hear this. God is good. Because
Not only is Zach LaVine not coming to Detroit, he ain't going nowhere. Here's in my world how this went.
David, I'm ready to become the drop. You want to join me?
Come on. Now work with me on this. The report came out that, quote, after consulting his agency, Clutch Sports, and the Bulls, Zach LaVine elected to have season-ending ankle surgery. He didn't have to. He elected to. So let me tell you how I think this went down. My opinion only. Zach, there's a real good shot you end up in Detroit. Cut me.
The hell I am.
Where's the gas pipe? Put me under, slice me open.
Wait, I don't understand that joke. What's the punchline? No. You're going to go to Detroit.
Yeah, cut me.
What are my alternatives? Well, really nothing. I mean, unless you're injured, I am.
My ankle hurts. Cut me.
I am.
Cut me now. Now listen. Ain't nobody mad about it. But here's
you
your
know
next.
what? You may have saved Troy from himself.
Nope. Because second prize is the steak knives. So now we're going to spin the wheel of loserdom and come up with another bum that Troy Weaver will trade for. And I have two names for you. One of them may arouse Rico Beard. I just can't get Rico to stop saying the man's name. But I know.
No.
Hey, calm down. A report has said Tobias Harris is going to be this team's target. But they, quote, may wait till free agency to pursue him. Now, a couple issues with Tobias Harris. One being he's not very good. Two being he's 32. And three being you will have to pay him $40 million a year. Combine that with Cade's rookie extension and congratulations, you've paid Tobias and Cade $80 million combined to win 26 games. But here's a name that I was told. And it is going to be the target with 3 days to go. To say this guy has some baggage would be an understatement. I mean, breaking news. It's like saying Rico's black. In fact, true. This player has baggage. Also true. Be on the lookout for Miles Bridges.
I thought you were going to say Zion, but okay. But then again, I was going to say, does he have baby mama drama? But that's also applicable.
Also applicable. Zion's drama don't land you a felony charge. Might just land you a disease or something.
But you could have had Miles for really nothing in the offseason.
Look, man. So here's the...
He was just, okay.
So here's the deal.
What's third prize?
Third prize is the Chris Villar update and what you can read in a lot of places. The Pistons may end...
Go ahead. I'm going to turn my mic off.
It's okay. It's okay. Pistons may end up doing a whole bunch of nothing, which is another cause for termination. How is Bogdanovich still here as he approaches age 35 on a 6-44 basketball team? Now, you'll say team-friendly deal. What value does he hold here?
Maybe he'll be a part of the core four.
You don't own your first-round pick. The Knicks are going to get one of the next 3 years.
I was about to say, well, maybe they'll just wait to this year's draft.
Oh, wait. I will tell you, we're not doing this today. But people, I did this exercise with the fellas here, and I said, guys, here's the alleged top 10 in the mock draft. And when you read the NBA comps to these guys, it's like welfare Tyreek Evans.
You basically got a steal with Thompson.
Donatas Sabonis, rookie year. here's your comp, John Collins. It is a collection of bums, and you're like, oh, my dear God.
So bad that I said maybe this is the year you just pick up the Knicks and say, guess what?
Yeah, Rico's like, no, you want this year's selection.
Yeah, we're dropping the pick. No, it's your weekend for custody. We're dropping the pick off at your house.
I'm telling you right now, you may end up trying to acquire Miles Bridges. It's just something I was told by somebody who covers the league. They're good at what they do. This is not my scoop. I'm trying to help you. So it was bad enough that Troy may or may not have wanted to bring Zach LaVine here. But now, second prize is the steak knives. It could either be a player you could have had for free.
Like, you're about to, what are you giving up for Miles Bridges? I just somehow feel like the Hornets are about to say, yes, make this deal.
So it could be Miles Bridges and Tobias Harris as your two big acquisitions. Enjoy.
Got to get them to double-digit wins.
If they don't trade Bogdanovich, you have to help me understand who is calling the shots in this organization. I mean, a 35-year-old wing has no place on a 6-44 team. What does he have pictures of? Does he know where Hoffa's buried? Like, what info does Bogdanovich have that he can't get himself out of Detroit? And do Bogdanovich's representation, do they hate him so much that they won't get him out of here? Like, has he asked them and they're lying to him like, no, nobody wants you. Everybody wants him. You could call the Sixers today. They are desperate for a high-volume three-point shooter on the wing. Desperate. Mm-hmm. But be prepared. And if you go, well, geez, I remember Miles Bridges at State, man, you got to do the Google. Miles had some problems. And they're of the very low-rent variety. Moral compass, it ain't just broken, he don't possess one. Do you believe this?
I don't, and he was free.
Oh, okay.
In the offseason.
I've lost him.
What's crazy though, Mike, is I do believe this.
No, I'm telling you to believe it.
This is, I don't want to. This is not fair. I want my team to be good, but then this can't be the answer. And then not trading Bogdanovich, not trading Monty Morris, not trading Joe Harris.
Bogey has become the new Jeremy Grant, where you just held on, and the value went from you could probably get a nice little haul back to just take them. Give us something back every turn.
Look, they just gave up 2 second-round picks because they needed to make up for the poo-poo platter that is Marvin Bagley and Troy's decision to pay him. They owe the Knicks a first-round pick. The Knicks, I think, are getting your second-round pick this year, which will be picked, like 31 or whatever it is. You need assets. Keep your eye on it. Now, look, before Miles got in a bunch of trouble, I had no problem with Rico bringing up, go after Miles Bridges, make the Hornets match the offer, etc. Well, one problem. About 48 hours before free agency opened, Miles ended his career. Sort of.
But then you could have gotten him on a cheap kind of prove-it contract because Charlotte wasn't going to match it, but they're like, well, I guess we got to extend him something. So now you're going to trade assets you really don't have to get a guy you could have got for nothing.
So here's the future of your team. Miles Bridges, Tobias Harris, and Cade all on new deals, and you're capped out. What's that team winning? 26 games?
You know what? It beats 6.
No, it does not beat 6.
I want the playoffs.
Kenny, I don't know, but the math says to me 26 is still better than 6. Neither gets you to the playoffs, but, you're not setting NBA records for futility.
There's your update. I'm just passing it along.
I'm really not liking you laughing about this. I'm really upset.
I thought he was, well, you know what? Originally, I thought he was going to say Ben Simmons. And that's when I was just going to just lose it right there.
Oh, man had a triple-double.
And what?
Like his game did the first game back. Didn't he have a triple double?
What, the Horizon League?
And he did. He was wearing orange sunglasses.
Who was guarding him? Cookie Marsh?
Rico. Miles Bridges.
In all seriousness, I mean, I guess Troy feels like I gotta make a move, and he's hoping. But it makes sense though, Mike. He thinks he can rehabilitate everybody's career. He thought he could do it with Bagley. He does. This is like the Passage Malibu for basketball players. Come here and I can fix you, except for he doesn't fix anybody. They just leave with a hat and a bag. That's about it.
I think the problem I have is, all right, let's separate the personal and the professional. Miles has come back with Charlotte. He's putting up like 22 shots a night.
He's scoring, but yeah, it's coming off the expense. He's shooting a lot, but he is, if you look at just the box score, you're like, wow, that's actually good for the Pistons. He's lately been on fire.
But the problem is he doesn't guard anybody.
But does anybody guard anybody?
Yeah, but Rico, hold on now. Fair. But when it's already the worst defensive team in basketball, I don't need to add more bad to bad. At a certain point, there needs to be people who want to play defense.
Meet me in the middle. If you take Miles, they got to take Killian. I can live with that.
Okay. There you go. There's your 10-cent update. Keep your eye out. FanDuel, perfect way to play the Super Bowl. No one's got more betting markets than FanDuel Sportsbook, number one sportsbook in America. And again, you could bet the color of the sports drink. You can bet the coin toss. Will there be a touchback on the opening kickoff? If you bet no, you end up winning money generally. Just an FYI. So bottom line, the SGPs that Rico loves, same game parlays, they got it all. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present, Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. All right, we're going to get back to football in about 7 minutes. So I want to button this up. 2 notes. So the Bridges issues are as follows. All right, he already had the domestic violence issue, right? Then he violated the protective order by allegedly threatening the victim, the mother of his 2 children, by the way. And he's due in court this month. Now, I don't have what day he's headed to court this month. But he is currently on a 1-year, $8 million deal with Charlotte, meaning he is an unrestricted free agent at the end of this year. So whether the Pistons deal for Tobias Harris, whether they deal for Miles Bridges, you're going to have to pony up to pay to keep these people. Now, any broad, just basic search of trade proposals, Miles Bridges, here's where you run into some problems. The Hornets are blowing this thing up. Tell me if you've heard this before. How Mitch Kupchak still has a job, I do not know. But they want picks, capital. Every deal I'm seeing, look, it's no secret due to certain connections, Phoenix is interested in Miles Bridges. But you know what they don't have to offer? A first-round pick.
Right.
Dallas is interested. They do have a first-round pick. Any other proposal features between 3 and 4 second-round picks plus a player. Well, there's one problem. The Pistons don't have those either. You just don't. You already owe the Knicks a first. You're down a second to the Knicks, plus you just shipped 2 second-round picks out. What are you giving up for a guy you have to pay and who has an absolutely abhorrent legal issue looming over his head, plus a violation of protective order of said legal issue? Now, the Hornets have said basically the players' union will bury us if we don't play this guy. He's eligible. We have to play him. You can't be in the business of sandbagging people's careers. Why do you think Illinois is playing Terrence Shannon? They're not playing him because they want to. They kind of have to. Because legally, they're all in limbo. So, look, I'm just telling you. None of this is good. Now, you want to bring him in, you want to separate personal, professional, fine. The point I'm making is your franchise should be liquidating to build draft capital. You should not be in the business of taking on C-list talent that you then have to pay. Because even if you had acquired Levine, if I have to hear another person say, well, he's an all-star, it's the NBA. All right, Jamal McGlure was an all-star once. Stop. Like, what does it elevate the Pistons to? Ivy and Cade don't play together. You have Ausar Thompson, who's an insult to raw ground beef with the levels of raw he is. Duren doesn't even attempt threes, can't make them, doesn't take them. Ausar, 10%. Everybody's a below-average shooter. You add these pieces, what does it make you? A 25-win team? Cap flexibility gone? Cade's getting paid. Yeah. He's going to get that rookie extension. David, what's the new rookie extension total for the year 2024? I can just tell you it's going to be a lot more than people realize. And no player's ever turned one down. And if you don't pay him, then you are staring down a big game of chicken where Cade's reps, and I've said this, if I represented him, I'd already tell the Pistons we have no intent on staying here. We tried. We did our best. But we are now Andy Dufresne in a sewage pipe. We are crawling our way out of here.
And then standing there as the rain comes down on you.
Like the day he wakes up and he's in San Antonio with Wembanyama. David, what's the rookie extension?
Looking at 224, I believe.
So 224 to him. Probably a cool 160 to Tobias.
Correct.
There you go. There's your cap space. What's that get you?
It's just why.
What's Bridges get? You can't even assess his value. You have the legal stuff hanging over his head, and therefore your franchises. He's due in court this month. He's already making $8 million at his lowest value, meaning you would at least double up. He would at least be a $20 million a year player. And then you have to live with the decision you've made to bring that man into your community and into your locker room.
Which is the reason why I don't understand why you're allowing Weaver to do this, because eventually the next general manager, his life is screwed. Because I got no picks, I got nothing but bad contracts.
Only thing I could think of is and I would have to look, because remember, you can't give up back-to-back first. You got to stagger those second rounders. What package of picks could they put together, and maybe you give them the dead body of James Wiseman? Another failed Weaver thing. I don't know.
But the Bridges, it fits right into what Weaver does. He tries to rehabilitate players in their careers, and it doesn't work. If he had the track record of, okay, man, Bagley came here and all of a sudden became a beast, he didn't. Like, all the guys are just...
I can deal with a lot. I can't deal with what Miles did.
See, I thought, okay, you know what? You hit rock bottom. Maybe you just learned your lesson. You get yourself. And that's when I was like, you could get him for cheap if he learned his lesson, but he didn't.
Right, but there's the key. He violated the protective order by threatening the same woman.
Yeah.
What? Okay, we're done here.
Right. Because I thought, okay, Miles, you just gave away $250 million. That had to be a wake-up call. I need to get my life together. He didn't.
So there you go. Tobias Harris potentially in free agency. And not my scoop. Someone gave it to me. They love Miles Bridges. They're in love. How is Troy Weaver employed again? I'm pretty sure David could explain everything in the Bible to me in a more concise manner than he could why Troy Weaver still has a paycheck. I mean, it is really quite something. David Ticket text, if you'd be so kind, and we'll get back to football. I just had to share that with the people. 3 days from the deadline. And better yet, how is Bogdanovich still here? What are we doing?
Is Weaver worse than Avila was?
Troy Weaver is in the Matt Millen type general manager level. Like Mike Milbury for my Islanders, Troy Weaver for your Pistons.
Yeah, because Avila just seemed to, no matter who he dealt with, the talent got better once they left here. And it's like, huh? Because that's why people are like, yeah, Detroit calls, make the deal. Because he's going to give us something that's really going to turn into this. Whereas we just bring in garbage and let garbage go.
We've already had Tobias. No thanks on that one.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Tobias is 32 years old. 4-year deal? Really? Because that's what it's going to take. Hate to break it to you. To get a guy to come to Detroit? What's next? You going to go sign his best friend from the Cheez-It commercial? We bring Boban back?
Yeah, why not?
Someone says, Mike just said God is good. Hell just froze over and not hell Michigan freezing over. That's actual right. Hell. GNC.
Right. Hey, man. If I have to go to church to keep Zach Levine away from my town, we're good. That's a deal I'll make.
Yeah, someone says it will get worse because Troy got extended when Monty was hired.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing, too. Remember when Tom Gores, that holiday message, changes are coming? We're ahead of you people. What changes? What changes?
Nothing.
Acquiring Mike Muscala?
I guess it was Bagley. Yeah, it was Bagley getting traded. That was the change. What a joke.
I know. Go ahead, one more, and then we'll get to football.
Yeah, someone says, Miles Bridges is actually good. I don't care about his past problems.
Okay, then. And I'm not mad if that's your point of view. I'm just telling you, it's very tough to bring a player with that type of baggage to a bad team filled with young players. Miles needs to be in a veteran group on a team that wins. But whatever. And here's the other thing. I don't know about coming home.
No, I'm with you. It's too close to home. Yeah.
Okay, then. All right. John Jansen Weight Loss Club, idealu.us. You could be 20 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 pounds or 100, Ideal U can work, and it can work for you. John Jansen lost 10 pounds the first 10 days, 63 pounds overall, and they've got him on a road to success. The results were quick. Find out. They want to do the same thing for you. It's idealu.us. Sign up for the free body composition analysis. That's $150 value free. Get all the details at idealu.us. You could be 20 or 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Idealu.us. That's idealu.us. And if you want the unfiltered version of that, you can Odyssey rewind to, 9:52 or whatever it was?
I was about to say, as opposed to the non-female gender?
Bro, it was 15 minutes of that. I call Roberto. I go, hey, just be careful now. Don't get us in trouble. But, yeah, there's a lot we didn't put into that one that would have got us in trouble. So we've got some Lions to do today. I'm not going to take the bait by Chris Villar. Chris with that salacious Pistons update. I may get to that in the 4 o'clock. I may.
Things you do to not be a Piston.
Okay, we'll get to that in the 4. But you and I have to start this show a certain way, Rico. Because it's listeners, it's people we work with. Like, are you people going to grow up? Game was over a week ago. I cannot believe we are this far down the line. And you know what I don't hear about? You know what? Lions had a hell of a season. It was a hell of a good year. Win a home playoff game. Win 2 of them, in fact. Win the division. And you didn't get rolled in the NFC title game. In fact, there was a time you thought you were going to win it. And you know what Rico and I have been hearing? I don't want to watch the Super Bowl. Wah! What is wrong with you people? And that goes to some of our coworkers. Oh, you're not going to watch the Super Bowl. What? Oh, it's just so painful. What? Can I remind you this was an unbelievable season where this team damn near went to the Super Bowl? Mm-hmm. What, Rico, what planet are we on?
I don't know. Gator told me it's because you're not a Lions fan. That's why. Like, Gator, I watched my team not make the Super Bowl 11 times.
Yeah, you know what you did?
I watched
the Super Bowl 11 times.
Right. It's like, I don't understand it. I do understand, like, the initial, that Monday, the overreaction. I'm mad, I'm angry, but it gets to the point where, guys, it was a good season, good team, and another team just won. Doesn't mean your team is bad.
They just outlasted you. They won, but you're not going to watch the game. You sound like a bunch of crybabies.
Well, here's the other thing. And again, it has nothing to do with the hosts. Nothing. All weekend, callers still wanting to talk about 4th and 2, 4th and 3. Man, game was
Well, you know whose
8
fault.
days ago.
You know whose fault it was, right? It's Jared Goff's fault. Can't pay him. Can't bring him back. Patrick Mahomes would have made that throw.
The throws were made. The catches weren't. I just would like to know from the people, if you are not able to arrive at this was a great season, then when, if ever, are you going to? I mean, by Thursday of last week, it's over. Game's done. I just don't understand. You have callers and hosts talking about not watching the damn game? At what point, let me do any of you get any joy out of this year? Now, Brad Holmes talked today. We're going to have some of his audio for you at 3 o'clock. He said one thing that I think warrants discussion. But I'd love to hear from you guys on this.
Yeah.
Because it's mornings, middays, depending what show you listen to on the weekend. I'm not watching the Super Bowl. What?
Yeah. Are you not watching the Super Bowl? And if so, why not? 248-539-9797. No judgment, no anger. I just want to know the reason why you're choosing this year, the last game of the year. You've invested so much time in an entire season that you get one more game, and no, you're opting out.
Well,
you're hitting the portal.
And the fact that you can't feel satisfaction from this season. I don't get it. I mean, listen, when I was 12, I might let a game bother me for a week. I'm listening to people old enough to get discounts on afternoon movies this weekend calling in saying they can't get over it. It's like, dude, you best get over it.
I heard somebody say, it was a cookie show this week, nobody's going to watch the Super Bowl this year because the Lions aren't in it. And I had to pull over and send Cookies a text. I'm driving to East Lansing. Like, you do realize people are going to watch this game. No, the Lions aren't in it, so nobody cares. Everybody only cared to see the Lions. I was like, that's not how this works.
No, but it's also the end of, okay, our season is over and it sucked. But, by Thursday or Friday, I figure you'd be able to go, you know what? It's a pretty damn good season. This was pretty awesome. I'm amazed we have people still complaining about Dan Campbell. Because also blaming Dan Campbell, I just don't agree with. He's not blameless, but he's not alone in blame. You have to blame layers of people. This idea, we're still talking about these calls. I'm like, I got nothing for you.
I got a theory on that, and I think that a lot of people who are still talking about the calls, still talking about the drop passes, still talking about all those things means that they don't think that this team is going to make it back to this spot again. There's going to be another 30-some years before they make it back, and that's where the anger comes from. That they don't think the Lions are going to make it back anytime soon. So, therefore, you're angry, and this is why you want to, you want changes, and you want a new quarterback, and Dan Campbell's an idiot, and just on and on and on. So, that's my theory.
Okay. Listen, I want to hear from the people on it. Brad Holmes spoke today. We've got some audio about how they're going to approach their offseason. I'm not overreacting to it, but I'll give you my thoughts on it, because if I hold him to his word, I don't like it. I'll explain. There ain't going to be no yelling or anything. We'll grade them on what they actually do, not what they say. We will update you on NBA trade deadline later in the show, way later in the show. Also, condolences as the entire Michigan basketball team was hit by a car driven by their coach. Juwan Howard, what are you doing? His comments were, depending on your perspective, either hilarious or infuriating. We're going to get to that later in the day. We got a jam-packed show on a Monday, but we had to start with this. Are Rico and I insane for sitting here and going, hey, man, obviously, you can be salty about the loss, but how the hell are listeners still calling this station angry a week later? How the hell are we still talking about Dan Campbell? And how the hell am I listening to both callers, texters, hosts saying, man, we ain't watching the Super Bowl? I don't know what planet I'm on. 248-539-9797. David, are we living on a separate in a separate galaxy here, or are you with us on this?
No, I am with you on this because I get it. It was an emotional collapse. It was very, you 17-point lead and you collapse like that. You're going to have that feeling a couple days later, but a week later, more than a week later, you're saying, I can't get over it. And then you can't watch the Super Bowl because of it. Rico's right. There's never been the Lions have never been in the Super Bowl. So you've watched it before.
Right.
You will watch it
57 other times
Right.
you watch this game.
So you'll be just fine. You'll watch the Super Bowl.
David, I'm usually at this point in the year, I've been disenfranchised from my team or angry by, I don't know, September. The Giants stink.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's the Super Bowl.
We're not going to have football until September. Training camp doesn't count, guys. It doesn't count.
No, but I know.
Preseason does
Oh,
it.
no, don't worry. Mark the tape on this. I'll have to listen to how excited David is to watch preseason football. He's going to do it again. And then we'll come back on that Monday, and he's going to admit to us, yeah, I watched about 3 minutes.
I'm not going to do it this year. I'm
I
not going
thought
to
he was
do
gonna
it.
say the new XFL, USFL merged league.
Nah, I'm not going to bore you about that.
Okay.
Not going to do that. But
I think I'm actually going to go down to one game.
Well, I'll do that for the kids, but that's different.
You are something, man.
I just want to see what it looks like.
Hey, if you've got a local soccer league with kids and your attendance is down, give us a call. Rico will show up. Nobody likes live sports more than you, man. Nobody. You know what? Hey, if you got a bocce league, Rico would really like to learn about Italy's sport. Come on down. 30, 90-year-old Italian guys, and then Rico.
That's the where they roll the ball down.
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
yeah. And
That's
Rico,
the Enzo Mariucci sport. Gotcha.
Rico, where are you at? Oh, I'm at Moneyball. I thought that was in the summer. No, I'm at the Moneyball Bocce Invitational. down at the Knights of Columbus, watching bocce.
Hey, Rico, let's go to Palazzo de Bocce.
Right, I mean, my goodness.
This is the man who watches horses run in circles.
I do it from the comfort of my house. Well, then there's Saratoga and Keeneland and different things. But those are trips. I don't know if that's the same as watching
I can just go
7-on-7.
Go down there and watch the game.
All right.
And then you go home. If it's bad, you go home.
David, we know anybody at the USFL? Get Rico in a luxury box for this big merger?
Not the top of my head. I may find someone soon, though. We'll see.
Okay. 248-539-9797. We're all All right, good to have you with us. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. We lightly touched upon some Pistons trade rumors because it's a totally wild scenario. And we did a lot of Lions. And I want to bring that back right now. And I want to play some Brad Holmes audio. There's no yelling. There's no angst. I just have a certain way I want to see things done. And I don't know if that's how the regime's going to do it. Lions had an amazing year. If you're still crying in your milk about last weekend, that's on you. Like, we've moved on. There's a very exciting future, and I just don't get people still calling the station about Dan Campbell or Jared Goff. I just don't get it. I don't want to live around you. But my point is, it's the Super Bowl window now. It's Super Bowl or bust. And that means aggression. And I think the man who sits to my left, his franchise, that's what they've done over the previous 3 years to get back to the Super Bowl, which, by the way, crazy. It's been 4 years since the Niners have been in the Super Bowl. It just doesn't feel like 4 years. My point is, doing the unthinkable is often what it takes to accomplish the unimaginable. You know, the Niners trading for Christian McCaffrey, there's no way they could do it. What about the salary cap? Blah. They did it. Well, they can't get rid of Jimmy G and trade 3 first-round picks to move up to – wait, oh, my God, they just drafted Trey Lance. And not every move works. Randy Gregory and Chase Young. And the point I'm making is it is now not good enough to just draft and play the C-level free agent game. Yeah, we've had our hee-hees and ha-has with the chair drop, but there's some truth in it. You know, acquiring Montez Sweat, would you be playing in the Super Bowl right now? While I can't say yes, you don't get to tell me no. So you didn't make those moves. It was too early. Well, it ain't too early now, because what this Lions team and what Brad Holmes has proven, they belong on the field with the league's elite. Mm-hmm. Now, how are you going to beat those teams? So it's trades and free agency, and yes, of course, landing your draft picks. Yeah. Well, take a listen to what Brad Holmes said, and then, Rico, I want you to tell me if you're hearing from Brad Holmes what I just communicated. David, audio.
No, because I don't hear what you just said, because sticking to your plan means we're going to do it this way, and there's just really a certain way we need to get it done. You've made it this far. You need to be willing to deviate from your plan. You need to be willing to all of a sudden, I don't need this, guy that fits your culture. I need a guy that fits a need right here, right now, a rental player, somebody who can just go out there. May not be a good dude, maybe, a cast-off, but I look at a Jadeveon Clowney type where, yeah, he had issues, but, man, he can go out there and rush the passer and help out Aiden Hutchinson. To say, well, we got this plan, I need you to be aggressive. Like, you show me you know what to do in the draft. And for last year's free agent class, you had some hits, you had some misses. But come trade deadline, you can't go radio silent. You can't just, there's only guys that's going to fit this culture and that's it. No. This is where you reevaluate. How close are we? And you were very close last year. When it came to the trade deadline, you were a have and you acted like you were a have not. That to me was one of the reasons that did not push you over the edge. No, it sounds like I know what I'm doing. This plan is going to work, but dude, I don't know if this window is going to last as long as your plan is going to take to come to fruition.
248-539-9797. And look, I'll be more specific. Hypothetically, you heard whispers about Patrick Surtain, and it may not even be that specific player. That type of player hits the market. Yeah, I want the Lions to pick up the phone. Doesn't mean I want him to pay a ridiculous price.
No, but here's what will happen. He'll end up going to a team, and you'll be like, oh, my God, these teams get everybody. Because they're willing to sacrifice for the end goal. Where, how did he end up a Chief? Well, the Chiefs just said, we need him, and we're going to bring him in.
you have to be willing to play that same game.
And look, I also, we started the show with, if you're still salty and I'm not, we've heard hosts on this station say it, base station and weekend, callers ever, I'm not watching the Super Bowl. Man, then you're pouting because you feel like you're never going to get back. Grow up. The other side of it is, I don't know how we're still, and I heard Cookies this weekend, I've heard other shows, you got people still calling in about Jared Goff. How the hell is that still a thing?
I don't think that exists. That's just somebody trolling right there.
No, and again, I'm not saying you make him the highest paid QB in the land. I'm not giving him some 5 or 6 year extension. But this idea that Jared Goff didn't prove that he's a franchise quarterback? Get you to within a whisker of the Super Bowl? No, I'm sorry. What I'm not going to do is get him into the last year of his contract, and then I'm staring down the franchise tag. Because then I'm going to irreparably affect the type of deal I can sign this guy to, because the agent will use it against me. Well, I'm already sitting on $60 million guaranteed. Why the hell am I taking your 100 over 3? You know what? I just don't want to do that.
No, but they may just do what the Redskins back then did with Cousins. We'll just keep franchising you, and we'll figure it out later.
But see, no, that's a losing strategy, and here's why. I'm not mad at you. I'm explaining to the people. David, franchise tag for quarterbacks this offseason, it's the average of what? The top 5 salaries?
Yeah, it's going to go up this offseason.
Like 55.
Call it 55. That's 55 fully guaranteed. And even a slight increase, which will happen, call it 57.5. Here, round numbers. 110 over 2, fully guaranteed. You can't get in that business.
But if you do that and his performance falls off, you got a bargain, because you didn't pay him $200 million. You only paid him $110
Yeah, but if I
million.
pay 200 over 4 and $1.25 is guaranteed, that's the game you play. Then I can get rid of him for nothing. Rico, the point I'm making is, no franchise in their right mind has ever used the franchise tag at the quarterback position. The Redskins weren't in their right mind. Plus, you end up alienating the player, who happens to be the face of your franchise.
Well, you know what? Ironically enough, same guy, maybe the different team.
What, Kirk Cousins?
Minnesota.
I don't know.
See, but let me say this, because I can hear people in their cars or listening saying, what do you mean they haven't used it? What Mike is saying is they haven't stayed on the tag.
Right.
You might have tagged Lamar Jackson, but you extended him, which means it didn't affect the cap.
Who was the last quarterback to be on the tag?
It was Lamar. They tagged him to keep him, but then they extended him.
Right.
So,
and again, it was a bloody war.
Correct.
Which led with the player not attending the playoff game and sitting out when he could have played. He wanted a pound of flesh. Do you know what we don't want? That. And this is not a Goff thing. I'm saying the things we heard this past weekend on this station and then on the air today and morning and midday. I'm not watching the Super Bowl. I want to talk Dan Campbell fourth down. I'm like, what planet are we on?
Well, those people are the same folks who deep down don't believe the Lions will do it again. They think that the Lions had their window, and their window is now closed, and it's going to be 30 years before they ever make it back to the NFC title game again.
The window's open, but you got to fight to stay there.
Mm-hmm.
And what I didn't like with the Holmes comment is that comment comes out of this supreme, I don't want to say arrogance, but confidence.
Right.
And self-assuredness of, well, what we're doing is working. You said that.
Because
I
here's
just
the thing.
believe it's a blood sport. It's an arms race.
It is, because while you're thinking, oh, we'll be fine, we'll get back there, Dallas is trying to get better. The Packers are trying to get better. The Niners will try and get better. Like every team in the NFC will go out there and say, okay, we were close, or we need to maintain where we are or get better. So saying, well, we got a plan and we're just going to stick to that plan, you got to be willing to deviate from that
part
plan.
of my rationale for my approach where I'm like, hey, it's Super Bowl or bust, free agency and trades. Do you know what one of the biggest things that affected that team in my mind is? Lack of experience. Mm-hmm. Well, drafting rookies doesn't help that. You need to go out and get players that have been in the war before and understand that when it's all falling apart, I can make a play that, hey.
Yeah, no offense, Penei Sewell should not be your voice of reason in the huddle saying, guys, let's rally around and do this. Or what's your experience?
Oh, good on you. Good use of that drop. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls next, 97.1.
You see, Mike liked the drop that I use. Why? Because I'm in the radio business. And if you want to get in the radio business, you want to do TV, you want to do graphics design, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. At the beginning of the year, you said, I'm thinking about making that move. Specs at LTU is waiting for you. It's very simple. You want to get a career in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics communications taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Your instructors are guys and girls who work in the business like yours truly. So you're going to get the hands-on approach from day one. You're going to learn what it takes to make it in your business with the practical skills you'll need to succeed in today's dynamic media industry. So what are you waiting for? Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about that broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program. That's ltu.edu/specs. And then while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
on you. All right, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've been a proud partner of the Detroit Lions Radio Network. They are honoring the best season in this team's history, or 32 years. Now through the end of February, you mentioned 97.1 The Ticket, you get half off an installation of a new high-efficiency furnace or whole home generator by Generac. That's right, half off installation. Mastercraft, supporting Detroit for over 40 years. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, straight to the people. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind, including, I got the latest Pistons trade target for you. You can go to the 4 o'clock hour. You are not going to like that one. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Hi, Nick.
Hi, Mike. I got two things I ought to say. First of all, I think the people who call the station and say, I'm not watching the Super Bowl are either liars or they don't know how to compartmentalize because, the second thing I wanted to say is the man was I'm getting really tired of all the slang. I wasn't all in on Dan. He does things that I don't like, but I'm getting sick and tired of the people what is this? 2 weeks after the game's been 1 week or 2 weeks since the NFC title game? What is it?
Just one. 8 days.
So 1 week since the game ended. And, when the game ended and everyone was talking about, oh, man, we were right there and it just fell apart and we were all, airing out our grievances. But, what are we still doing talking about this?
I have no idea.
Guys. Dan, and here's another thing I want to say. I get really sick and tired of the people who say that the reason we lost that game, and I know you haven't said this, but people who say, oh, Dan, take the points, we would have won that game. Here's my response to that. There's no guarantee that on that last drive we went down and scored that touchdown that you would have scored that because I could tell on that last drive when San Fran was up by 10 that, they were flexing a little bit because they knew, hey, we just have to get them to burn some clock and then, force them to drive the length of the field. If what would they would have been down by 3 at that point? So they would have played tougher D.
Yeah, no, Nick, that was the whole reason a week ago today when we came on the air, and Lord knows I sounded like hell, and I apologize because I was sick as a dog.
No, you're fine.
But it was Nick. I said, if you blame any one person, you're being lazy. It takes a village to lose a game the way they lost it.
Yeah. But they treat him like he's, and me, Mike. I'm disgruntled Penn State fan who watched my Nittany Lions go to another 10-2 season, which my fan base champions is an achievement. Even though 9 of the wins that they got are baked into their schedule every year, they treat this guy like it's been 8 years and he hasn't done anything. Like he's James Franco. It's year 3 of his tenure. He just achieved something that no other coach in this town has achieved in 30 years.
I agree, Nick. Totally agree, and it's part of why we brought it up today is because, I feel like you got to understand is when you do this for a living, you want to make sure you're giving the listeners what they want. And Rico and I looked at each other and I go, I have no designs on talking about Dan Campbell, 4th downs, or using the words San and Francisco in the same paragraph, and yet. You got other shows saying they're boycotting the Super Bowl and still taking Dan Campbell calls. Cookies was getting people calling about Jared Goff, and I'm like,
believe it over the weekend. What am I listening to?
Because I'm with Nick. It's 8 days later.
Right. The first day, I understand. You're angry. You're mad. You just don't know where to. You don't know what to do. You're just mad. But 8 days later, it's okay, I'm still not gonna watch. It's out of spite. I'm angry. What? You've watched, you've been dying for football. You got one last meaningful game, and you're just, you want your lasting memory to be watching 5 Lions players in the Pro Bowl this weekend. Okay. Sure. All right.
248-539-9797. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Good. What's on your mind?
It's kind of the same thing. I'm just a little bit confused with these Lions fans. I think sometimes they're only fans to complain. We've gotten everything we've wanted this year in my lifetime. An organization that's on the same page, top to bottom. You got drafting quality players. And to get rid of Goff, it's not just put in a new quarterback. You've got an OC who builds a game plan around the talent he has. If you get rid of Goff, you're going to have to change everything. Could be even blocking schemes. Who knows what that's going to do to the line? So I'm just really, really confused on what they're watching. You know, are we watching the same team and the same building process?
No, and the problem,
this is,
John, the problem I have with it is never have I suggested that he's Pat Mahomes or anything of that ilk. But this idea, well, that's my whole point. So the idea is unless I can have that, then nobody's good enough. This man just helped guide you to the NFC title game. And moreover, a 17-point lead in the NFC title game. The idea that he has not earned the right to be the franchise quarterback, I just don't understand.
But John and Mike, here's the difference. You have a lot of people who look at the backup QB and say, when are we going to give this guy a chance?
Never.
Because
That's
remember,
never.
He was up for a Heisman until he got injured.
No, he's talking Hendon Hooker, John.
Oh, the guy who's never played a
That's
snap.
right.
Okay,
That's right.
So how are you going to judge he's better than Goff if he's not even playing or practicing? I mean,
look, it's
also John, I agree with you, but here's the new catchphrase: he's mobile. He can run and scramble.
Yeah, well, Justin Fields, I hear that name, and I'm just like, what says to you that this guy's going to do better than Goff in this offense?
Like, I mean, John, it's and believe me, what Rico says is true, John. It is fair. Every fan base generally bitches about their quarterback unless you have perfection. But there's a big difference between what I deal with Daniel Jones and what you have in Jared Goff. There is no empirical data at any point in Daniel Jones's professional career to suggest he is anything more than a card-carrying member of the Clipboard Club. Okay?
I thought he was Vanilla Vic.
He is not, in fact, Vanilla Vic. Jared Goff has given you a sample size now of essentially 2+ seasons of Pro Bowl level performance.
Right. No, but some people, not me, but on the 4th and 2 and 4th and 3, what if he took off and ran and just picked up the first down?
What if your receivers didn't have pork chops as mittens?
Well, no.
Catch the ball.
4th and 3, when there was no one open, you break containment and you just scramble and get it. Hey, Brock Purdy did. Hey.
That was me holding scissors towards Rico. I just no. These people create situations. Just you're going to have to pay the guy. And what I don't want to deal with, I know what's coming next. Well, Mike, you want them to be aggressive, but they have to spend. Guys, repeat after me. The salary cap is, in fact, not real. Because I don't know how Rico's team affords all these people.
What a tight budget.
I don't know how the Chiefs pay everybody.
Man, we got a quarterback getting paid in Chiefs.
You're right. You're on a fixed income. You're a retiree.
Right.
It's me, your future you. You made some bad financial moves. I mean, come on.
We took Trey Lance.
Right. All right. Elevate your driving experience. Moran Buick GMC, where they make car buying and certified car service a breeze. A 24 Terrain, all-wheel drive. Handle all the snow and ice that you know we're going to get more of. The Acadia, seating up to 7, or a 24 GMC Sierra with an available V8 engine. They've got them all. And yes, Yukons and Denali's in stock. All you need to do, go to MoranExpress.com. You get that free loaner on any certified service, and it is car buying simplified. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, so we will get back into the Lions momentarily. Still got more football to get to this hour, but I have to bring this up. Now, let me give you a disclaimer. I cannot prove the following. But it's Monday, and I'm going to live in the world I want to live in, okay? I'm going to give you
Mike with the breaking news.
Right. In my opinion, the dramatization of how this went down. Now, last week, we told you the Zach LaVine thing, if the Pistons trade for this guy, is a unholy nightmare. A day later, Zach Lowe, ESPN, the Lowe Post, the smoke is real between the Pistons and Bulls. I said, oh, dear baby Jesus, no, you don't want this guy. It's the most odious contract in the league. His own teammates hate his guts. Please, God, no. Well, I want to tell you something. David, you've always wanted to hear this. God is good. Because not only is Zach LaVine not coming to Detroit, he ain't going nowhere. Here's in my world how this went.
David, I'm ready to become the drop. You want to join me?
Come on. Now work with me on this. The report came out that, quote, after consulting his agency, Clutch Sports, and the Bulls, Zach LaVine elected to have season-ending ankle surgery. He didn't have to. He elected to. So let me tell you how I think this went down. My opinion only. Zach, there's a real good shot you end up in Detroit. Cut me.
The hell I am.
Where's the gas pipe? Put me under, slice me open.
Wait, I don't understand that joke. That what's the punchline? No. You're going to go to Detroit.
Yeah, cut me.
What are my alternatives? Really nothing. I mean, unless you're injured, I am.
My ankle hurts. Cut me.
I am.
Cut me now. Now listen. Ain't nobody mad about it. But here's your next.
You know what? You may have saved Troy from himself.
Nope. Because second prize is the steak knives. So now we're going to spin the wheel of loserdom and come up with another bum that Troy Weaver will trade for. And I have two names for you. One of them may arouse Rico Beard. I just can't get Rico to stop saying the man's name. But I know.
No.
Hey, calm down. A report has said Tobias Harris is going to be this team's target. But they, quote, may wait till free agency to pursue him. Now, a couple issues with Tobias Harris. One being he's not very good. Two being he's 32. And three being you will have to pay him $40 million a year. Combine that with Cade's rookie extension and congratulations, you've paid Tobias and Cade $80 million combined to win 26 games. But here's a name that I was told. And it is going to be the target with 3 days to go. To say this guy has some baggage would be an understatement. I mean, breaking news. It's like saying Rico's black. In fact, true. This player has baggage. Also true. Be on the lookout for Miles Bridges.
Oh. I thought you were going to say Zion, but okay. But then again, I was going to say, does he have baby mama drama? But that's also applicable.
Also applicable. Zion's drama don't land you a felony charge. Might just land you a disease or something.
But you could have had Miles for really nothing in the offseason.
Look, man. So here's the...
He was just... Okay.
So here's the deal.
What's third prize?
Third prize is the Chris Villar update and what you can read in a lot of places. The Pistons may end...
Go ahead. I'm going to turn my mic off.
It's okay. It's okay. Pistons may end up doing a whole bunch of nothing, which is another cause for termination. How is Bogdanovich still here as he approaches age 35 on a 6-44 basketball team? Now, you'll say team-friendly deal. What value does he hold here?
Maybe he'll be a part of the core four.
You don't own your first-round pick. The Knicks are going to get one of the next 3 years.
I was about to say, well, maybe they'll just wait to this year's draft.
Oh, wait. I will tell you, we're not doing this today. But people, I did this exercise with the fellas here, and I said, guys, here's the alleged top 10 in the mock draft. And when you read the NBA comps to these guys, it's like welfare Tyreek Evans.
You basically got a steal with Thompson.
Donatas Sabonis, rookie year. Here's your comp, John Collins. It is a collection of bums, and you're like, oh, my dear God.
So bad that I said maybe this is the year you just pick up the Knicks and say, guess what?
Yeah, Rico's like, no, you want this year's selection.
Yeah, we're dropping the pick. No, it's your weekend for custody. We're dropping the pick off at your house.
I'm telling you right now, you may end up trying to acquire Miles Bridges. It's just something I was told by somebody who covers the league. They're good at what they do. This is not my scoop. I'm trying to help you. So it was bad enough that Troy may or may not have wanted to bring Zach LaVine here. But now, second prize is the steak knives. It could either be a player you could have had for free.
Like you're about to, what are you giving up for Miles Bridges? I just somehow feel like the Hornets are about to say, yes, make this deal.
So it could be Miles Bridges and Tobias Harris as your two big acquisitions. Enjoy.
Got to get them to double-digit wins.
If they don't trade Bogdanovich, you have to help me understand who is calling the shots in this organization. I mean, a 35-year-old wing has no place on a 6-44 team. What does he have pictures of? Does he know where Hoffa's buried? Like, what info does Bogdanovich have that he can't get himself out of Detroit? And do Bogdanovich's representation, do they hate him so much that they won't get him out of here? Like, has he asked them and they're lying to him like, no, nobody wants you. Everybody wants him. You could call the Sixers today. They are desperate for a high-volume three-point shooter on the wing. Desperate. Mm-hmm. But be prepared. And if you go, well, geez, I remember Miles Bridges at State, man, you got to do the Google. Miles had some problems. And they're of the very low-rent variety. Mm-hmm. Moral compass, it ain't just broken, he don't possess one. Do you believe this?
I don't, and he was free.
Oh, okay.
In the offseason.
I've lost him.
What's crazy though, Mike, is I do believe this.
No, I'm telling you to believe it.
It's just, I don't want to. This is not fair. I want my team to be good, but then this can't be the answer. And then not trading Bogdanovich, not trading Monty Morris, not trading Joe Harris.
Bogey has become the new Jeremy Grant, where you just held on, and the value went from you could probably get a nice little haul back to just take them. Give us something back in return.
Look, they just gave up 2 second-round picks because they needed to make up for the poo-poo platter that is Marvin Bagley and Troy's decision to pay him. They owe the Knicks a first-round pick. The Knicks, I think, are getting your second-round pick this year, which will be picked, like 31 or whatever it is. You need assets. Keep your eye on it. Now, look, before Miles got in a bunch of trouble, I had no problem with Rico bringing up, go after Miles Bridges, make the Hornets match the offer, etc. Well, one problem. About 48 hours before free agency opened, Miles ended his career. Sort of.
But then You could have gotten him on a cheap kind of prove-it contract because Charlotte wasn't going to match it, but they're like, well, I guess we got to extend him something. So now you're going to trade assets you really don't have to get a guy you could have got for nothing.
So here's the future of your team. Miles Bridges, Tobias Harris, and Cade all on new deals, and you're capped out. What's that team winning? 26 games?
You know what? It beats 6.
No, it does not beat 6.
I want the playoffs.
Kenny, I don't know, but the math says to me 26 is still better than 6. Neither gets you to the playoffs, but, you know, you're not setting NBA records for futility.
There's your update. I'm just passing it along.
I'm really not liking you laughing about this, and I'm really upset.
I thought he was, well, you know what? Originally, I thought he was going to say Ben Simmons, and that's when I was just going to just lose it right there.
Oh, man had a triple-double.
And what?
Like his game did the first game back. Didn't he have a triple-double?
What, the Horizon League?
And he did. He was wearing orange sunglasses.
Who was guarding him? Cookie Marsh?
Rico. Miles Bridges.
In all seriousness, I mean, I guess Troy feels like I got to make a move, and he's hoping. But it makes sense, though, Mike. He thinks he can rehabilitate everybody's career. He thought he could do it with Bagley. He does. This is like the Passage Malibu for basketball players. Come here, and I can fix you, except for he doesn't fix anybody. They just leave with a hat and a bag. That's about it.
I think the problem I have is, all right, let's separate the personal and the professional. Miles has come back with Charlotte. He's putting up like 22 shots a night.
He's scoring, but yeah, it's coming off the expense. He's shooting a lot, but he is, if you look at just the box score, you're like, wow, you know, that's actually good for the Pistons. He's lately been on fire.
But the problem is he doesn't guard anybody.
But does anybody guard anybody?
But Rico, hold on now. Fair. But when it's already the worst defensive team in basketball, I don't need to add more bad to bad. You know, at a certain point, there needs to be people who want to play defense.
Meet me in the middle. If you take Miles, they got to take Killian. I can live with that.
Okay. There you go. There's your 10-cent update. Keep your eye out. All right, so we will get back into the Lions momentarily. Still got more football to get to this hour, but I have to bring this up. Now, let me give you a disclaimer. I cannot prove the following. But it's Monday, and I'm going to live in the world I want to live in, okay? I'm going to give you
Mike with the breaking news.
Right. In my opinion, the dramatization of how this went down. Now, last week, we told you the Zach LaVine thing, if the Pistons trade for this guy, is a unholy nightmare. A day later, Zach Lowe, ESPN, the Lowe Post, the smoke is real between the Pistons and Bulls.
There are very few things in this life
oh, dear
better than
baby
pepperoni.
Jesus,
The
no.
question is, well,
you
what
don't
kind
want
of
this guy.
pepperoni? You get
It's the most
pepperoni
odious
elitist.
contract in
It's
the
got to
league.
be the cup.
His own teammates hate his guts.
How about both?
Please, God,
They said,
no.
screw it. We'll throw them both on the pizza.
Well, I want to
and
tell
you'll
you
enjoy it. The pepperoni duo, both varieties of pepperoni.
David,
Not to
you've
mention
always
you
wanted
get
to hear
real
this?
Mott's,
God
unlike
is
some of these
good.
other places.
Because
in-house dough.
not only is Zach LaVine not coming to Detroit,
$9.99.
he ain't going
Limited time
nowhere.
only. More
Here's
pepperoni, more
in
flavor.
my
And again,
world how
right
this
in time
went.
for
David,
the
I'm ready to
game.
become the drop. You want to join me?
$9.99
Come on.
that pepperoni duo.
Now work with me
Limited
on
time only, that large pepperoni duo.
The report came out that,
Hungry
quote,
Howie's.
after consulting his agency, Clutch Sports, and the Bulls, Zach LaVine elected to have season-ending ankle surgery. He didn't have to. He elected to. So let me tell you how I think this went down. My opinion only. Zach, there's a real good shot you end up in Detroit. Cut me.
The hell I am.
Where's the gas pipe? Put me under, slice me open.
Wait, I don't understand that joke. What's the punchline? No. You're going to go to Detroit.
Yeah, cut me.
What are my alternatives? Really nothing. I mean, unless you're injured, I am.
My ankle hurts. Cut me.
I am.
Cut me now. Now listen. Ain't nobody mad about it. But here's your next.
You know what? You may have saved Troy from himself.
Nope. Because
Wait.
second prize is the steak knives. So now we're going to spin the wheel of loserdom and come up with another bum that Troy Weaver will trade for. And I have two names for you. One of them may arouse Rico Beard. I just can't get Rico to stop saying the man's name. But I know.
No.
Hey, calm down. A report has said Tobias Harris is going to be this team's target. But they, quote, may wait till free agency to pursue him. Now, a couple issues with Tobias Harris. One being he's not very good. Two being he's 32. And three being you will have to pay him $40 million a year. Combine that with Cade's rookie extension and congratulations, you've paid Tobias and Cade $80 million combined to win 26 games. But here's a name that I was told. And it is going to be the target with 3 days to go. To say this guy has some baggage would be an understatement. I mean, breaking news. It's like saying Rico's black. In fact, true. This player has baggage. Also true. Be on the lookout for Miles Bridges. All right, David, ticket text, Wojo and Rieger coming up next. Go ahead. What do you got for me?
Yeah, regarding your GM Holmes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't ever compare
sorry,
those
we
two.
Were talking Weaver
ever.
in here. Sorry. Don't come this far to only come this far. If it's about culture, trust what you built, and it will overcome any and all distractions.
I don't know what that means.
They're basically telling Holmes to get guys.
Right.
Forget culture. You built it. Trust the culture.
You're right. Don't be the
Got it.
second best team in the NFC.
Now I understand. Yeah, because it's Super Bowl or bust. Next year we'll have a totally different tenor if it's anything other than winning the Super Bowl.
Maybe the plan was to augment a talented draft-heavy roster with some stud free agents. I hope so, because the proverbial window is a real thing and they need to capitalize on it now.
Yes, it's game on right now. Like if this offseason your draft is the biggest acquisitions, that's not good enough. It's just not.
Chase Young might get benched for the Super Bowl. What a deadline pickup for the 49ers. Grad Holmes didn't do that one.
Except he busted your ass on the game's pivotal play on 4th and 3. And second of all, smart ass, what did it cost the Niners? Let me help you.
And
nothing.
And on top of that, he won't be benched. That pretty much was an internet rumor. So, yeah.
Has he been great for them? No, hardly.
Did he take plays off? Yep. But you know what?
He was a disappointment. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. But on that 4th and 3, he was the one that broke through the line first and broke containment.
That's a weird flex.
Very much so. Someone says, can you stop talking about Montez Sweat already? It would have cost the Lions a first-round pick to get him.
I don't care.
We didn't do it.
Okay, so right here, right now, would you trade pick 28 for Montez Sweat?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would.
So why do I have to stop talking about it?
Because the unknown is always undefeated, Mike.
Oh, fine. Then here, let me play an unknown with you, Ticket Texter. Guarantee to me that if you had made that deal, you're not playing this weekend. Oh, wait, you can't? Aw.
Yeah, Jared Verse won't be there. You know, he's going to be that guy. He's going to slide all the way down to 28, and Lions going to get this deal. Or whoever Brad Holmes drafts, it's going to turn into gold. It's going to turn into a Pro Bowler next year.
That's what I'm going to laugh at. As we get closer and closer and the names that fans think are going to be there won't be there, I'm going to laugh. They go, oh, we could have got. You couldn't. He's gone.
No, my whole point is once you become a really good team, and Rico has said this, and this is, again, it's another example the fan base just doesn't get it because they haven't been here before. These first-round picks don't really mean nearly as much. When you're picking 28th, that's just a second-rounder in a new shirt.
It's a glorified second-round pick.
Now, for years, we got used to the team picking 3rd or 5th or 7th. Well, no, you don't deal those picks. But at pick 28, you're damn right I'll deal that pick for the right player.
It's pretty
of
much
course
why,
I would.
yeah, we're going to move up. You can have 2 first-round picks. You can have Trey Lance. We'll give you 2 first-round picks because, God help us, it's going to be bad picks.
And Wojo's in a little fashion zip-up. Look at this guy.
That's because he was talking to Brad Holmes today.
Now, wait a minute. I'm actually getting...
Is that the Greg Norman collection?
Kind of looks like Mr. Rogers a little bit, doesn't it?
Championship money right there.
I'm getting positive comments on this. I never get positive comments
And
on
Mike,
my
he's
clothes.
wearing a black shirt instead of a navy blue button-up.
Like
now, the
Look at
real
that.
move would have been the power quarter zip. He gets the Al Michaels collection.
Oh, I like that. That'd be
now
good.
that'd be hot.
So rumor had it Wojo was afraid that Brad Holmes was going to call him out, just like he did other reporters. So that's why you wore the nice little jacket.
Yeah,
that was a weird reading all the different reporters.
Well, he called out Eric Woodyard from ESPN. He called out Dave Burkett, and he called out Carlos Monarez.
Well, quote unquote, called out. He just mentioned. Well, they were saying like, when picks get criticized and
okay, but here's what I would have said. You know what, Brett? I'm glad that you got him right, but for decades, the GM didn't get him right.
But it's also their
this was
job.
right? This is our job.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like we give opinion. Like if you give it, take it. Like that's how.
100%. I agree with you.
I don't care.
I will say
I agree.
this.
Like he didn't admit that he was wrong about Levi Onwuzurike or not having a kicker.
I just thought it was weird that he got up there and just. Really?
If you won the Super Bowl, I think it's an easier flex.
Right.
Well, yeah.
No, he was fired up to do it, which is fine. It was very entertaining.
I think right now, as of right now, he has the most receipts of anybody in this town.
He may, but the thing is,
Right now.
No. But
Right
then,
now.
if that's the case, then own it. Don't give it. No. I'm not giving out receipts. I'm just happen to say you said this. You said this.
Well, let's
and
not
you
forget,
said that.
Dan Campbell said he had receipts too, but it wasn't the time to unveil them.
Holmes'
and now he
point
can't,
was-
considering
Yeah,
what
but
happened.
Here's the ultimate thing. Show me when it comes time to pay Jahmyr Gibbs, and then when you don't.
Well, no, that's why he's trying to explain to people, don't go bonkers about free agency this year. There's a lot of other things they have to do.
Yeah, but see, that's where. Look, we did the topic. There was no yelling. There's no anger.
Oh, no yelling.
I don't want to hear about the salary cap. That's what teams use to run cover for not wanting to do certain things. The window's open. It's Super Bowl or bust. You're damn right they need to be engaged in free agency.
Well, they will to a certain degree, and they were last year, too.
I need to level up.
They
You
got some allegedly pretty good players last year.
You had some nice C-listers and B-listers. I need a couple A-listers.
It was weird. I agree. It was weird that he was, and he wasn't angry. He was just sort of passive aggressive.
No, but you know what? He wasn't smiling when people called him on it. There wasn't a whole lot of joking.
No.
He was pretty serious, and then he brought it back. It was a 37-minute press conference.
But you know
he talked
what?
for the first 12 minutes, then he brought it back at the very end.
I think his biggest complaint is remember the national when he traded down and got Jahmyr Gibbs, and he was destroyed. I went back and looked like that is the most insane thing I've ever seen, and then went and drafted Jack Campbell in the first round. He was mocked, and maybe he's been storing it up, and now that Gibbs is going to be a star. I don't know.
Dude, get a punching bag. You're an NFL general manager. Like, who cares?
He got it out of his system.
Okay, good for him.
Maybe
Does
it was
he
all
feel
clogged
better?
up. Maybe it was for health reasons. Unclog it. I don't know. I thought it was
very entertaining. That's all I know. I mean,
Yeah.
usually you fall asleep during these things. It was really good.
I just thought it was a weird, like, what
Who
do we,
cares?
like, you just had a successful season and you're just going after the media. But I'm not really going after the media. Like, at least
Right.
call it out and say, guys, I got a bone to pick with you guys.
I just laugh at all of it.
Well, no. I will say this, and we in the media, not me, because I can handle it. Others can't. We in the media get all antsy when other people call
you're
us
right.
out.
You're right.
Like, wait,
But
we're
that's the
candy
difference
asses, but
doing
not
radio.
me. I'm not.
Radio, it's every day.
Yeah.
So it just, you get numb to it. You don't care.
I know, but a coach or general can say, like, yeah, when everybody thought that was a really dumb move, I tried to explain why I did it that's it. It doesn't have to be like a big war or anything.
Well, hey, David made the draft highlights, the whole we don't pick running backs when the Lions had their thing.
That's probably what he was responding to.
Yeah, he actually
call
said,
me then. Let's go.
Yeah, he actually said David Hatchet Hall, too. He said you never admit when
There's
you're
some
wrong.
hatchet fella.
Yeah.
Great promotion for the show. I don't care.
He said that preacher guy on that station over there.
Because God cannot hide you from this.
I don't know what voice I'm doing.
I don't
Some
either.
authoritative voice.
All right. So what are you guys doing Lions?
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
tell
Red
me,
Lions.
Tell me you're not doing, I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl.
Okay, so who says this? Who
Wah.
says this? Come on.
No, no,
Doug
no.
and Scott.
But what is the reasoning?
Jansen.
What is the reasoning?
Callers all
Jansen
weekend.
is watching reluctantly.
No.
What's the reasoning?
I wanted to come in and hug Mike when I heard, because thank God, I've had to deal with this jackass over here, Rieger, for a week. Like, it's the hardest thing ever to get. I think that's also what Holmes was talking about today. Like, people think like this was a one-time
It is kind of
fairy
difficult.
tale
Mojo.
thing.
Anybody not
They were
watching
30
the
minutes
game,
away from a Super Bowl.
No,
so
but
it was
anybody
kinda
not
tough.
watching to me says you don't think that they could do this again.
Yeah, and your
Bob.
candy
No, but
ass.
why aren't you watching? What's the reason? You
Dude,
just
they
don't have
embargoed
candy
it
ass.
on the midday show.
Embargo to what? You can't talk about the Super
'Cause
Bowl
you're
on Super Bowl
candy
week?
ass.
They're not watching it, and you can't talk about
If
the
they're
Super
not
Bowl.
So if I
watching
call-
it, then they're candy.
So if I
asses,
call
too.
up and say, "Hey guys, Brock Purdy's not that good," your thoughts? They hang up on me?
Yeah.
I'm going to do it tomorrow.
No. People need to grow up.
Well, here's the other one.
This week-long thing
Thank
is
you.
out of control.
Dude, I mean,
out of control.
And it's, we said it
Grow
today.
up.
I go 8 days after the game. You're still talking Dan Campbell 4th downs. You need a therapist.
that-
Gator,
So what do you think?
Gator,
Which
Gator
one do you
got
have a
mad
bigger
at me. He's like,
problem
"Well,
with?"
you're not a Lions fan, so you wouldn't understand." Like, Gator, I've seen my team lose 11 times in the NFC Championship game, and guess what I did the next week?
The Super Bowl.
I watched the Super Bowl.
But you see what you said, where did that come from today? I think that's part of it. I think Holmes has heard this nonstop wailing, not just here, but wherever. Like, this is not a one-shot deal.
No, they're built
this
right.
is not Cinderella. Like, he's
I'm
baffled.
saying-
Like,
and
people
Yeah, but that's
saying
okay.
like
You're
it.
still allowed to be totally devastated by what happened 8 days ago.
Grow up. Okay.
No,
Listen. All I'm saying is really how much respect I have for how it's built. The window's
Right.
open. F them picks. Let's go all in and bring a Lombardi trophy here.
But Rieger keeps hanging on. But you never know if you'll ever get back.
You know why?
Oh, boy.
Because he's a Michigan basketball fan,
Yeah,
which means he's
exactly.
a loser.
Oh, man. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, when's that article on Jawan coming, Bob?
Where's your
boy.
coach?
Come on. He's going to let Phil Martelli coach another game.
See ya.
97-1.